January. In the Diary of Samuel Pepys, 1663. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. The Diary of Samuel Pepys, 1663, by Samuel Pepys. January. January 1st. Lay with my wife at my lord's lodgings, where I have been these 2 nights till 10 o'clock with great pleasure talking. Then I rose and to Whitehall, where I spent a little time walking among the courtiers, which I perceive I shall be able to do with great confidence, being now beginning to be pretty well known among them. Then to my wife again, and found Mrs. Sarah with us in the chamber we lay in. Among other discourse, Mrs. Sarah tells us how the king sups at least 4 or 5 times every week with my Lady Castlemaine, and most often stays till the morning with her, and goes home through the garden all alone privately, and that so as the very sentries take notice of it, and speak of it. She tells me that about a month ago she, Lady Castlemaine, quickened at my Lord Gerard's at dinner, and cried out that she was undone. And all the lords and men were fain to quit the room, and women called to help her. In fine, I find that there is nothing almost but bawdry at court from top to bottom, as, if it were fit, I could instance, but it is not necessary. Only they say my Lord Chesterfield, groom of the stall to the Queen, is either gone or put away from the court, upon the score of his lady's having smitten the Duke of York, so as that he is watched by the Duchess of York, and his ladies retired into the country upon it. How much of this is true, God knows, but it is common talk. After dinner I did reckon with Mrs. Sarah for what we have eat and drank here, and gave her a crown, and so took coach and to the Duke's house, where we saw the villain again. And the more I see it, the more I am offended at my first undervaluing the play, it being very good and pleasant, and yet a true and allowable tragedy. The house was full of citizens, and so the less pleasant, but that I was willing to make an end of my gaddings, and to set to my business for all the year again to-morrow. Here we saw the old Roxalana in the chief box, in a velvet gown, as the fashion is, and very handsome, at which I was glad. Hence, by coach home, where I find all well, only Sir W. Pen, they say, ill again. So to my office, to set down these 2 or 3 days' journal, and to close the last year therein. And so that being done, home to supper and to bed, with great pleasure talking and discoursing with my wife of our late observations abroad. 2nd. Lay long in bed, and so up and to the office, where all the morning alone doing something or another. So dined at home with my wife, and in the afternoon to the Treasury office, where Sir W. Batten was paying off tickets, but so simply and arbitrarily, upon a dull pretence of doing right to the king, though to the wrong of poor people, when I know there is no man that means the king less right than he, or would trouble himself less about it, but only that he sees me stir, and so he would appear doing something, though to little purpose, that I was weary of it. At last we broke up, and walked home together, and I to see Sir W. Pen, who is fallen sick again. I stayed a while talking with him, and so to my office, practising some arithmetic, and so home to supper and bed, having sat up late talking to my poor wife with great content. 3rd. Up and to the office all the morning, and dined alone with my wife at noon, and then to my office all the afternoon till night, putting business in order with great content in my mind. Having nothing now in my mind of trouble in the world, but quite the contrary, much joy, except only the ending of our difference with my uncle Thomas, and the getting of the bills well over for my building of my house here, which, however, are as small and less than any of the others. Sir W. Pen, it seems, is fallen very ill again. So to my arithmetic again to-night, and so home to supper and to bed. 4th, Lord's Day. Up and to church, where a lazy sermon, and so home to dinner to a good piece of powdered beef, but a little too salt. At dinner my wife did propound my having of my sister Poll at my house again to be her woman, since one we must have, hoping that in that quality possibly she may prove better than she did before, which I take very well of her, and will consider of it, it being a very great trouble to me that I should have a sister of so ill a nature that I must be forced to spend money upon a stranger, when it might better be upon her, if she were good for anything. After dinner, I and she walked, though it was dirty, to Whitehall, in the way calling at the wardrobe to see how Mr. Moore do, who is pretty well, but not cured yet, being much afeard of being seen by anybody, and was, I think, of Mr. Coventry, which so troubled me that I made her go before, and I ever after loitered behind. She to Mr. Hunt's, and I to Whitehall Chapel, and then up to walk up and down the house, which now I am well known there, I shall forbear to do, because I would not be thought a lazy body by Mr. Coventry and others by being seen, as I have lately been, to walk up and down doing nothing. So to Mr. Hunt's, and there was most prettily and kindly entertained by him and her, who are two as good people as I hardly know any, and so neat and kind one to another. Here we stayed late, and so to my Lord's to bed. 5th. Up and to the Duke, who himself told me that Sir J. Lawson was come home to Portsmouth from the Straits, who is now come with great renown among all men, and I perceive mightily esteemed at court by all. The Duke did not stay long in his chamber, but to the King's chamber, whither by and by the Russia ambassadors come, who, it seems, have a custom that they will not come to have any treaty with our or any King's commissioners, but they will themselves see at the time the face of the King himself, be it 40 days one after another. And so they did to-day only go in and see the King, and so out again to the council chamber. The Duke returned to his chamber, and so to his closet, where Sir G. Carteret, Sir J. Minnes, Sir W. Batten, Mr. Coventry, and myself attended him about the business of the navy. And after much discourse and pleasant talk, he went away. And I took Sir W. Batten and Captain Allen into my wine cellar to my tenant, as I call him, Sergeant Dalton, and there drank a great deal of variety of wines, more than I have drunk at one time, or shall again a great while, when I come to return to my oaths, which I intend in a day or two. Thence to my Lord's lodging, where Mr. Hunt and Mr. Creed dined with us, and were very merry. And after dinner he and I to Whitehall, where the Duke and the Commissioners for Tangier met, but did not do much, my Lord Sandwich not being in town, nobody making it their business. So up, and Creed and I to my wife again, and after a game or two at cards, to the Cockpit, where we saw Claricilla, a poor play, done by the King's house, but neither the King nor Queen were there, but only the Duke and Duchess, who did show some impertinent, and methought unnatural dalliances there, before the whole world, such as kissing and leaning upon one another. But to my very little content, they are not acting in any degree like the Duke's people. So home, there being here this night Mrs. Turner and Mrs. Martha Batten of our office, to my Lord's lodgings again, and to a game at cards, we three and Sarah. And so to supper, and some apples and ale, and to bed with great pleasure, blessed be God. 6th, 12th day. Up, and Mr. Creed brought a pot of chocolate ready made for our morning draught, and then he and I to the Duke's, but I was not very willing to be seen at this end of the town, and so returned to our lodgings, and took my wife by coach to my brother's, where I set her down, and Creed and I to St. Paul's churchyard, to my bookseller's, and looked over several books with good discourse, and then into St. Paul's church. And there finding Elborough, my old schoolfellow at Paul's, now a parson, whom I know to be a silly fellow, I took him out and walked with him, making Creed and myself sport with talking with him, and so sent him away, and we to my office and house to see all well, and thence to the Exchange, where we met with Major Thompson, formerly of our office, who do talk very highly of liberty of conscience, which now he hopes for by the King's declaration, and that he doubts not that if he will give him, he will find more and better friends than the bishops can be to him, and that if he do not, there will many thousands in a little time go out of England, where they may have it. But he says that they are well contented that if the King thinks it good, the Papists may have the same liberty with them. He tells me, and so do others, that Dr. Calamy is this day sent to Newgate for preaching. Sunday was se'nnight, without leave, though he did it only to supply the place, when otherwise the people must have gone away without ever a sermon, they being disappointed of a minister, but the Bishop of London will not take that as an excuse. Thence into Wood Street, and there bought a fine table for my dining room, cost me 50 shillings, and while we were buying it, there was a scare fire in an alley over against us, but they quenched it. So to my brother's, where Creed and I and my wife dined with Tom, and after dinner to the Duke's house, and there saw Twelfth Night. Acted well, though it be but a silly play, and not related at all to the name or day. Thence Mr. Battersby, the apothecary, his wife, and I and mine by coach together, and setting him down at his house, he paying his share, my wife and I home, and found all well. Only myself somewhat vexed at my wife's neglect in leaving off her scarf, waistcoat, and night dressings in the coach to-day, that brought us from Westminster, though I confess she did give them to me to look after, yet it was her fault not to see that I did take them out of the coach. I believe it might be as good as 25 shillings loss or thereabouts. So to my office, however, to set down my last 3 days' journal, and writing to my Lord Sandwich to give him an account of Sir J. Lawson's being come home, and to my father about my sending him some wine and things this week for his making an entertainment of some friends in the country, and so home. This night making an end wholly of Christmas, with a mind fully satisfied with the great pleasures we have had by being abroad from home. And I do find my mind so apt to run to its old want of pleasures, that it is high time to betake myself to my late vows, which I will to-morrow, God willing, perfect and bind myself to, that so I may, for a great while, do my duty, as I have well begun, and increase my good name and esteem in the world, and get money, which sweetens all things, and whereof I have much need. So home to supper and to bed, blessing God for his mercy to bring me home, after much pleasure, to my house and business with health and resolution to fall hard to work again. 7th. Up pretty early, that is by 7 o'clock, it being not yet light before or then. So to my office all the morning, signing the Treasurer's ledger, part of it where I have not put my hand, and then eat a mouthful of pie at home to stay my stomach, and so with Mr. Waith by water to Deptford, and there among other things viewed old pay books, and found that the commanders did never heretofore receive any pay for the rigging time, but only for sea time, contrary to what Sir J. Minnis and Sir W. Batten told the Duke the other day. I also searched all the ships in the wet dock for fire, and found all in good order, it being very dangerous for the King that so many of his ships lie together there. I was among the canvas in stores also with Mr. Harris, the sailmaker, and learnt the difference between one sort and another to my great content, and so by water home again, where my wife tells me stories how she hears that, by Sarah's going to live at Sir W. Penn's, all our affairs of my family are made known and discourse of there, and theirs by my people, which do trouble me much, and I shall take a time to let Sir W. Penn know how he has dealt in taking her without our full consent. So to my office, and by home to supper, and so to prayers and bed. 8th. Up pretty early, and sent my boy to the carrier's with some wine for my father, for to make his feast among his Brampton friends this Christmas, and my muff to my mother, sent as from my wife. But before I sent my boy out with them, I beat him for a lie he told me, at which his sister, with whom we have of late been highly displeased, and warned her to be gone, was angry, which vexed me, to see the girl I love so well, and my wife, should at last turn so much a fool and unthankful to us. So to the office, and there all the morning, and though without, and a little against the advice of the officers, did, to gratify him, send Thomas Hayter to-day towards Portsmouth, a day or two before the rest of the clerks, against the pay next week. Dined at home. And there being the famous new play acted the first time to-day, which is called The Adventures of 5 Hours, at the Duke's house, being, they say, made or translated by Colonel Tuke, I did long to see it, and so made my wife to get her ready, though we were forced to send for a smith to break open her trunk, her maid Jane being gone forth with the keys, and so we went, and though early, were forced to sit almost out of sight, at the end of one of the lower forms, so full was the house. And the play, in one word, is the best, for the variety and the most excellent continuance of the plot to the very end, that ever I saw, or think ever shall, and all possible, not only to be done in the time, but in most other respects very admittable, and without one word of ribaldry, and the house by its frequent plaudits did show their sufficient approbation. So home, with much ado in an hour getting a coach home, and after writing letters at my office I went home to supper and to bed, now resolving to set up my rest as to plays till Easter, if not Whitsuntide next, excepting plays at court. Waking in the morning, my wife I found also awake, and begun to speak to me with great trouble and tears, and by degrees from one discourse to another, at last it appears that Sarah has told somebody, that has told my wife, of my meeting her at my brother's, and making her sit down by me, while she told me stories of my wife, about her giving her scollop to her brother, and other things, which I am much vexed at, for I am sure I never spoke anything of it, nor could anybody tell her but by Sarah's own words. I endeavoured to excuse my silence herein hitherto by not believing anything she told me, only that of the scollop, which she herself told me of. At last we pretty good friends, and my wife begun to speak again of the necessity of her keeping somebody to bear her company, for her familiarity with her other servants is it that spoils them all. and other company she hath none, which is too true, and called for Jane to reach her out of her trunk, giving her the keys to that purpose, a bundle of papers, and pulls out a paper, a copy of what, a pretty while since, she had wrote in a discontent to me, which I would not read, but burnt. She now read it, and it was so piquant, and wrote in English, and most of it true, of the retiredness of her life, and how unpleasant it was, that being wrote in English, and so in danger of being met with and read by others, I was vexed at it, and desired her, and then commanded her, to tear it. When she desired to be excused it, I forced it from her, and tore it, and withal took her other bundle of papers from her, and leapt out of the bed, and in my shirt clapped them into the pocket of my breeches, that she might not get them from me, and having got on my stockings, and breeches, and gown, I pulled them out one by one, and tore them all before her face, though it went against my heart to do it, she crying and desiring me not to do it. But such was my passion and trouble to see the letters of my love to her, and my will, wherein I had given her all I have in the world, when I went to sea with my Lord Sandwich, to be joined with a paper of so much disgrace to me and dishonour, if it should have been found by anybody. Having torn them all, saving a bond of my uncle Robert's, which she hath long had in her hands, and our marriage license, and the first letter that ever I sent her when I was her servant, I took up the pieces and carried them into my chamber, and there, after many disputes with myself whether I should burn them or no, and having picked up the pieces of the paper she read to-day, and of my will, which I tore, I burnt all the rest, and so went out to my office, troubled in mind. Hither comes Major Tolhurst, one of my old acquaintance in Cromwell's time, and sometimes of our club, to see me. And I could do no less than carry him to the Mitre, and having sent for Mr. Bean, a merchant, a neighbour of mine, we sat and talked, Tolhurst telling me the manner of their collieries in the north. We broke up, and I home to dinner. And to see my folly, as discontented as I am, when my wife came I could not forbear smiling all dinner, till she began to speak bad words again, and then I began to be angry again, and so to my office. Mr. Bland came in the evening to me hither, and sat talking to me about many things of merchandise, and I should be very happy in his discourse, durst I confess my ignorance to him, which is not so fit for me to do. There coming a letter to me from Mr. Pierce the surgeon, by my desire appointing his and Dr. Clarke's coming to dine with me next Monday, I went to my wife and agreed upon matters, and at last for my honour am forced to make her presently a new moire gown to be seen by Mrs. Clarke, which troubles me to part with so much money. But, however, it sets my wife and I to friends again, though I and she never were so heartily angry in our lives as to-day almost, and I doubt the heart-burning will not be soon over, and the truth is I am sorry for the tearing of so many poor loving letters of mine from sea and elsewhere to her. So to my office again, and there the scrivener brought me the end of the manuscript which I am going to get together of things of the navy, which pleases me much. So home, and mighty friends with my wife again, and so to bed. 10th. Up and to the office. From thence, before we sat, Sir W. Pen sent for me to his bedside to talk, indeed to reproach me with my not owning to Sir J. Minnes that he had my advice in the blocking up of the garden door the other day, which is now by him out of fear to Sir J. Minnes opened again. To which I answered him so indifferently that I think he and I shall be at a distance, at least to one another, better than ever we did, and love one another less, which for my part I think I need not care for. So to the office, and sat till noon. Then rose and to dinner, and then to the office again, where Mr. Creed sat with me till late, talking very good discourse, as he is full of it, though a cunning knave in his art, at least not to be too much trusted, till Sir J. Minnes came in, which at last he did. And so, beyond my expectation, he was willing to sign his accounts, notwithstanding all his objections, which really were very material. And yet how like a doting coxcomb he signs the accounts without the least satisfaction, for which we both sufficiently laughed at him and Sir W. Batten after they had signed them and were gone. And so sat talking together till 11 o'clock at night, and so home and to bed. 11th, Lord's Day. Lay long, talking pleasant with my wife. Then up, and to church, the pew being quite full with strangers come along with Sir W. Batten and Sir J. Minnes. So after a pitiful sermon of the young Scot, home to dinner. After dinner comes a footman of my Lord Sandwich's, my Lord being come to town last night, with a letter from my father, in which he presses me to carry on the business for Tom with his late mistress, which I am sorry to see my father do, it being so much out of our power or for his advantage, as it is clear to me it is, which I shall think of and answer in my next. So to my office all the afternoon, writing orders myself to have ready against tomorrow, that I might not appear negligent to Mr. Coventry. In the evening to Sir W. Penn's, where Sir J. Minnes and Sir W. Batten, and afterwards came Sir G. Carteret. There talked about business, and afterwards to Sir W. Batten's, where we stayed talking and drinking cider, and so I went away to my office a little, and so home and to bed. 12th. Up, and to Sir W. Batten's to bid him and Sir J. Minnes adieu, they going this day towards Portsmouth, and then to Sir W. Penn's to see Sir J. Lawson, who I heard was there, where I found him the same plain man that he was, after all his success in the Straits, with which he is come loaded home. Thence to Sir G. Carteret, and with him in his coach to Whitehall, and first I to see my Lord Sandwich, being come now from Hinchingbroke, and after talking a little with him, he and I to the Duke's chamber, where Mr. Coventry and he and I into the Duke's closet, and Sir J. Lawson discoursing upon business of the Navy, and particularly got his consent to the ending some difficulties in Mr. Creed's accounts. Thence to my Lord's lodgings, and with Mr. Creed to the King's Head Ordinary, but people being set down, we went to 2 or 3 places. At last found some meat at a Welsh cook's, at Charing Cross, and here dined, and our boys. After dinner to the Change, to buy some linen for my wife, and going back met our 2 boys. Mine had struck down Creed's boy in the dirt, with his new suit on, and the boy taken by a gentlewoman into a house to make clean, but the poor boy was in a pitiful taking and pickle, but I basted my rogue soundly. Thence to my Lord's lodging, and Creed to his, for his papers against the committee. I found my Lord within, and he and I went out through the garden towards the Duke's chamber, to sit upon the Tangier matters. But a lady called to my Lord out of my Lady Castlemaine's lodging, telling him that the King was there, and would speak with him. My Lord could not tell me what to bid me say at the committee to excuse his absence, but that he was with the King, nor would suffer me to go into the privy garden, which is now a through passage and common, but bid me to go through some other way, which I did. So that I see he is a servant of the King's pleasures too, as well as business. So I went to the committee, where we spent all this night attending to Sir J. Lawson's description of Tangier and the place for the mole, of which he brought a very pretty draught. Concerning the making of the mole, Mr. Cholmondeley did also discourse very well, having had some experience in it. Being broke up, I home by coach to Mr. Bland's, and there discoursed about sending away of the merchant ship which hangs for so long on hand for Tangier. So to my Lady Batten's, and sat with her a while, Sir W. Batten being gone out of town, but I did it out of design to get some oranges for my feast tomorrow of her, which I did. So home, and found my wife's new gown come home, and she mightily pleased with it. But I appeared very angry that there were no more things got ready against tomorrow's feast, and in that passion sat up long, and went discontented to bed. 13th. So my poor wife rose by 5 o'clock in the morning before day, and went to market and bought fowls and many other things for dinner, with which I was highly pleased, and the chine of beef was down also before 6 o'clock, and my own Jack, of which I was doubtful, do carry it very well. Things being put in order, and the cook come, I went to the office, where we sat till noon, and then broke up, and I home. Whither by and by comes Dr. Clarke and his lady, his sister, and a she-cousin, and Mr. Pierce and his wife, which was all my guests. I had for them, after oysters at first course, a hash of rabbits, a lamb, and a rare chine of beef. Next a great dish of roasted fowl, cost me about 30 shillings, and a tart, and then fruit and cheese. My dinner was noble and enough. I had my house mighty clean and neat, my room below with a good fire in it, my dining room above, and my chamber being made a withdrawing chamber, and my wife's a good fire also. I find my new table very proper, and will hold 9 or 10 people well, but 8 with great room. After dinner the women to cards in my wife's chamber, and the doctor and Mr. Pierce in mine, because the dining room smokes unless I keep a good charcoal fire, which I was not then provided with. At night to supper, had a good sack posset and cold meat, and sent my guests away about 10 o'clock at night, both them and myself highly pleased with our management of this day. And indeed their company was very fine, and Mrs. Clarke a very witty fine lady, though a little conceited and proud. So weary, so to bed. I believe this day's feast will cost me near £5. 14th. Lay very long in bed, till with shame forced to rise, being called up by Mr. Bland about business. He being gone, I went and stayed upon business at the office, and then home to dinner. And after dinner stayed a little, talking pleasant with my wife, who tells me of another woman offered by her brother that is pretty and can sing, to which I do listen, but will not appear over-forward. But I say I must keep somebody for company's sake to my wife, for I am ashamed she should live as she do. So to the office till 10 at night upon business, and numbering and examining part of my sea manuscript with great pleasure, my wife sitting working by me. So home to supper and to bed. 15th. Up and to my office, preparing things. By and by we met and sat, Mr. Coventry and I, till noon, and then I took him to dine with me, I having a wild goose roasted, and a cold chine of beef, and a barrel of oysters. We dined alone in my chamber, and then he and I to fit ourselves for horseback, he having brought me a horse, and so to Deptford, the ways being very dirty. There we walked up and down the yard and wet dock, and did our main business, which was to examine the proof of our new way of the call books, which we think will be of great use. And so to horse again, and I home with his horse, leaving him to go over the fields to Lambeth, his boy at my house taking home his horse. I vexed, having left my keys in my other pocket in my chamber, and my door is shut, so that I was forced to set my boy in at the window, which done I shifted myself, and so to my office till late, and then home to supper, my mind being troubled about Fields's business and my uncle's, which the term coming on I must think to follow again. So to prayers and to bed, and much troubled in mind this night in my dreams about my uncle Thomas and his son going to law with us. 16th. Lay long, talking in bed with my wife. Up, and Mr. Battersby, the apothecary, coming to see me. I called for the cold chine of beef, and made him eat, and drink wine, and talked, there being with us Captain Brewer, the painter, who tells me how highly the presbyters do talk in the coffee-houses still, which I wonder at. They being gone, I walked 2 or 3 hours with my brother Tom, telling him my mind how it is troubled about my father's concernments, and how things would be with them all, if it should please God that I should die, and therefore desire him to be a good husband, and follow his business, which I hope he do. At noon to dinner, and after dinner my wife began to talk of a woman again, which I have a mind to have, and would be glad Paul might please us, but she is quite against having her, nor have I any great mind to it, but only for her good, and to save money flung away upon a stranger. So to my office till 9 o'clock about my navy manuscripts, and there troubled in my mind more and more about my uncle's business, from a letter come this day from my father, that tells me that all his tenants are sued by my uncle, which will cost me some new trouble. I went home to supper, and so to bed. 17th. Waked early with my mind troubled about our law matters, but it came into my mind that sayings of Epictetus, which did put me to a great deal of ease, it being a saying of great reason. Up to the office, and there sat Mr. Coventry, Mr. Pett, new come to town, and I. I was sorry for signing a bill and guiding Mr. Coventry to sign a bill to Mr. Creed for his pay as Deputy Treasurer to this day, though the service ended 5 or 6 months ago, which he perceiving did blot out his name afterwards, but I will clear myself to him from design in it. Sat till 2 o'clock, and then home to dinner, and Creed with me, and after dinner, to put off my mind's trouble, I took Creed by coach, and to the Duke's playhouse, where we did see the 5 hours' entertainment again, which indeed is a very fine play, though, through my being out of order, it did not seem so good as at first, but I could discern it was not any fault in the play. Thence with him to the China alehouse, and there drank a bottle or 2, and so home, where I found my wife and her brother discoursing about Mr. Ashwell's daughter, whom we are like to have for my wife's woman, and I hope it may do very well, seeing there is a necessity of having one. So to the office to write letters, and then home to supper and to bed. 18th, Lord's Day. Up, and after the barber had done, and I had spoke with Mr. Smith, whom I sent for on purpose to speak of Field's business, who stands upon £250 before he will release us, which do trouble me highly, and also Major Allen of the Victualling Office about his ship to be hired for Tangier. I went to church, and thence home to dinner alone with my wife, very pleasant, and after dinner to church again, and heard a dull drowsy sermon, and so home and to my office, perfecting my vows again for the next year, which I have now done, and sworn to in the presence of Almighty God, to observe, upon the respective penalties thereto annexed, and then to Sir W. Penn's, though much against my will, for I cannot bear him, but only to keep him from complaint to others that I do not see him, to see how he do, and find him pretty well, and ready to go abroad again. 19th. Up and to Whitehall. And while the Duke is dressing himself, I went to wait on my Lord Sandwich, whom I found not very well, and Dr. Clarke with him. He is feverish, and hath sent for Mr. Pierce to let him blood, but not being in the way, he puts it off till night, but he stirs not abroad to-day. Then to the Duke, and in his closet discoursed as we used to do, and then broke up. That done, I singled out Mr. Coventry into the matted gallery, and there I told him the complaints I meet every day about our treasurers or his people's paying no money, but at the goldsmiths' shops, where they are forced to pay 15 or 20 sometimes per cent for their money, which is a most horrid shame, and that which must not be suffered. Nor is it likely that the treasurer, at least his people, will suffer Meynell the goldsmith to go away 10,000 per annum, as he do now get, by making people pay after this manner for their money. We were interrupted by the Duke, who called Mr. Coventry aside for half an hour, walking with him in the gallery, and then in the garden. And then going away, I ended my discourse with Mr. Coventry. But by the way, Mr. Coventry was saying that there remained nothing now in our office to be amended, but what would do of itself every day better and better, for as much as he that was slowest, Sir W. Batten, do now begin to look about him and to mind business, at which, God forgive me, I was a little moved with envy, but yet I am glad, and ought to be, though it do lessen a little my care to see that the King's service is like to be better attended than it was heretofore. Thence by coach to Mr. Pepys, being invited thither by him, came a messenger this morning from him, where really he made a most excellent and large dinner of their variety even to admiration, he bidding us, in a frolic, to call for what we had a mind, and he would undertake to give it us. And we did, for prawns, swan, venison, after I had thought the dinner was quite done, and he did immediately produce it, which I thought great plenty, and he seems to set off his rest in this plenty and the neatness of his house, which he after dinner showed me from room to room, so beset with delicate pictures, and above all a piece of perspective in his closet in the low parlour, his stable, where were some most delicate horses, and the very racks painted, and mangers, with a neat leaden painted cistern, and the walls done with Dutch tiles like my chimneys. But still, above all things, he bid me go down into his wine cellar, where upon several shelves there stood bottles of all sorts of wine, new and old, with labels pasted upon each bottle, and in the order and plenty as I never saw books in a bookseller's shop. And herein I observe he puts his highest content, and will accordingly commend all that he hath. But still they deserve to be so. Here dined with me Dr. Hoare and Mr. Scaven. There with him and Mr. Bland, whom we met by the way, to my Lord Chancellor's, where the King was, to meet my Lord Treasurer, etc. Many great men, to settle the revenue of Tangier. I stayed talking a while there, but the King not coming, I walked to my brother's, where I met my cousin Scots, Tom not being at home, and sent for a glass of wine for them, and having drunk, we parted, and I to the wardrobe talking with Mr. Moore about my law businesses, which I doubt will go ill for want of time for me to attend them. So home, where I found Mrs. Lodum speaking with my wife about her kinswoman, which is offered my wife to come as a woman to her. So to the office and put things in order, and then home and to bed. It being my great comfort that every day I understand more and more the pleasure of following of business, and the credit that a man gets by it, which I hope at last too will end in profit. This day, by Dr. Clarke, I was told the occasion of my Lord Chesterfield's going and taking his lady, my Lord Ormond's daughter, from court. It seems he not only hath been long jealous of the Duke of York, but did find them two talking together, though there were others in the room, and the lady by all opinions a most good, virtuous woman. He, the next day, of which the Duke was warned by somebody that saw the passion my Lord Chesterfield was in the night before, went and told the Duke how much he did apprehend himself wronged, in his picking out his lady of the whole court to be the subject of his dishonour, which the Duke did answer with great calmness, not seeming to understand the reason of complaint. And that was all that passed, but my Lord did presently pack his lady into the country in Derbyshire, near the Peak, which is become a proverb at court, to send a man's wife to the devil's arse a peak, when she vexes him. This noon I did find out Mr. Dixon at Whitehall, and discoursed with him about Mrs. Wheatley's daughter for a wife for my brother Tom, and have committed it to him to inquire the pleasure of her father and mother concerning it. I demanded 300 pounds. 20th. Up betimes and to the office, where all the morning. Dined at home, and Mr. Dean of Woolwich with me, talking about the abuses of the yard. Then to the office about business all the afternoon with great pleasure, seeing myself observed by everybody to be the only man of business of us all, but Mr. Coventry. So till late at night, and then home to supper and bed. 21st. Up early, leaving my wife very ill in bed, and to my office till 8 o'clock, there coming Charles Pepys to demand his legacy of me, which I denied him upon good reason of his father and brothers suing us, and so he went away. Then came Commissioner Pett, and he and I by agreement went to Deptford, and after a turn or two in the yard to Greenwich, and thence walked to Woolwich. Here we did business, and I on board the Tangier merchant, a ship freighted by us, that has long lain on hand in her dispatch to Tangier, but is now ready for sailing. Back and dined at Mr. Ackworth's, where a pretty dinner, and she a pretty modest woman. But above all things we saw her rock, which is one of the finest things done by a woman that ever I saw. I must have my wife to see it. After dinner on board the Elias, and found the timber brought by her from the Forest of Dean to be exceeding good. The captain gave each of us 2 barrels of pickled oysters put up for the Queen Mother. So to the dock again, and took him Mrs. Ackworth and another gentlewoman, and carried them to London, and at the Globe Tavern in Eastcheap did give them a glass of wine, and so parted. I home, where I found my wife ill in bed all day, and her face swelled with pain. My Will has received my last 2 quarters' salary, of which I am glad. So to my office till late, and then home, and after the barber had done, to bed. 22nd. To the office, where Sir W. Batten and Sir J. Minnes are come from Portsmouth. We sat till dinner time, then home, and Mr. Dixon by agreement came to dine, to give me an account of his success with Mr. Wheatley for his daughter for my brother. And in short it is, that his daughter cannot fancy my brother because of his imperfection in his speech, which I am sorry for. But there the business must die, and we must look out for another. There came in also Mrs. Lodom with an answer from her brother Ashwell's daughter, who is likely to come to me, and with her my wife's brother, and I carried Commissioner Pett in with me, so I feared want of victuals. But I had a good dinner and mirth, and so rose and broke up, and with the rest of the officers to Mr. Russell's burial, where we had wine and rings, and a great and good company of aldermen, and the livery of the Skinners' Company. We went to St. Dunstan's in the East Church, where a sermon, but I stayed not, but went home. And after writing letters, I took coach to Mr. Pepys, but he not within, I left a letter there of Tangier business, and so to my Lord's, and there find him not sick, but expecting his fit to-night of an ague. Here was Sir W. Compton, Mr. Povey, Mr. Bland, Mr. Gordon, and myself. We were very busy about getting provisions sent forthwith to Tangier, fearing that by Mr. Gordon's neglect they might want bread. So, among other ways thought of to supply them, I was empowered by the Commissioners of Tangier that were present to write to Plymouth and direct Mr. Landian to take up vessels great or small, to the quantity of 150 tons, and fill them with bread of Mr. Gordon's lying ready there for Tangier, which they undertake to bear me out in, and to see the freight paid. This I did. About 10 o'clock we broke up, and my Lord's fit was coming upon him, and so we parted, I with Mr. Creed, Mr. Pierce, Win Howe, and Captain Ferrers, who was got almost drunk this afternoon, and was mighty capricious, and ready to fall out with anybody. Supped together in the little chamber that was mine heretofore, upon some fowls sent by Mr. Shepley. So we were very merry till 12 at night, and so away, and I lay with Mr. Creed at his lodgings, and slept well. 23rd. Up, and hastened him in dispatching some business relating to Tangier, and I away homewards. Hearing that my Lord had a bad fit to-night, called at my brother's, and found him sick in bed, of a pain in the sole of one of his feet, without swelling, knowing not how it came, but it will not suffer him to stand these 2 days. So to Mr. Moore, and Mr. Lovell our proctor being there, discoursed of my law business. Thence to Mr. Grant, to bid him come for money for Mr. Barlow, and he and I to a coffee house, where Sir J. Cutler was. And in discourse, among other things, he did fully make it out that the trade of England is as great as ever it was, only in more hands, and that of all trades there is a greater number than ever there was, by reason of men taking more prentices, because of their having more money than heretofore. His discourse was well worth hearing. Coming by Temple Bar, I bought Audley's Way to be Rich, a serious pamphlet, and some good things worth my minding. Thence homewards, and meeting Sir W. Batten, turned back again to a coffee house, and there drunk more till I was almost sick. And here much discourse, but little to be learned, but of a design in the north of a rising, which is discovered among some men of condition, and they sent for up. Thence to the Change, and so home with him by coach, and I to see how my wife do, who is pretty well again. And so to dinner to Sir W. Batten's to a Cod's Head, and so to my office. And after stopping to see Sir W. Penn, where was Sir J. Lawson and his lady and daughter, which is pretty enough, I came back to my office, and there set to business pretty late, finishing the margenting my navy manuscript. So home and to bed. 24th. Lay pretty long, and by lying with my sheet upon my lip, as I have of old observed it, my upper lip was blistered in the morning. To the office all the morning, sat till noon, then to the Exchange to look out for a ship for Tangier, and delivered my manuscript to be bound at the stationer's. So to dinner at home, and then down to Redriff, to see a ship hired for Tangier, what readiness she was in, and found her ready to sail. Then home, and so by coach to Mr. Pepys, where Sir W. Compton, Mr. Bland, Gordon, Sir J. Lawson, and myself met to settle the victualling of Tangier for the time past, which with much ado we did, and for a 6 months' supply more. So home in Mr. Gordon's coach, and to my office till late about business, and find that it is business that must and do every day bring me to something. So home to supper and to bed. 25th, Lord's Day. Lay till 9 a bed, then up, and being trimmed by the barber, I walked towards Whitehall, calling upon Mr. Moore, whom I found still very ill of his ague. I discoursed with him about my lord's estate, against I speak with my lord this day. Thence to the King's Head Ordinary at Charing Cross, and sent for Mr. Creed, where we dined very finely and good company, good discourse. I understand the King of France is upon consulting his divines upon the old question, what the power of the Pope is, and do intend to make war against him, unless he do right him for the wrong his ambassador received, and banish the Cardinal Imperial, which I understand this day is not meant the Cardinal belonging or chosen by the Emperor, but the name of his family is Imperiali. Thence to walk in the park, which we did 2 hours, it being a pleasant sunshine day, though cold. Our discourse upon the rise of most men that we know, and observing them to be the results of chance, not policy, in any of them, particularly Sir J. Lawson's, from his declaring against Charles Stuart in the river of Thames, and for the rump. Thence to my lord, who had his ague fit last night, but is now pretty well. And I stayed talking with him an hour alone in his chamber, about sundry public and private matters. Among others, he wonders what the project should be of the Duke's going down to Portsmouth just now with his lady, at this time of the year. It being no way, we think, to increase his popularity, which is not great, nor yet safe to do it, for that reason, if it would have any such effect. By and by comes in my Lady Wright, and so I went away. And after talking with Captain Ferrers, who tells me of my Lady Castlemaine's and Sir Charles Berkeley being the great favourites at court, and growing every day more and more. And that upon a late dispute between my Lord Chesterfield, that is the Queen's Lord Chamberlain, and Mr. Edward Montague, her Master of the Horse, who should have the precedence in taking the Queen's upper hand abroad out of the house, which Mr. Montague challenges, it was given to my Lord Chesterfield. So that I perceive he goes down the wind in honour as well as everything else, every day. So walked to my brother's, and talked with him, who tells me that this day a messenger is come, that tells us how Colonel Honeywood, who was well yesterday at Canterbury, was flung by his horse in getting up, and broke his skull, and so is dead. So home and to the office, dispatching some business, and so home to supper, and then to prayers and to bed. 26th. Up and by water with Sir W. Batten to Whitehall, drinking a glass of wormwood wine at the Still Yard, and so up to the Duke, and with the rest of the officers did our common service, thence to my Lord Sandwich's, but he was in bed and had a bad fit last night, and so I went to Westminster Hall, it being term time, it troubling me to think that I should have any business there to trouble myself and thoughts with. Here I met with Monsieur Raby, who is lately come from France. He tells me that my Lord Hinchingbroke and his brother do little improve there, and are much neglected in their habits and other things. But I do believe he hath a mind to go over as their tutor, and so I am not apt to believe what he says therein. But I had a great deal of very good discourse with him, concerning the difference between the French and the Pope, and the occasion which he told me very particularly, and to my great content, and of most of the chief affairs of France, which I did inquire, and that the King is a most excellent prince, doing all business himself, and that it is true he hath a mistress, Mademoiselle La Vallière, one of the Princess Henriette's women, that he courts for his pleasure every other day, but not so as to make him neglect his public affairs. He tells me how the King did carry himself nobly to the relations of the dead Cardinal, and will not suffer one pasquil to come forth against him, and that he acts by what directions he received from him before his death. Having discoursed long with him, I took him by coach and set him down at my Lord Crew's, and myself went and dined at Mr. Pepys, where Orlando Massam, Mr. Wilkes, a wardrobe man, myself and Mr. Gordon, and had just such another dinner as I had the other day there. But above all things I do the most admire his piece of perspective especially, he opening me the closet door, and there I saw that there is nothing but only a plain picture hung upon the wall. After dinner Mr. Gordon and I to settle the business of the Tangier victualling, which I perceive none of them yet have hitherto understood but myself. Thence by coach to Whitehall, and met upon the Tangier commission, our greatest business the discoursing of getting things ready for my Lord Rutherford, to go about the middle of March next, and a proposal of Sir J. Lawson's and Mr. Cholmondeley's concerning undertaking the Mole, which is referred to another time. So by coach home, being melancholy, overcharged with business, and methinks I fear that I have some ill offices done to Mr. Coventry, or else he observes that of late I have not dispatched business so as I did use to do, which I confess I do acknowledge. But it may be it is but my fear only, he is not so fond as he used to be of me. But I do believe that Sir W. Batten has made him believe that I do too much crow upon having his kindness, and so he may on purpose to countenance him seem a little more strange to me. But I will study hard to bring him back again to the same degree of kindness. So home, and after a little talk with my wife to the office, and did a great deal of business there till very late, and then home to supper and to bed. 27th. Up and to the office, where sat till 2 o'clock, and then home to dinner, whither by and by comes Mr. Creed, and he and I talked of our Tangier business, and do find that there is nothing in the world done with true integrity, but there is design along with it, as in my Lord Rutherford, who designs to have the profit of victualling of the garrison himself, and others to have the benefit of making the Mole, so that I am almost discouraged from coming any more to the committee, were it not that it will possibly hereafter bring me to some acquaintance of great men. Then to the office again, where very busy till past 10 at night, and so home to supper and to bed. I have news this day from Cambridge that my brother hath had his bachelor's cap put on, but that which troubles me is, that he hath the pain of the stone, and makes bloody water with great pain, it beginning just as mine did. I pray God help him. 28th. Up and all the morning at my office doing business, and at home seeing my painter's work measured. So to dinner, and abroad with my wife, carrying her to Unthanks, where she alights, and I to my Lord Sandwich's, whom I find missing his egg fit to-day, and is pretty well, playing at dice. And by this I see how time and example may alter a man, he being now acquainted with all sorts of pleasures and vanities, which heretofore he never thought of nor loved, nor, it may be, hath allowed, with Ned Pickering and his page Lord. Thence to the Temple to my cousin Roger Pepys, and thence to Serjeant Bernard, to advise with him and retain him against my uncle, my heart and head being very heavy with the business. Thence to Wotton's, the shoemaker, and there bought another pair of new boots, for the other I bought my last would not fit me, and here I drank with him and his wife, a pretty woman, they broaching a vessel of cider a purpose for me. So home, and there found my wife come home, and seeming to cry, for bringing home in a coach her new Farringdon waistcoat. In Cheapside a man asked her whether that was the way to the Tower, and while she was answering him, another on the other side snatched away her bundle out of her lap, and could not be recovered, but ran away with it, which vexes me cruelly, but it cannot be helped. So to my office, and there till almost 12 at night with Mr. Lewis, learning to understand the manner of a purser's account, which is very hard, and little understood by my fellow officers, and yet mighty necessary. So at last with great content broke up, and home to supper and to bed. 29th. Lay chiding, and then pleased, with my wife in bed, and did consent to her having a new waistcoat made her, for that which she lost yesterday. So to the office, and sat all the morning. At noon dined with Mr. Coventry at Sir J. Minnes his lodgings, the first time that ever I did yet, and am sorry for doing it now, because of obliging me to do the like to him again. Here dined old Captain Marsh of the Tower with us. So to visit Sir W. Pen, and then to the office, and there late upon business by myself, my wife being sick to-day. So home, and to supper and to bed. 30th. A solemn fast for the King's murther, and we are forced to keep it more than we would have done, having forgot to take any victuals into the house. I to church in the forenoon, and Mr. Mills made a good sermon upon David's heart smiting him for cutting off the garment of Saul. Home, and whiled away some of the afternoon at home talking with my wife. So to my office, and all alone making up my month's accounts, which, to my great trouble, I find that I am got no further than £640. But I have had great expenses this month. I pray God the next may be a little better, as I hope it will. In the evening my manuscript is brought home handsomely bound, to my full content. And now I think I have a better collection in reference to the Navy, and shall have, by the time I have filled it, than any of my predecessors. So home, and eat something such as we have, bread and butter and milk, and so to bed. 31st. Up into my office, and there we sat till noon. I home to dinner, and there found my plate of the Sovereign with the table to it come from Mr. Christopher Pett, of which I am very glad. So to dinner late, and not very good, only a rabbit not half roasted, which made me angry with my wife. So to the office, and there till late, busy all the while. In the evening, examining my wife's letter intended to my lady, and another to mademoiselle. They were so false spelt, that I was ashamed of them, and took occasion to fall out about them with my wife, and so she wrote none, at which, however, I was sorry, because it was in answer to a letter of Madam about business. Late home to supper, and to bed. End of January. February. In the Diary of Samuel Pepys, 1663. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. The Diary of Samuel Pepys, 1663. By Samuel Pepys. February. February 1st, Lord's Day. Up and to church, where Mr. Mills, a good sermon, and so home, and had a good dinner with my wife, with which I was pleased to see it neatly done. And this troubled me, to think of parting with Jane, that is come to be a very good cook. After dinner walked to my Lord Sandwich, and stayed with him in the chamber, talking almost all the afternoon, he being not yet got abroad since his weakness. Many discourses we had, but, among others, how Sir R. Bernard is turned out of his recordership of Huntingdon by the Commissioners for Regulation, etc., at which I am troubled, because he, thinking it is done by my Lord Sandwich, will act some of his revenge, it is likely, upon me in my business, so that I must cast about me to get some other counsel to rely upon. In the evening came Mr. Povey and others to see my Lord, and they gone, my Lord and I and Povey fell to the business of Tangier as to the victualling, and so broke up. And I, it being a fine frost, my boy lighting me, I walked home, and after supper up to prayers, and then alone with my wife, and Jane did fall to tell her what I did expect would become of her, since, after so long being my servant, she had carried herself so as to make us be willing to put her away, and desired God to bless her, but bid her never to let me hear what became of her, for that I could never pardon ingratitude. So I to bed, my mind much troubled for the poor girl that she leaves us, and yet she not submitting herself, for some words she spoke boldly, and yet I believe innocently, and out of familiarity to her mistress about us, weeks ago. I could not recall my words that she should stay with me. This day, Creed and I, walking in Whitehall garden, did see the king coming privately from my Lady Castlemaine's, which is a poor thing for a prince to do, and I expressed my sense of it to Creed in terms which I should not have done, but that I believe he is trusty in that point. 2nd. Up, and after paying Jane her wages, I went away, because I could hardly forbear weeping. And she cried, saying it was not her fault that she went away, and indeed it is hard to say what it is, but only her not desiring to stay that she do now go. By coach with Sir J. Minnes and Sir W. Batten to the Duke, and after discourse as usual with him in his closet, I went to my Lord's. The King and Duke being gone to chapel, it being holiday, it being Candlemas Day, where I stayed with him a while until towards noon, there being Jonas Moore talking about some mathematical businesses. And thence I walked at noon to Mr. Povey's, where Mr. Gordon met me, and after a neat and plenteous dinner as is usual, we fell to our victualling business, till Mr. Gordon and I did almost fall out, he defending himself in the readiness of his provision, when I know that the ships everywhere stay for them. Thence Mr. Povey and I walked to Whitehall, it being a great frost still. And after a turn in the park seeing them slide, we met at the committee for Tangier, a good full committee, and agreed how to proceed in the dispatching of my Lord Rutherford, and treating about this business of Mr. Cholmondeley and Sir J. Lawson's proposal for the mole. Thence with Mr. Coventry down to his chamber, where, among other discourse, he did tell me how he did make it not only his desire, but as his greatest pleasure, to make himself an interest by doing business truly and justly, though he thoughts others greater than himself, not striving to make himself friends by addresses. And by this he thinks and observes he do live as contentedly, now he finds himself secured from fear of want, and take one time with another, as void of fear or cares, or more, than they that, as his own terms were, have quicker pleasures and sharper agonies than he. Thence walking with Mr. Creed homewards, we turned into a house and drank a cup of cock ale, and so parted, and I to the Temple, where at my cousin Roger's chamber I met Madam Turner, and after a little stay led her home, and there left her, she and her daughter having been at the play to-day at the Temple, it being a revelling time with them. Thence called at my brother's, who is at church, at the burial of young Cumberland, a lusty young man. So home, and there found Jane gone, for which my wife and I are very much troubled, and myself could hardly forbear shedding tears for fear the poor wench should come to any ill condition after her being so long with me. So to my office, and setting papers to rights, and then home to supper and to bed. This day at my Lord's I sent for Mr. Ashwell, and his wife came to me, and by discourse I perceive their daughter is very fit for my turn, if my family may be as much for hers. But I doubt it will be to her loss to come to me for so small wages. But that will be considered of. 3rd. To the office all the morning, at noon to dinner, where Mr. Creed dined with me, and Mr. Ashwell, with whom after dinner I discoursed concerning his daughter coming to live with us. I find that his daughter will be very fit, I think, as any for our turn. But the conditions I know not what they will be, he leaving it wholly to her, which will be agreed on a while hence when my wife sees her. After an hour's discourse after dinner with them, I to my office again, and there about business of the office till late, and then home to supper and to bed. 4th. Up early and to Mr. Moore, and thence to Mr. Lovel about my law business, and from him to Paul's school, it being apposition day there. I heard some of their speeches, and they were just as schoolboys used to be, of the 7 liberal sciences, but I think not so good as ours were in our time. Away thence and to Bow Church, to the Court of Archers, where a judge sits, and his proctors about him in their habits, and their pleadings all in Latin. Here I was sworn to give a true answer to my uncle's libels, and so paid my fee for swearing, and back again to Paul's school, and went up to see the head forms posed in Latin, Greek, and Hebrew. But I think they did not answer in any so well as we did. Only in geography they did pretty well. Dr. Wilkins and Outram were examiners. So down to the school, where Dr. Crumlin did me much honour by telling many what a present I had made to the school, showing my Stephanus in 4 volumes, cost me £4 10s. He also shewed us, upon my desire, an old edition of the Grammar of Colette's, where his epistle to the children is very pretty. And in rehearsing the creed it is said, born of the clean Virgin Mary. Thence with Mr. Elborough, he being all of my old acquaintance that I could meet with here, to a cook shop to dinner. But I found him a fool, as he ever was, or worse. Thence to my cousin Roger Pepys and Mr. Phillips about my law businesses, which stand very bad, and so home to the office, where after doing some business I went home, where I found our new maid Mary, and that is come in Jane's place. 5th. Up and to the office, where we sat all the morning, and then home to dinner, and found it so well done, above what I did expect from my maid Susan, now Jane is gone, that I did call her in and give her 6d. Thence walked to the Temple, and there at my cousin Roger Pepys's chamber, met by appointment with my uncle Thomas and his son Thomas, and there I shewing them a true state of my uncle's estate as he has left it, with the debts, etc. lying upon it, and we did come to some quiet talk and fair offers against an agreement on both sides, though I do offer quite to the losing of the profit of the whole estate for 8 or 10 years together. Yet if we can gain peace and set my mind at a little liberty, I shall be glad of it. I did give them a copy of this state, and we are to meet tomorrow with their answer. So walked home, it being a very great frost still, and to my office, there late writing letters of office business, and so home to supper and to bed. 6th. Up and to my office about business, examining people what they could swear against Field. And the whole is, that he has called us cheating rogues and cheating knaves, for which we hope to be even with him. Thence to Lincoln's Inn Fields, and it being too soon to go to dinner, I walked up and down, and looked upon the outside of the new theatre, now a building in Covent Garden, which will be very fine. And so to a bookseller's in the Strand, and there bought Hudibras again, it being certainly some ill humour to be so against that which all the world cries up to be the example of wit, for which I am resolved once again to read him, and see whether I can find it or no. So to Mr. Pepys, and there found them at dinner, and dined there being, among others, Mr. Williamson, Latin Secretary, who I perceive is a pretty knowing man and a scholar, but it may be he thinks himself to be too much so. Thence after dinner to the Temple, to my cousin Roger Pepys, where met us my uncle Thomas and his son. And after many high demands, we at last came to a kind of agreement upon very hard terms, which are to be prepared in writing against Tuesday next. But by the way promising them to pay my cousin Mary's legacies at the time of her marriage, they afterwards told me that she was already married, and married very well, so that I must be forced to pay it in some time. My cousin Roger was so sensible of our coming to agreement that he could not forbear weeping, and indeed, though it is very hard, yet I am glad to my heart that we are like to end our trouble. So we parted for to-night, and I to my Lord Sandwich, and there stayed, there being a committee to sit upon the contract for the Mole, which I dare say none of us that were there understood. But yet they agreed of things, as Mr. Chumley and Sir J. Lawson demanded, who are the undertakers, and so I left them to go on to agree, for I understood it not. So home, and being called by a coachman who had a fare in him, he carried me beyond the Old Exchange, and there set down his fare, who would not pay him what was his due, because he carried a stranger with him, and so after wrangling he was fain to be content with sixpence, and being vexed the coachman would not carry me home a great while, but set me down there for the other sixpence, but with fair words he was willing to it, and so I came home into my office, setting business in order. And so to supper and to bed, my mind being in disorder as to the greatness of this day's business that I have done, but yet glad that my trouble therein is like to be over. 7th. Up and to my office, whither by agreement Mr. Coventry came before the time of sitting to confer about preparing an account of the extraordinary charge of the Navy since the King's coming, more than is properly to be applied and called the Navy charge. So by and by we sat, and so till noon. Then home to dinner, and in the afternoon some of us met again upon something relating to the victualling, and thence to my writing of letters late, and making my alphabet to my new navy book very pretty. And so after writing to my father by the post about the endeavour to come to a composition with my uncle, though a very bad one, desiring him to be contented therewith, I went home to supper and to bed. 8th, Lord's Day. Up. And it being a very great frost, I walked to Whitehall, and to my Lord Sandwich's by the fireside till chapel time, and so to chapel, where there preached little Dr. Duport of Cambridge upon Josiah's words, "But I and my house, we will serve the Lord." But though a great scholar, he made the most flat, dead sermon, both for matter and manner of delivery, that ever I heard, and very long beyond his hour, which made it worse. Thence with Mr. Creed to the King's Head Ordinary, where we dined well, and after dinner Sir Thomas Willis and another stranger, and Creed and I, fell a-talking, they of the errors and corruption of the Navy, and great expense thereof, not knowing who I was, which at last I did undertake to confute and disabuse them, and they took it very well, and I hope it was to good purpose, they being Parliament men. By and by to my Lord's, and with him a good while talking upon his want of money, and ways of his borrowing some, etc., and then by other visitants, I withdrew and away, Creed and I and Captain Ferrers to the park, and there walked finely, seeing people slide, we talking all the while, and Captain Ferrers telling me, among other court passages, how about a month ago, at a ball at court, a child was dropped by one of the ladies in dancing, but nobody knew who, it being taken up by somebody in their handkerchief. The next morning all the ladies of honour appeared early at court for their vindication, so that nobody could tell whose this mischance should be. But it seems Mrs. Wells fell sick that afternoon, and hath disappeared ever since, so that it is concluded that it was her. Another story was how my Lady Castlemaine, a few days since, had Mrs. Stewart to an entertainment, and at night began a frolic that they two must be married, and married they were, with ring and all other ceremonies of church service, and ribbons and a sack posset in bed, and flinging the stocking. But in the close it is said that my Lady Castlemaine, who was the bridegroom, rose, and the King came and took her place with pretty Mrs. Stewart. This is said to be very true. Another story was how Captain Ferrers and W. Howe both have often, through my Lady Castlemaine's window, seen her go to bed, and Sir Charles Berkeley in the chamber all the while with her. But the other day Captain Ferrers going to Sir Charles to excuse his not being so timely at his arms the other day, Sir Charles swearing and cursing told him before a great many other gentlemen that he would not suffer any man of the King's guards to be absent from his lodging a night without leave. Not but that, says he, once a week or so, I know a gentleman must go. And I am not for denying it to any man, But, however, he shall be bound to ask leave to lie abroad, and to give account of his absence, that we may know what guard the King has to depend upon. The little Duke of Monmouth, it seems, is ordered to take place of all dukes, and so to follow Prince Rupert now, before the Duke of Buckingham, or any else. Whether the wind and the cold did cause it or no, I know not, but having been this day or two mightily troubled with an itching all over my body, which I took to be a louse or two that might bite me, I found this afternoon that all my body is inflamed, and my face in a sad redness and swelling and pimpled, so that I was before we had done walking not only sick, but ashamed of myself to see myself so changed in my countenance, so that after we had thus talked, we parted, and I walked home with much ado, Captain Ferrers with me as far as Ludgate Hill towards Mr. Moore at the Wardrobe, the ways being so full of ice and water by people's trampling. At last got home, and to bed presently, and had a very bad night of it, in great pain in my stomach, and in great fever. 9th. Could not rise and go to the Duke, as I should have done with the rest, but keep my bed, and by the apothecary's advice, Mr. Battersby, I am to sweat soundly, and that will carry all this matter away which nature would of itself eject. But they will assist nature, it being some disorder given the blood, but by what I know not, unless it be by my late quantities of Danzig gherkins that I have eaten. In the evening came Sir J. Minnes and Sir W. Batten to see me, and Sir J. Minnes advises me to the same thing, but would not have me take anything from the apothecary, but from him, his Venice treacle being better than the others, which I did consent to, and did anon take, and fell into a great sweat, and about 10 or 11 o'clock came out of it and shifted myself, and slept pretty well alone, my wife lying in the red chamber above. 10th. In the morning most of my disease, that is, itching and pimples, were gone. In the morning visited by Mr. Coventry and others, and very glad I am to see that I am so much inquired after, and my sickness taken notice of as I did. I keep my bed all day, and sweat again at night, by which I expect to be very well to-morrow. This evening Sir W. Warren came himself to the door, and left a letter and box for me, and went his way. His letter mentions his giving me and my wife a pair of gloves, but opening the box we found a pair of plain white gloves for my hand, and a fair state dish of silver, and cup with my arms ready cut upon them, worth I believe about 18 pounds, which is a very noble present, and the best I ever had yet. So after some contentful talk with my wife, she to bed, and I to rest. 11th. Took a clyster in the morning, and rose in the afternoon. My wife and I dined on a pullet, and I eat heartily, having eat nothing since Sunday but water gruel and posset drink. But must needs say that our new maid Mary has played her part very well in her readiness and discretion in attending me, of which I am very glad. In the afternoon several people came to see me, my uncle Thomas, Mr. Creed, Sir J. Minnes, who has been, God knows to what end, mighty kind to me, and careful of me in my sickness. At night my wife read Sir H. Vane's trial to me, which she began last night, and I find it a very excellent thing, worth reading, and him to have been a very wise man. So to supper and to bed. 12th. Up, and find myself pretty well, and so to the office, and there all the morning. Rose at noon, and home to dinner in my green chamber, having a good fire. Thither there came my wife's brother, and brought Mary Ashwell with him, whom we find a very likely person to please us, both for person, discourse, and other qualities. She dined with us, and after dinner went away again, being agreed to come to us about 3 weeks or a month hence. My wife and I well pleased with our choice, only I pray God I may be able to maintain it. Then came an old man from Mr. Povey to give me some advice about his experience in the stone, which I am beholden to him for, and was well pleased with it, his chief remedy being castle soap in a posset. Then in the evening to the office, late writing letters and my journal since Saturday, and so home to supper and to bed. 13th. Lay very long with my wife in bed, talking with great pleasure, and then rose. This morning Mr. Cole, our timber merchant, sent me 5 couple of ducks. Our maid Susan is very ill, and so the whole trouble of the house lies upon our maid Mary, who do it very contentedly and mighty well, but I am sorry she is forced to it. Dined upon 1 couple of ducks to-day, and after dinner my wife and I by coach to Tom's, and I to the Temple did discourse with my cousin Roger Pepys about my law business, and so back again, it being a monstrous thaw after the long great frost, so that there is no passing but by coach in the streets, and hardly that. Took my wife home, and I to my office. Find myself pretty well, but fearful of cold, and so to my office, where late upon business. Mr. Bland sitting with me, talking of my Lord Windsor's being come home from Jamaica, unlooked for, which makes us think that these young lords are not fit to do any service abroad, though it is said that he could not have his health there, but hath raised a fort of the King of Spain upon Cuba, which is considerable, or said to be so, for his honour. So home to supper and to bed. This day I bought the second part of Dr. Bates's Elenchus, which reaches to the fall of Richard, and no further, for which I am sorry. This evening my wife had a great mind to choose Valentines against tomorrow, I Mrs. Clark, or Pierce, she Mr. Hunt, or Captain Ferrers, but I would not, because of getting charged both to me for mine, and to them for her, which did not please her. 14th. Up into my office, where we met and sate all the morning, only Mr. Coventry, which I think is the first or second time he has missed since he came to the office, was forced to be absent. So home to dinner, my wife and I upon a couple of ducks, and then by coach to the Temple, where my uncle Thomas and his sons both and I did meet at my cousin Roger's, and there sign and seal to an agreement. Wherein I was displeased at nothing but my cousin Roger's insisting upon my being obliged to settle upon them, as the will do, all my uncle's estate that he has left, without power of selling any for the payment of debts. But I would not yield to it without leave of selling, my Lord Sandwich himself and my cousin Thomas Pepys being judges of the necessity thereof, which was done. One thing more that troubles me was my being forced to promise to give half of what personal estate could be found more than £372, which I reported to them, which, though I do not know it to be less than what we really have found, yet he would have been glad to have been at liberty for that, but at last I did agree to it under my own handwriting on the backside of the report I did make, and did give them of the estate, and have taken a copy of it upon the backside of one that I have. All being done, I took the father and his son Thomas home by coach, and did pay them £30, the arrears of the father's annuity, and with great seeming love parted, and I presently to bed, my head aching mightily with the hot dispute I did hold with my cousin Roger, and them in the business. 15th, Lord's Day. This morning my wife did wake me, being frighted with the noise I made in my sleep, being a dream that one of our seamasters did desire to see the St. John's Isle of my drawing, which methought I showed him, but methought he did handle it so hard that it put me to very horrid pain, which, what a strange extravagant dream it was. So to sleep again, and lay long in bed, and then trim by the barber, and so sending Will to church, myself stayed at home, hanging up in my green chamber my picture of the sovereign, and putting some things in order there. So to dinner, to 3 more ducks and 2 teals, my wife and I. Then to church, where a dull sermon, and so home, and after walking about the house a while discoursing with my wife, I to my office there to set down something and to prepare businesses for tomorrow, having in the morning read over my vows, which through sickness I could not do the last Lord's Day, and not through forgetfulness or negligence, so that I hope it is no breach of my vow not to pay my forfeiture. So home, and after prayers to bed, talking long with my wife, and teaching her things in astronomy. 16th. Up and by coach with Sir W. Batten and Sir J. Minnes to Whitehall, and after we had done our usual business with the Duke, to my Lord Sandwich, and by his desire to Sir W. Wheeler, who was brought down in a sedan chair from his chamber, being lame of the gout, to borrow £1,000 of him for my Lord's occasions, but he gave me a very kind denial that he could not, but if anybody else would, he would be bond with my Lord for it. So to Westminster Hall, and there find great expectation what the Parliament will do, when they come 2 days hence to sit again in matters of religion. The great question is, whether the presbyters will be contented to have the Papists have the same liberty of conscience with them or no, or rather be denied it themselves. And the Papists, I hear, are very busy designing how to make the presbyters consent to take their liberty, and to let them have the same with them, which some are apt to think they will. It seems a priest was taken in his vest officiating somewhere in Holborn the other day, and was committed by Secretary Morris according to law, and they say the Bishop of London did give him thanks for it. Thence to my Lord Crew's, and dined there being much company, and the above said matter is now the present public discourse. Thence about several businesses to Mr. Phillips my attorney, to stop all proceedings at law, and so to the Temple, where, at the Solicitor General's, I found Mr. Chumley and Creed reading to him the agreement for him to put into form about the contract for the mole at Tangier, which is done at 13 shillings the cubical yard, though upon my conscience not one of the committee, besides the parties concerned, do understand what they do therein, whether they give too much or too little. Thence with Mr. Creed to see Mr. Moore, who continues sick still, within doors, And here I stayed a good while after him, talking of all the things, either business or no, that came into my mind. And so home, and to see Sir W. Pen, and sat and played at cards with him, his daughter, and Mrs. Ruth. And so to my office a while, and then home, and to bed. 17th. Up, and to my office, and there we sat all the morning. And at noon my wife, being gone to Chelsea with her brother and sister and Mrs. Lodham, to see the wassail at the school, where Mary Ashwell is, I took home Mr. Pett, and he dined with me all alone. And much discourse we had upon the business of the office. And so after dinner broke up, and with much ado, it raining hard, which it has not done a great while now, but only frost a great while, I got a coach, and so to the Temple, where discoursed with Mr. W. Montague about borrowing some money for my lord. And so by water, where I have not been a good while through cold, to Westminster, to Sir W. Wheeler's, whom I found busy at his own house with the Commissioners of Sewers. But I spoke to him about my lord's business of borrowing money, and so to my Lord of Sandwich, to give him an account of all, whom I found at cards with Pickering. But he made an end soon, and so all alone, he and I, after I had given him an account, he told me he had a great secret to tell me, such as no flesh knew but himself, nor aught, which was this, that yesterday morning, Esjar, Mr. Edward Montague's man, did come to him from his master with some of the clerks of the Exchequer, for my lord to sign to their books for the embassy money, which my lord very civilly desired not to do, till he had spoke with his master himself. In the afternoon, my lord and my Lady Wright being at cards in his chamber, in comes Mr. Montague, and desiring to speak with my lord at the window in his chamber, he began to charge my lord with the greatest ingratitude in the world, that he that had received his earldom, garter, 4,000 per annum, and whatever he is in the world from him, should now study him all the dishonour that he could, and so fell to tell my lord, that if he should speak all that he knew of him, he could do so and so. In a word, he did rip up all that could be said that was unworthy, and in the basest terms they could be spoken in. To which my lord answered with great temper, justifying himself, but endeavouring to lessen his heat, which was a strange temper in him, knowing that he did owe all he hath in the world to my lord, and that he is now all that he is by his means and favour. But my lord did forbear to increase the quarrel, knowing that it would be to no good purpose for the world to see a difference in the family, but did allay him so as that he fell to weeping. And after much talk, among other things Mr. Montague telling him that there was a fellow in the town, naming me, that had done ill offices, and that if he knew it to be so, he would have him cudgelled, my lord did promise him that, if upon account he saw that there was not many tradesmen unpaid, he would sign the books. But if there was, he could not bear with taking too great a debt upon him. So this day he sent him an account, and a letter assuring him there was not above 200 unpaid, and so my lord did sign to the Exchequer books. Upon the whole, I understand fully what a rogue he is, and how my lord do think and will think of him for the future, telling me that thus he has served his father my Lord Manchester, and his whole family, and now himself, and which is worst, that he hath abused, and in speeches every day do abuse, my Lord Chancellor, whose favour he hath lost, and hath no friend but Sir H. Bennet, and that, I knowing the rise of the friendship, only from the likeness of their pleasures and acquaintance and concernments they have in the same matters of lust and baseness, for which God forgive them. But he do flatter himself from promises of Sir H. Bennet that he shall have a pension of 2,000 per annum, and be made an earl. My lord told me he expected a challenge from him, but told me there was no great fear of him, for there was no man lies under such an imputation as he do in the business of Mr. Cholmley, who, though a simple sorry fellow, do brave him and struts before him with the Queen, to the sport and observation of the whole court. He did keep my lord at the window, thus reviling and braving him above an hour, my Lady Wright being by. But my lord tells me she could not hear every word, but did well know what their discourse was. She could hear enough to know that. So that he commands me to keep it as the greatest secret in the world, and bids me beware of speaking words against Mr. Montague, for fear I should suffer by his passion thereby. After he had told me this, I took coach and home, where I found my wife come home and in bed with her sister-in-law in the chamber with her, she not being able to stay to see the wassail, being so ill, which I was sorry for. Hither we sent for her sister's viol, upon which she plays pretty well for a girl, but my expectation is much deceived in her, not only for that, but in her spirit, she being, I perceive, a very subtle, witty jade, and one that will give her husband trouble enough, as little as she is, whereas I took her heretofore for a very child, and a simple fool. I played also, which I have not done this long time before upon any instrument, and at last broke up, and I to my office a little while, being fearful of being too much taken with music, for fear of returning to my old dotage thereon, and so neglect my business as I used to do. Then home and to bed. Coming home, I brought Mr. Pickering as far as the Temple, who tells me the story is very true of a child being dropped at the ball at court, and that the king had it in his closet a week after, and did dissect it, and making great sport of it, said that, in his opinion, it must have been a month and 3 hours old, and that, whatever others think, he hath the greatest loss, it being a boy, as he says, that hath lost the subject by the business. He tells me, too, that the other story of my Lady Castlemaine's and Stuart's marriage is certain, and that it was in order to the king's coming to Stuart, as is believed generally. He tells me that Sir H. Bennet is a Catholic, and how all the court almost is changed to the worse since his coming in, they being afeard of him, and that the Queen Mother's court is now the greatest of all, and that our own Queen hath little or no company come to her, which I know also to be very true, and am sorry to see it. 18th. Up, leaving my wife sick as last night in bed. I to my office all the morning, casting up with Captain Cock their accounts of 500 tons of hemp brought from Riga, and bought by him and partners upon account, wherein are many things worth my knowledge. So at noon to dinner, taking Mr. Hayter with me because of losing them, and in the afternoon he and I alone at the office, finishing our account of the extra charge of the Navy, not properly belonging to the Navy, since the King's coming into Christmas last. And all extra things being abated, I find that the true charge of the Navy to that time hath been after the rate of 374,743 pounds a year. I made an end by 11 o'clock at night, and so home to bed, almost weary. This day the Parliament met again, after their long prorogation, but I know not anything what they have done, being within doors all day. 19th. Up and to my office, where abundance of business all the morning. Dined by my wife's bedside, she not being yet well. We fell out almost upon my discourse of delaying the having of Ashwell, where my wife believing that I have a mind to have Poll, which I have not, though I could wish she did deserve to be had. So to my office, where by and by we sat, this afternoon being the first we have met upon a great while, our times being changed because of the Parliament sitting. Being rose, I to my office till 12 at night, drawing out copies of the overcharge of the Navy, one to send to Mr. Coventry early tomorrow. So home and to bed, being weary, sleepy, and my eyes begin to fail me, looking so long by candlelight upon white paper. This day I read the King's speech to the Parliament yesterday, which is very short and not very obliging, but only telling them his desire to have a power of indulging tender consciences, not that he will yield to have any mixture in the uniformity of the Church's discipline, and says the same for the Papists, but declares against their ever being admitted to have any offices or places of trust in the kingdom, but God knows too many have. 20th. Up and by water with Commissioner Pett to Deptford, and there looked over the yard and had a call, wherein I am very highly pleased with our new manner of call-books, being my invention. Thence, thinking to have gone down to Woolwich in the Charles Pleasure boat, but she run aground, it being almost low water, and so by oars to the town, and there dined, and then to the yard at Mr. Ackworth's, discoursing with the officers of the yard about their stores of masts, which was our chief business, and having done something therein, took boat, and to the pleasure boat, which was come down to fetch us back. And I could have been sick if I would, in going, the wind being very fresh, but very pleasant it was, and the first time I have sailed in any one of them. It carried us to Cuckold's Point, and so by oars to the Temple, it raining hard, where misspeaking with my cousin Roger, and so walked home and to my office. There spent the night till bedtime, and so home to supper and to bed. 21st. Up and to the office, where Sir J. Minnes, most of the rest being at the Parliament House, all the morning answering petitions and other business. Towards noon there comes a man in, as if upon ordinary business, and shows me a writ from the Exchequer, called a Commission of Rebellion, and tells me that I am his prisoner in Field's business, which methought did strike me to the heart, to think that we could not sit in the middle of the king's business. I told him how and where we were employed, and bid him have a care, and perceiving that we were busy, he said he would, and did withdraw for an hour, in which time Sir J. Minnes took coach and to court to see what he could do from thence. And our solicitor against Field came by chance, and told me that he would go and satisfy the fees of the court, and would end the business. So he went away about that, and I stayed in my closet, till by and by the man and 4 more of his fellows came to know what I would do. I told them stay till I heard from the king or my Lord Chief Baron, to whom I had now sent. With that they consulted, and told me that if I would promise to stay in the house, they would go and refresh themselves and come again, and know what answer I had. So they away, and I home to dinner, whither by chance comes Mr. Hawley, and dined with me. Before I had dined, the bailies come back again with the constable, and at the office knocked for me, but found me not there. And I, hearing in what manner they were come, did forbear letting them know where I was, so they stood knocking and enquiring for me. By and by at my parlour window comes Sir W. Batten's Mungo to tell me that his master and lady would have me come to their house through Sir J. Minnes's lodgings, which I could not do, but however by ladders did get over the pale between our yards, and so to their house, where I found them, as they have reason, to be much concerned for me, my lady especially. The fellows stayed in the yard, swearing with 1 or 2 constables, and sometime we locked them into the yard, and by let them out again, and so kept them all the afternoon, not letting them see me, or know where I was. One time I went up to the top of Sir W. Batten's house, and out of one of their windows spoke to my wife out of one of ours, which methought, though I did it in mirth, yet I was sad to think what a sad thing it would be for me to be really in that condition. By and by comes Sir J. Minnes, who, like himself and all that he do, tells us that he can do no good, but that my Lord Chancellor wonders that we did not cause the seamen to fall about their ears, which we wished we could have done without our being seen in it. And Captain Grove being there, he did give them some affront, and would have got some seamen to have dropped them, but he had not time, nor did we think it fit to have done it, they having executed their commission. But there was occasion given that he did draw upon one of them, and he did complain that Grove had pricked him in the breast, but no hurt done. But I see that Grove would have done our business to them if we had bid him. By and by comes Mr. Clark, our solicitor, who brings us a release from our adverse attorney, we paying the fees of the commission, which comes to 5 marks, and pay the charges of these fellows, which are called the commissioners, but are the most rake-shame rogues that ever I saw in my life. So he showed them this release, and they seemed satisfied, and went away with him to their attorney to be paid by him. But before they went, Sir W. Batten and my lady did begin to taunt them, but the rogues answered them as high as themselves, and swore they would come again, and called me rogue and rebel, and they would bring the sheriff and untile his house, before he should harbour a rebel in his house, and that they would be here again shortly. Well, at last they went away, and I by advice took occasion to go abroad, and walk through the street to show myself among the neighbours, that they might not think worse than the business is. Being met by Captain Taylor and Bowery, whose ship we have hired for Tangier, they walked along with me to Cornhill, talking about their business, and after some difference about their prices we agreed, and so they would have me to a tavern, and there I drank 1 glass of wine, and discoursed of something about freight of a ship that may bring me a little money, and so broke up. And I home to Sir W. Batten's again, where Sir J. Lawson, Captain Allen, Spragg, and several others, and all our discourse about the disgrace done to our office to be liable to this trouble, which we must get removed. Hither comes Mr. Clark by and by, and tells me that he hath paid the fees of the court for the commission. But the men are not contented with under 5 pounds for their charges, which he will not give them, and therefore advises me not to stir abroad till Monday, that he comes, or sends to me again, whereby I shall not be able to go to Whitehall to the Duke of York as I ought. Here I stayed vexing, and yet pleased to see everybody, man and woman, my lady and Mr. Turner especially, for me till 10 at night, and so home, where my people are mightily surprised to see this business. But it troubles me not very much, it being nothing touching my particular person or estate. Being in talk to-day with Sir W. Batten, he tells me that little is done yet in the Parliament House, but only this day it was moved and ordered that all the members of the House do subscribe to the renouncing of the Covenant, which is thought will try some of them. There is also a bill brought in for the wearing of nothing but cloth or stuffs of our own manufacture, and it is likely to be passed. Among other talk this evening, my lady did speak concerning Commissioner Pett's calling the present king bastard, and other high words heretofore, and Sir W. Batten did tell us that he did give the Duke of Mr. Coventry an account of that and other like matters in writing under oath, of which I was ashamed, and for which I was sorry. But I see there is an absolute hatred never to be altered there, and Sir J. Minnes, the old coxcomb, has got it by the end, which troubles me for the sake of the King's service, though I do truly hate the expressions laid to him. To my office and set down this day's journal, and so home with my mind out of order, though not very sad with it, but ashamed for myself something, and for the honour of the office much more. So home and to bed. 22nd, Lord's Day. Lay long in bed, and went not out all day. But after dinner to Sir W. Batten's and Sir W. Penn's, where discoursing much of yesterday's trouble and scandal. But that which troubled me most was Sir J. Minnes coming from court at night, and instead of bringing great comfort from thence, but I expected no better from him, he tells me that the Duke and Mr. Coventry make no great matter of it. So at night discontented to prayers and to bed. 23rd. Up by times, and not daring to go by land, did, Griffin going along with me for fear, slip to Whitehall by water, where to Mr. Coventry, and, as we used to do, to the Duke, the other of my fellows being come. But we said nothing of our business, the Duke being sent for to the King, that he could not stay to speak with us. This morning came my Lord Windsor to kiss the Duke's hand, being returned from Jamaica. He tells the Duke that from such a degree of latitude going thither he begun to be sick, and was never well till his coming so far back again, and then presently begun to be well. He told the Duke of their taking the fort of St. Jago upon Cuba by his men. But upon the whole, I believe that he did matters like a young lord, and was weary of being upon service out of his own country, where he might have pleasure. For methought it was a shame to see him this very afternoon, being the first day of his coming to town, to be at a playhouse. Thence to my Lord Sandwich, who, though he has been abroad again 2 or 3 days, is falling ill again, and is let blood this morning, though I hope it is only a great cold that he has got. It was a great trouble to me, and I had great apprehensions of it, that my Lord desired me to go to Westminster Hall, to the Parliament House door, about business, and to Sir William Wheeler, which I told him I would do, but durst not go for fear of being taken by these rogues, but was forced to go to Whitehall and take boat, and so land below the Tower at the Iron Gate, and so the back way over Little Tower Hill, and with my cloak over my face, took one of the watermen along with me, and stayed behind a wall in the new buildings behind our garden, while he went to see whether anybody stood within the Merchant's Gate, under which we passed to go into our garden, and there standing but a little dirty boy before the gate, did make me quake and sweat to think he might be a trepan. But there was nobody, and so I got safe into the garden, and coming to open my office door, something behind it fell in the opening, which made me start, so that God knows in what a sad condition I should be in, if I were truly in the condition that many a poor man is for debt, and therefore ought to bless God that I have no such real reason, and to endeavour to keep myself, by my good deportment and good husbandry, out of any such condition. At home I found Mr. Creed with my wife, and so he dined with us, I finding by a note that Mr. Clerk in my absence hath left here, that I am free, and that he hath stopped all matters in court. I was very glad of it, and immediately had a light thought of taking pleasure to rejoice my heart, and so resolved to take my wife to a play at court to-night, and the rather because it is my birthday, being this day 30 years old, for which let me praise God. While my wife dressed herself, Creed and I walked out to see what play was acted to-day, and we find it The Slighted Maid. But, Lord! To see that though I did know myself to be out of danger, yet I durst not go through the street, but round by the garden into Tower Street. By and by took coach, and to the Duke's house, where we saw it well acted, though the play hath little good in it, being most pleased to see the little girl dance in boy's apparel, she having very fine legs, only bends in the hams, as I perceive all women do. The play being done, we took coach and to court, and there got good places, and saw The Wild Gallant, performed by the King's house, but it was ill acted, and the play so poor a thing as I never saw in my life almost, and so little answering the name that from beginning to end I could not, nor can at this time, tell certainly which was the Wild Gallant. The King did not seem pleased at all the whole play, nor anybody else, though Mr. Clerk, whom we met here, did commend it to us. My Lady Castlemaine was all worth seeing to-night, and little Steward. Mrs. Wells to appear at court again, and looks well, so that it may be the late report of laying the dropped child to her was not true. It being done, we got a coach and got well home about 12 at night. Now, as my mind was but very ill satisfied with these 2 plays themselves, so was I in the midst of them sad to think of the spending so much money and venturing upon the breach of my vow, which I found myself sorry for. I bless God, though my nature would well be contented to follow the pleasure still. But I did make payment of my forfeiture presently, though I hope to save it back again by forbearing 2 plays at court for this one at the theatre, or else to forbear that to the theatre which I am to have at Easter. But it being my birthday, and my day of liberty regained to me, and lastly, the last play that is likely to be acted at court before Easter, because of the Lent coming in, I was the easier content to fling away so much money. So to bed. This day I was told that my Lady Castlemaine hath all the King's Christmas presents made him by the peers given to her, which is a most abominable thing, and that at the great ball she was much richer in jewels than the Queen and Duchess put both together. 24th. Slept hard till 8 o'clock, then waked by Mr. Clarke's being come to consult me about Field's business, which we did by calling him up to my bedside, and he says we shall trounce him. Then up and to the office, and at 11 o'clock by water to Westminster, and to Sir W. Wheeler's about my Lord's borrowing of money that I was lately upon with him, and then to my Lord, who continues ill, but will do well I doubt not. Among other things, he tells me that he hears the Commons will not agree to the King's late declaration, nor will yield that the Papists have any ground given them to raise themselves up again in England, which I perceive by my Lord was expected at court. Thence home again by water presently, and with a bad dinner, being not looked for, to the office, and there we sat, and then Captain Cock and I upon his hemp accounts till 9 at night, and then, I not very well, home to supper and to bed. My late distemper of heat and itching being come upon me again, so that I must think of sweating again, as I did before. 25th. Up and to my office, where with Captain Cock making an end of his last night's accounts till noon, and so home to dinner, my wife being come in from laying out about £4 in provision of several things against Lent. In the afternoon to the Temple, my brother's, the Wardrobe, to Mr. Moore, and other places, called at about small businesses, and so at night home to my office, and then to supper and to bed. The Commons in Parliament, I hear, are very high to stand to the Act of Uniformity, and will not indulge the Papists, which is endeavoured by the Court party, nor the Presbyters. 26th. Up and drinking a draught of wormwood wine with Sir W. Batten at the Steel Yard, he and I by water to the Parliament House. He went in, and I walked up and down the hall. All the news is the great odds yesterday in the votes between them that are for the indulgence to the Papists and Presbyters, and those that are against it, which did carry it by 200 against 30. And pretty it is to consider how the King would appear to be a stiff Protestant and son of the Church, and yet would appear willing to give a liberty to these people, because of his promise at Breda. And yet all the world do believe that the King would not have this liberty given them at all. Thence to my Lord's, who I hear has his ague again, for which I am sorry, and Creed and I to the King's Head Ordinary, were much good company. Among the rest a young gallant, lately come from France, who was full of his French, but methought not very good, but he had enough to make him think himself a wise man a great while. Thence by water from the New Exchange home to the Tower, and so sat at the office, and then writing letters till 11 at night. Troubled this evening that my wife is not come home from Chelsea, whither she is gone to see the play at the school where Ashwell is, but she came at last, it seems, by water, and tells me she is much pleased with Ashwell's acting and carriage, which I am glad of. So home, and to supper and bed. 27th. Up into my office, whither several persons came to me about office business. About 11 o'clock, Commissioner Pett and I walked to Surgeons' Hall, we being all invited thither, and promised to dine there, where we were led into the theatre, and by comes the reader, Dr. Tierne, with the master and company, in a very handsome manner, and all being settled, he begun his lecture, this being the second upon the kidneys, ureters, etc., which was very fine, and his discourse being ended, we walked into the hall, and there being great store of company, we had a fine dinner and good learned company, many doctors of physic, and we used with extraordinary great respect. Among other observables, we drank the King's health out of a gilt cup given by King Henry the Eighth to this company, with bells hanging at it, which every man is to ring by shaking, after he hath drunk up the whole cup. There is also a very excellent piece of the King done by Holbein, stands up in the hall, with the officers of the company kneeling to him to receive their charter. After dinner, Dr. Scarborough took some of his friends, and I went along with them, to see the body alone, which we did, which was a lusty fellow, a seaman, that was hanged for a robbery. I did touch the dead body with my bare hand. It felt cold, but methought it was a very unpleasant sight. It seems one Dillon, of a great family, was, after much endeavours to have saved him, hanged with a silken halter this sessions, of his own preparing. Not for honour only, but it seems, it being soft and sleek, it do slip close and kills, that is, strangles presently, whereas a stiff one do not come so close together, and so the party may live the longer before killed. But all the doctors at table conclude that there is no pain at all in hanging, for that it do stop the circulation of the blood, and so stops all sense and motion in an instant. Thence we went into a private room, where I perceived they prepare the bodies, and there were the kidneys, ureters, etc., upon which he read to-day, and Dr. Scarborough, upon my desire and the company's, did show very clearly the manner of the disease of the stone, and the cutting, and all other questions that I could think of, how the water comes into the bladder through the 3 skins or coats, just as poor Dr. Jolly has heretofore told me. Thence, with great satisfaction to me, back to the company, where I heard good discourse, and so to the afternoon lecture upon the heart and lungs, etc., and that being done, we broke up, took leave, and back to the office, we two, Sir W. Batten, who dined here also, being gone before. Here late, and to Sir W. Batten's to speak upon some business, where I found Sir J. Minnes pretty well fuddled, I thought. He took me aside to tell me how, being at my Lord Chancellor's to-day, my Lord told him that there was a great seal passing for Sir W. Pen, through the impossibility of the Controller's duty to be performed by one man, to be as it were a joint Controller with him, at which he is stark mad, and swears he will give up his place, and do rail at Sir W. Pen the cruellest. He I made shift to encourage as much as I could, but it pleased me heartily to hear him rail against him, so that I do see thoroughly that they are not like to be great friends. For he cries out against him for his house and yard and God knows what. For my part, I do hope, when all is done, that my following my business will keep me secure against all their envies. But to see how the old man do strut and swear that he understands all his duty as easily as crack a nut, and easier, he told my Lord Chancellor, for his teeth are gone, and that he understands it as well as any man in England, and that he will never leave to record that he should be said to be unable to do his duty alone, though God knows he cannot do it more than a child. All this I am glad to see fall out between them and myself safe, and yet I hope the King's service well done for all this, for I would not that should be hindered by any of our private differences. So to my office, and then home to supper and to bed. 28th. Waked with great pain in my right ear, which I find myself much subject to, having taken cold. Up and to my office, where we sat all the morning, and I dined with Sir W. Batten by chance, being in business together about a bargain of New England masts. Then to the Temple to meet my uncle Thomas, who I found there, but my cousin Roger not being come home, I took boat and to Westminster, where I found him in Parliament this afternoon. The House have this noon been with the King to give him their reasons for refusing to grant any indulgence to presbyters or papists, which he, with great content and seeming pleasure, took, saying, that he doubted not but he and they should agree in all things, though there may seem a difference in judgment, he having writ and declared for an indulgence, and that he did believe never prince was happier in a House of Commons than he was in them. Thence he and I to my Lord Sandwich, who continues troubled with his cold. Our discourse most upon the outing of Sir R. Bernard, and my Lord's being made Recorder of Huntingdon in his stead, which he seems well contented with, saying, that it may be for his convenience to have the chief officer of the town dependent upon him, which is very true. Thence he and I to the Temple, but my uncle being gone, we parted, and I walked home and to my office, and at 9 o'clock had a good supper of an ox's cheek of my wife's dressing and baking, and so to my office again till past 11 at night, making up my month's account, and find that I am at a stay with what I was last, that is, £640. So home and to bed. Coming by, I put in at Whitehall, and at the Privy Seal I did see the docket by which Sir W. Pen is made the Controller's assistant, as Sir J. Minnes told me last night, which I must endeavour to prevent. End of February. March. In the Diary of Samuel Pepys, 1663. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. The Diary of Samuel Pepys, 1663, by Samuel Pepys. March. March 1st, Lord's Day. Up and walked to Whitehall, to the chapel, where preached one Dr. Lewis, said heretofore to have been a great wit. But he read his sermon, every word, and that so brokenly and so low, that nobody could hear at any distance, nor I anything worth hearing, that sat near. But, which was strange, he forgot to make any prayer before sermon, which all wonder at. But they impute it to his forgetfulness. After sermon, a very fine anthem. So I up into the house among the courtiers, seeing the fine ladies, and above all my Lady Castlemaine, who is, above all, that only she I can observe for true beauty. The King and Queen being set to dinner, I went to Mr. Fox's, and there dined with him. Much genteel company, and, among other things, I hear for certain that peace is concluded between the King of France and the Pope. And also I heard the reasons given by our Parliament yesterday to the King why they dissent from him in matter of indulgence, which are very good quite through, and which I was glad to hear. Thence to my Lord Sandwich, who continues with a great cold, locked up, and being alone, we fell into discourse of my uncle the captain's death and estate, and I took the opportunity of telling my lord how matters stand, and read his will, and told him all, what a poor estate he hath left, at all which he wonders strangely, which he may well do. Thence, after singing some new tunes with W. Howe, I walked home, whither came Will Joyce, whom I have not seen here a great while, nor desire it a great while again, he is so impertinent a coxcomb, and yet good-natured, and mightily concerned for my brother's late folly in his late wooing at the charge to no purpose, nor could in any probability at it. He gone, we all to bed, without prayers, it being washing day tomorrow. 2nd. Up early and by water with Commissioner Pett to Deptford, and there took the Jemmy yacht, that the King and the Lords Virtuosos built the other day, down to Woolwich, where we discoursed of several matters both there and at the rope-yard, and so to the yacht again, and went down 4 or 5 miles with extraordinary pleasure, it being a fine day and a brave gale of wind, and had some oysters brought us aboard newly taken, which were excellent, and ate with great pleasure. There also coming into the river 2 Dutchmen, we sent a couple of men on board, and bought 3 Hollands cheeses, cost 4d. a piece. Excellent cheeses, whereof I had 2, and Commissioner Pett 1. So back again to Woolwich, and going aboard the Hulk to see the man of the iron bridles, which we are making of for to save cordage to put to the chain. I did fall from the shipside into the ship Kent, and had like to have broke my left hand, but I only sprained some of my fingers, which, when I came ashore, I sent to Mrs. Ackworth for some balsam, and put to my hand, and was pretty well within a little while after. We dined at the White Hart with several officers with us, and after dinner went and saw the Royal James brought down to the stern of the dock, the main business we came for, and then to the rope-yard, and saw a trial between Riga hemp and a sort of Indian grass, which is pretty strong, but no comparison between it and the other for strength, and it is doubtful whether it will take tar or no. So to the yacht again, and carried us almost to London. So by our oars home to the office, and thence Mr. Pett and I to Mr. Grant's coffee-house, whither he and Sir J. Cutler came to us, and had much discourse, mixed discourse, and so broke up, and so home, where I found my poor wife all alone at work, and the house foul, it being washing day, which troubled me, because that tomorrow I must be forced to have friends at dinner. So to my office, and then home to supper, and to bed. 3rd, Shrove Tuesday. Up and walked to the Temple, and by promise calling Commissioner Pett, he and I to Whitehall, to give Mr. Coventry an account of what we did yesterday. Thence I to the Privy Seal office, and there got a copy of Sir W. Penn's grant to be assistant to Sir J. Minnes Controller, which though there be not much in it, yet I intend to stir up Sir J. Minnes to oppose, only to vex Sir W. Penn. Thence by water home, and at noon, by promise, Mrs. Turner and her daughter, Mrs. Morris, came along with Roger Pepys to dinner. We were as merry as I could be, having but a bad dinner for them, but so much the better, because of the dinner which I must have at the end of this month. And here Mrs. Thee shewed me my name upon her breast as a valentine, which will cost me 20 shillings. After dinner I took them down into the wine cellar, and broached my tears of claret for them. Towards the evening we parted, and I to the office a while, and then home to supper and to bed, the sooner having taken some cold yesterday upon the water, which brings me my usual pain. This afternoon Roger Pepys tells me, that for certain the King is for all this very highly incensed at the Parliament's late opposing the indulgence, which I am sorry for, and fear it will breed great discontent. 4th. lay long talking with my wife about ordering things in our family, and then rose into my office, there collecting an alphabet for my navy manuscript, which, after a short dinner, I returned to, and by night perfected to my great content. So to other business till 9 at night, and so home to supper and to bed. 5th. Rose this morning early, only to try with intention to begin my last summer's course in rising betimes. So to my office a little, and then to Westminster by coach with Sir J. Minnes and Sir W. Batten, in our way talking of Sir W. Penn's business of his patent, which I think I have put a stop to wholly, for Sir J. Minnes swears he will never consent to it. Here to the lobby, and spoke with my cousin Roger, who is going to Cambridge tomorrow. In the hall I do hear that the Catholics are in great hopes for all this, and do set hard upon the king to get indulgence. Matters, I hear, are all naught in Ireland, and that the Parliament has voted, and the people, that is the Papists, do cry out against the commissioners sent by the king, so that they say the English interest will be lost there. Thence I went to see my Lord Sandwich, who I found very ill, and by his cold being several nights hindered from sleep, he is hardly able to open his eyes, and is very weak and sad upon it, which troubled me much. So after talking with Mr. Cook, whom I found there, about his folly for looking and troubling me and other friends in getting him a place, that is, storekeeper of the navy at Tangier, before there is any such thing, I returned to the hall, and thence back with the 2 nights home again by coach, where I found Mr. Moore got abroad, and dined with me, which I was glad to see, he not having been able to go abroad a great while. Then came in Mr. Hawley and dined with us, and after dinner I left them and to the office, where we sat late, and I do find that I shall meet with nothing to oppose my growing great in the office but Sir W. Pen, who is now well again, and comes into the office very brisk, and I think, to get up his time, that he has been out of the way by being mighty diligent at the office, which I pray God he may be, but I hope I mind to weary him out. For I am resolved to fall to business as hard as I can drive, God giving me health. At my office late, and so home to supper and to bed. 6th. Up betimes, and about 8 o'clock by coach with 4 horses, with Sir J. Minnes and Sir W. Batten to Woolwich, a pleasant day. There at the yard we consulted and ordered several matters, and thence to the rope yard and did the like, and so into Mr. Falconer's, where we had some fish, which we brought with us, dressed, and there dined with us his new wife, which had been his maid, but seems to be a genteel woman, well enough bred, and discreet. Thence after dinner back to Deptford, where we did as before, and so home, good discourse in our way, Sir J. Minnes being good company, though a simple man enough as to the business of his office. But we did discourse at large again about Sir W. Penn's patent to be his assistant, and I perceive he is resolved never to let it pass. To my office, and thence to Sir W. Batten's, where Major Holmes was lately come from the Straits, but did tell me strange stories of the faults of Cooper his master, put in by me, which I do not believe, but I am sorry to hear and must take some course to have him removed, though I believe that the captain is proud, and the fellow is not supple enough to him. So to my office again to set down my journal, and so home and to bed. This evening my boy Wayman's brother was with me, and I did tell him again that I must part with the boy, for I will not keep him. He desires my keeping him a little longer till he can provide for him, which I am willing for a while to do. This day it seems the House of Commons have been very high against the Papists, being incensed by the stir which they make for their having an indulgence, which, without doubt, is a great folly in them to be so hot upon at this time, when they see how averse already the House have showed themselves from it. This evening Mr. Povey was with me at my office, and tells me that my Lord Sandwich is this day so ill, that he is much afeard of him, which puts me to great pain, not more for my own sake, than for his poor family's. 7th. Up betimes, and to the office, where some of us sat all the morning. At noon, Sir W. Pen began to talk with me, like a counterfeit rogue, very kindly about his house and getting bills signed for all our works, but he is a cheating fellow, and so I let him talk and answered nothing. So we parted. I to dinner, and there met the Turner, who is come on foot in a frolic, to beg me to get a place at sea for John, their man, which is a rogue. But, however it may be, the sea may do him good in reclaiming him, and therefore I will see what I can do. She dined with me, and after dinner I took coach and carried her home. In our way, in Cheapside, lighting and giving her a dozen pair of white gloves as my valentine. Thence to my Lord Sandwich, who is gone to Sir W. Wheeler's for his more quiet being, where he slept well last night, and I took him very merry, playing at cards, and much company with him. So I left him, and Creed and I to Westminster Hall, and there walked a good while. He told me how, for some words of my Lady Gerard's, against my Lady Castlemaine to the Queen, the King did the other day affront her in going out to dance with her at a ball, when she desired it, as the ladies do, and is since forbid attending the Queen by the King, which is much talked of, my Lord her husband being a great favourite. Thence by water home, and to my office, wrote by the post, and so home to bed. 8th, Lord's Day. Being sent to by Sir J. Minnes to know whether I would go with him to Whitehall to-day, I rose, but could not get ready before he was gone. But, however, I walked thither, and heard Dr. King, Bishop of Chichester, make a good and eloquent sermon upon these words, "They that sow in tears shall reap in joy." Thence, the chapel in Lent being hung with black, and no anthems sung after sermon, as at other times, to my Lord Sandwich at Sir W. Wheeler's. I found him out of order, thinking himself to be in a fit of an ague, but in the afternoon he was very cheery. I dined with Sir William, where a good but short dinner, not better than one of mine commonly of a Sunday. After dinner up to my Lord, there being Mr. Cumble. My Lord, among other discourse, did tell us of his great difficulties passed in the business of the Sound, and of his receiving letters from the King there, but his sending them by Whetstone was a great folly. And the story how my Lord being at dinner with Sidney, one of his fellow plenipotentiaries and his mortal enemy, did see Whetstone, and put off his hat 3 times to him, but the fellow would not be known, which my Lord imputed to his coxcombly humour, of which he was full, and bid Sidney take notice of him too, when at the very time he had letters in his pocket from the King, as it proved afterwards. And Sidney afterwards did find it out at Copenhagen, the Dutch commissioners telling him how my Lord Sandwich had hired one of their ships to carry back Whetstone to Lubeck, he being come from Flanders from the King. But I cannot but remember my Lord's equanimity in all these affairs with admiration. Thence walked home, in my way meeting Mr. Moore, with whom I took a turn or two in the street among the drapers in Paul's churchyard, talking of business, and so home to bed. 9th. Up betimes to my office, where all the morning. About noon, Sir J. Robinson, Lord Mayor, desiring way through the garden from the Tower, called in at the office, and there invited me, and Sir W. Pen, who happened to be in the way, to dinner, which we did, and there had a great Lent dinner of fish, little flesh. And thence he and I in his coach, against my will, for I am resolved to shun too great fellowship with him, to Whitehall, but came too late, the Duke having been with our fellow officers before we came, for which I was sorry. Thence he and I to walk one turn in the park, and so home by coach, and I to my office, where late, and so home to supper and to bed. There dined with us to-day Mr. Slingsby of the Mint, who showed us all the new pieces, both gold and silver, examples of them all, that are made for the King by Blondeau's way, and compared them with those made for Oliver. The pictures of the latter made by Simons, and of the King by one Rother, a German, I think, that dined with us also. He extols those of Rother's above the others, and indeed I think they are the better, because the sweeter of the two. But upon my word those of the Protector are more like in my mind than the King's, but both very well worth seeing. The crowns of Cromwell are now sold, it seems, for 25 shillings and 30 shillings a piece. 10th. Up and to my office all the morning, and great pleasure it is to be doing my business betimes. About noon Sir J. Minnes came to me, and stayed half an hour with me in my office, talking about his business with Sir W. Pen, and, though with me an old doter, yet he told me freely how sensible he is of Sir W. Pen's treachery in this business, and what poor ways he has taken all along to ingratiate himself by making Mr. Turner write out things for him, and then he gives them to the Duke, and how he directed him to give Mr. Coventry 100 for his place, but that Mr. Coventry did give him 20 back again. All this I am pleased to hear that his knavery is found out. Dined upon a poor Lenten dinner at home, my wife being vexed at a fray this morning with my Lady Batten about my boys going thither to turn the watercock with their maid's leave. But my lady was mighty high upon it, and she would teach his mistress better manners, which my wife answered aloud that she might hear, that she could learn little manners of her. After dinner to my office, and there we sat all the afternoon till 8 at night, and so wrote my letters by the post, and so before 9 home, which is rare with me of late, I staying longer, but with multitude of business my head aches, and so I can stay no longer, but home to supper and to bed. 11th. Up betimes, and to my office, Walked a little in the garden with Sir W. Batten, talking about the difference between his lady and my wife yesterday, and I doubt my wife is to blame. About noon had news by Mr. Wood that Butler, our chief witness against Field, was sent by him to New England, contrary to our desire, which made me mad almost. And so Sir J. Minnes, Sir W. Pen, and I dined together at Trinity House, and thither sent for him to us and told him our minds, which he seemed not to value much, but went away. I wrote and sent an express to Walthamstow to Sir W. Pen, who is gone thither this morning, to tell him of it. However, in the afternoon Wood sends us word that he has appointed another to go, who shall overtake the ship in the Downs. So I was late at the office, among other things writing to the Downs, to the Commander-in-Chief, and putting things into the surest course I could to help the business. So home and to bed. 12th. Up betimes, and to my office all the morning with Captain Cock, ending their account of the Auriga contract for hemp. So home to dinner, my head full of business against the office. After dinner comes my uncle Thomas with a letter to my father, wherein, as we desire, he and his son do order their tenants to pay their rents to us, which pleases me well. In discourse he tells me my uncle White thinks much that I do never see them, and they have reason, but I do apprehend that they have been too far concerned with my uncle Thomas against us, so that I have had no mind hitherto, but now I shall go see them. He being gone, I to the office, where, at the choice of maesters and surgeons for the fleet now going out, I did my business as I could wish, both for the persons I had a mind to serve, and in getting the warrants signed drawn by my clerks, which I was afeard of. Sat late, and having done I went home, where I found Mary Ashwell come to live with us, of whom I hope well, and pray God she may please us, which, though it costs me something, yet will give me much content. So to supper and to bed, and find by her discourse and carriage to-night that she is not proud, but will do what she is bid, but for want of being abroad knows not how to give the respect to her mistress, as she will do when she is told it, she having been used only to little children, and there was a kind of a mistress over them. Troubled all night with my cold, I being quite hoarse with it, that I could not speak to be heard at all almost. 13th. Up pretty early, and to my office all the morning busy. At noon home to dinner, expecting Ashwell's father, who was here in the morning, and promised to come, but he did not. But there came in Captain Grove, and I found him to be a very stout man, at least in his discourse he would be thought so, and I do think that he is, and one that bears me great respect, and deserves to be encouraged for his care in all business. Abroad by water with my wife and Ashwell, and left them at Mr. Pierce's, and I to Whitehall in St. James's Park, there being no commission for Tangier sitting to-day, as I looked for, where I walked an hour or two with great pleasure, it being a most pleasant day. So to Mrs. Hunt's, and there found my wife, and so took them up by coach, and carried them to Hyde Park, where store of coaches and good faces. Here till night, and so home, and to my office to write by the post, and so to supper and to bed. 14th. Up betimes, and to my office, where we sat all the morning, and a great rant I did give to Mr. Davis of Deptford, and others, about their usage of Mitchell in his Bupus, which he serves in for flags, which did trouble me, but yet it was in defence of what was truth. So home to dinner, where Creed dined with me, and walked a good while in the garden with me after dinner, talking, among other things, of the poor service which Sir J. Lawson did really do in the Straits, for which all this great fame and honour done him is risen. So to my office, where all the afternoon giving masters their warrants for this voyage, for which I hope hereafter to get something at their coming home. In the evening my wife and I and Ashwell walked in the garden, and I find she is a pretty ingenuous girl at all sorts of fine work, which pleases me very well, and I hope will be very good entertainment for my wife without much cost. So to write by the post, and so home to supper and to bed. 15th. Lord's Day. Up and with my wife and her woman Ashwell, the first time to church, where our pew was so full with Sir J. Minnes' sister and her daughter, that I perceive when we come all together, some of us must be shut out. But I suppose we shall come to some order what to do therein. Dined at home, and to church again in the afternoon, and so home, and I to my office till the evening, doing one thing or other, and reading my vows, as I am bound every Lord's Day, and so home to supper and talk, and Ashwell is such good company, that I think we shall be very lucky in her. So to prayers and to bed. This day the weather, which of late has been very hot and fair, turns very wet and cold, and all the church time this afternoon it thundered mightily, which I have not heard a great while. 16th. Up very betimes, and to my office, where with several masters of the King's ships, Sir J. Minnes and I advising upon the business of slops, wherein the seaman is so much abused by the pursers. And that being done, then I home to dinner, and so carried my wife to her mother's, set her down, and Ashwell to my lord's lodging, there left her, and I to the Duke, where we met, of course, and talked of our navy matters. Then to the Commission of Tangier, and there, among other things, had my Lord Peterborough's commission read over, and Mr. Secretary Bennet did make his queries upon it, in order to the drawing one for my Lord Rutherford more regularly, that being a very extravagant thing. Here long discoursing upon my Lord Rutherford's dispatch, and so broke up, and so going out of the court I met with Mr. Coventry, and so he and I walked half an hour in the long stone gallery, where we discoursed of many things. Among others, how the Treasurer doth intend to come to pay in course, which is the thing of the world that will do the King the greatest service in the navy, and which joys my heart to hear of. He tells me of the business of Sir J. Minnes and Sir W. Pen, which I knew before, but took no notice or little that I did know it. But he told me it was chiefly to make Mr. Pett's being joined with Sir W. Batten to go down the better, and do tell me how he well sees that neither one nor the other can do their duties without help. But, however, will let it fall at present, without doing more in it, to see whether they will do their duties themselves, which he will see, and saith they do not. We discoursed of many other things to my great content, and so parted, and I to my wife at my lord's lodgings, where I heard Ashwell play first upon the harpsicon, and I find she do play pretty well, which pleaseth me very well. Thence home by coach, buying at the Temple the printed virginal book for her, and so home and to my office a while, and so home and to supper and to bed. 17th. Up betimes, and to my office a while, and then home and to Sir W. Batten, with whom by coach to St. Margaret's Hill in Southwark, where the Judge of the Admiralty came, and the rest of the doctors of the civil law, and some other commissioners, whose commission of Oyer and Terminer was read. And then the charge, given by Dr. Exton, which methought was somewhat dull, though he would seem to intend it to be very rhetorical, saying that justice had two wings, one of which spread itself over the land, and the other over the water, which was this Admiralty Court. That being done, and the jury called, they broke up, and to dinner to a tavern hard by, where a great dinner, and I with them. But I perceive that this court is yet but in its infancy, as to its rising again, and their design and consultation was, I could overhear them, how to proceed with the most solemnity, and spend time, there being only two businesses to do, which of themselves could not spend much time. In the afternoon to the court again, where first Abram, the boatswain of the King's pleasure boat, was tried for drowning a man, and next Turpin, accused by our wicked rogue Field for stealing the King's timber. But after full examination they were both acquitted, and as I was glad of the first, for the saving the man's life, so I did take the other as a very good fortune to us. For if Turpin had been found guilty, it would have sounded very ill in the ears of all the world, in the business between Field and us. So home with my mind at very great ease, over the water to the Tower, and thence, there being nobody at the office, we being absent, and so no office could be kept, Sir W. Batten and I to my Lord Mayor's, where we found my Lord with Colonel Strangeways, and Sir Richard Floyd, Parliament men, in the cellar drinking, where we sat with them, and then up. And by comes in Sir Richard Ford. In our drinking, which was always going, we had many discourses, but from all of them I do find Sir R. Ford a very able man of his brains and tongue, and a scholar. But my Lord Mayor I find to be a talking, bragging bufflehead, a fellow that would be thought to have led all the city in the great business of bringing in the King, and that nobody understood his plots, and the dark lantern he walked by, but led them and ploughed with them as oxen and asses, his own words, to do what he had a mind, when in every discourse I observe him to be as very a coxcomb as I could have thought had been in the city. But he is resolved to do great matters in pulling down the shops quite through the city, as he hath done in many places, and will make a thorough passage quite through the city, through Canning Street, which indeed will be very fine. And then his precept, which he in vain glory said he had drawn up himself, and hath printed it against coachmen and carmen affronting of the gentry in the street. It is drawn so like a fool, and some faults were openly found in it, that I believe he will have so much wit as not to proceed upon it, though it be printed. Here we stayed talking till 11 at night, Sir R. Ford breaking to my Lord our business of our patent to be justices of the peace in the city, which he stuck at mightily. But, however, Sir R. Ford knows him to be a fool, and so in his discourse he made him appear, and cajoled him into a consent to it. But so as I believe when he comes to his right mind tomorrow, he will be of another opinion. And though Sir R. Ford moved it very weightily and neatly, yet I had rather it had been spared now. But to see how he do rant and pretend to sway all the city in the court of aldermen, and says plainly that they cannot do, nor will he suffer them to do, anything but what he pleases, nor is there any officer of the city but of his putting in, nor any man that could have kept the city for the king thus well and long but him. And if the country can be preserved, he will undertake that the city shall not dare to stir again. When I am confident there is no man almost in the city cares a turd for him, nor hath he brains to outwit any ordinary tradesman. So home and wrote a letter to Commissioner Pett to Chatham by all means to compose the business between Major Holmes and Cooper his master, and so to bed. 18th. Wake betimes, and talk a while with my wife about a wench that she has hired yesterday, which I would have enquired of before she comes, she having lived in great families, and so up and to my office, where all the morning, and at noon home to dinner. After dinner by water to Redriff, my wife and Ashwell with me, and so walked and left them at Halfway House. I to Deptford, where up and down the storehouses, and on board 2 or 3 ships now getting ready to go to sea, and so back, and find my wife walking in the way. So home again, merry with our Ashwell, who is a merry jade, and so a while to my office, and then home to supper and to bed. This day my triangle, which was put in tune yesterday, did please me very well, Ashwell playing upon it pretty well. 19th. Up betimes and to Woolwich all alone by water, where took the officers most to bed. I walked and enquired how all matters and businesses go, and by to the clerk of the checks house, and there eat some of his good Jamaica brawn, and so walked to Greenwich. Part of the way Dean walking with me, talking of the pride and corruption of most of his fellow officers of the yard, and which I believe to be true. So to Deptford, where I did the same to great content, and see the people begin to value me as they do the rest. At noon, Mr. Waith took me to his house, where I dined, and saw his wife, a pretty woman, and had a good fish dinner, and after dinner he and I walked to Redriff, talking of several errors in the navy, by which I learned a great deal, and was glad of his company. So by water home, and by to the office, where we sat till almost 9 at night. So after doing my own business in my office, writing letters, etc., home to supper, and to bed, being weary and vexed, that I do not find other people so willing to do business as myself, when I have taken pains to find out what in the yards is wanting and fitting to be done. 20th. Up betimes and over the water, and walked to Deptford, where up and down the yard, and met the 2 clerks of the checks, to conclude by our method their call books, which we have done to great perfection, and so walked home again, where I found my wife in great pain abed. I stayed and dined by her, and after dinner walked forth and by water to the Temple, and in Fleet Street bought me a little sword with gilt handle, cost 23 shillings, and silk stockings to the colour of my riding cloth suit, cost 15 shillings, and bought me a belt there too, cost 15 shillings, and so calling at my brother's, I find he has got a new maid. Very likely girl. I wish he do not play the fool with her. Thence homewards, and meeting with Mr. Curtin's kinsman in Paul's churchyard, he and I to a coffee house, where I hear how there had like to have been a surprisal of Dublin by some discontented Protestants, and other things of like nature, and it seems the commissioners have carried themselves so high for the Papists, that the others will not endure it. Hewlett and some others are taken and clapped up, and they say the king hath sent over to dissolve the parliament there, who went very high against the commissioners. Pray God send all well. Hence home, and in comes Captain Ferrers, and by Mr. Bland to see me, and sat talking with me till 9 or 10 at night, and so good night. The captain to bid my wife to his child's christening. So my wife being pretty well again, and Ashwell there, we spent the evening pleasantly, and so to bed. 21st. Up betimes and to my office, where busy all the morning, and at noon, after a very little dinner, to it again, and by appointment, our full board met, and Sir Philip Warwick and Sir Robert Long came from my Lord Treasurer to speak with us about the state of the debts of the Navy, and how to settle it, so as to begin upon the new foundation of 200,000 per annum, which the King is now resolved not to exceed. This discourse done, and things put in a way of doing, they went away, and Captain Holmes being called in, he began his high complaint against his master Cooper, and would have him forthwith discharged, which I opposed, not in his defence, but for the justice of proceeding not to condemn a man unheard, upon which we fell from one word to another, that we came to very high terms, such as troubled me, though all and the worst that I ever said was that was insolently or ill-manneredly spoken. When he told me that it was well it was here that I said it. But all the officers, Sir G. Carteret, Sir J. Minnes, Sir W. Batten, and Sir W. Penn, cried shame of it. At last he parted, and we resolved to bring the dispute between him and his master to a trial next week, wherein I shall not at all concern myself in defence of anything that is unhandsome on the master's part, nor willingly suffer him to have any wrong. So we rose, and I to my office, troubled, though sensible that all the officers are of opinion that he has carried himself very much unbecoming him. So wrote letters by the post, and home to supper and to bed. 22nd, Lord's Day. Up betimes, and in my office wrote out our bill for the Parliament about our being made justices of peace in the city. So home and to church, where a dull formal fellow that prayed for the Right Honourable John Lord Berkeley, Lord President of Connaught, etc. So home to dinner, and after dinner my wife and I and her woman by coach to Westminster, where, being come too soon for the christening, we took up Mr. Creed and went out to take some air, as far as Chelsea and further, I alighting there and letting them go on with the coach while I went to the church expecting to see the young ladies of the school, Ashwell desiring me, but I could not get in far enough, and so came out, and at the coach's coming back went in again, and so back to Westminster, and led my wife and her to Captain Ferrers, and I to my Lord Sandwich, and with him talking a good while. I find the court would have this indulgence go on, but the Parliament are against it. Matters in Ireland are full of discontent. Thence with Mr. Creed to Captain Ferrers, where many fine ladies, the house well and prettily furnished. She lies in great state. Mr. G. Montague, Colonel Williams, Cromwell that was, and Mrs. Wright, as proxy for my Lady Jemima, were witnesses. Very pretty and plentiful entertainment. Could not get away till 9 at night, and so home. My coach cost me 7 shillings. So to prayers and to bed. This day, though I was merry enough, yet I could not get yesterday's quarrel out of my mind, and a natural fear of being challenged by Holmes for the words I did give him, though nothing but what did become me as a principal officer. 23rd. Up betimes into my office. Before noon my wife and I eat something, thinking to have gone abroad together, but in comes Mr. Hunt, who we were forced to stay to dinner, and so while that was got ready, he and I abroad about 2 or 3 small businesses of mine, and so back to dinner. And after dinner he went away, and my wife and I and Ashwell by coach, set my wife down at her mother's, and Ashwell at my lord's, she going to see her father and mother, and I to Whitehall, being fearful almost, so poor a spirit I have, of meeting Major Holmes. By and by the Duke comes, and we with him about our usual business, and then the committee for Tangier, where, after reading my Lord Rutherford's commission and consented to, Sir R. Ford, Sir W. Ryder, and I were chosen to bring in some laws for the civil government of it, which I am little able to do. But I am glad to be joined with them, for I shall learn something of them. Thence to see my Lord Sandwich, and who should I meet at the door but Major Holmes? He would have gone away, but I told him I would not spoil his visit, and would have gone. But however we fell to discourse, and he did as good as desire excuse for the high words that did pass in his heat the other day, which I was willing enough to close with, and after telling him my mind we parted, and I left him to speak with my Lord and I by coach home, where I found Will Howe come home to-day with my wife, and stayed with us all night, staying late up singing songs, and then he and I to bed together in Ashwell's bed, and she with my wife. This the first time that I ever lay in the room. This day Greatorex brought me a very pretty weather glass for heat and cold. 24th. Lay pretty long, that is, till past 6 o'clock, and then up, and W. Howe and I very merry together, till having eat our breakfast he went away, and I to my office. By and by Sir J. Minnes and I to the victualling office by appointment, to meet several persons upon stating the demands of some people of money from the King. Here we went into their bakehouse, and saw all the ovens at work, and good bread too, as ever I would desire to eat. Thence Sir J. Minnes and I homewards, calling at Brown's, the mathematician in the Minories, with a design of buying White's ruler to measure timber with, but could not agree on the price. So home and to dinner, and so to my office, where we sat anon, and among other things had Cooper's business tried against Captain Holmes, but I find Cooper a fuddling, troublesome fellow, though a good artist, and so am contented to have him turned out of his place. Nor did I see reason to say one word against it, though I know what they did against him was with great envy and pride. So anon broke up, and after writing letters, etc., home to supper and to bed. 25th, Lady Day. Up betimes and to my office, where all the morning. At noon dined, and to the Exchange. and thence to the Sun Tavern to my Lord Rutherford, and dined with him and some others, his officers and Scotch gentlemen, of fine discourse and education. My Lord used me with great respect, and discoursed upon his business as with one that he did esteem of, and indeed I do believe that this garrison is likely to come to something under him. By and by he went away, forgetting to take leave of me, my back being turned, looking upon the aviary, which is there very pretty, and the birds begin to sing well this spring. Thence home and to my office till night, reading over and consulting upon the book and ruler that I bought this morning of Brown, concerning the line of numbers, in which I find much pleasure. This evening came Captain Grove about hiring ships for Tangier. I did hint to him my desire that I could make some lawful profit thereof, which he promises that he will tell me of all that he gets, and that I shall have a share, which I did not demand, but did silently consent to it, and money I perceive something will be got thereby. At night Mr. Bland came and sat with me at my office till late, and so I home and to bed. This day being washing day, and my maid Susan ill, or would be thought so, put my house so out of order that we had no pleasure almost in anything, my wife being troubled thereat for want of a good cook-maid, and moreover I cannot have my dinner as I ought in memory of my being cut for the stone, but I must have it a day or two hence. 26th. Up betimes and to my office, leaving my wife in bed to take her physic, myself also not being out of some pain to-day, by some cold that I have got by the sudden change of the weather from hot to cold. This day is 5 years since it pleased God to preserve me at my being cut of the stone, of which I bless God I am in all respects well. Only now and then upon taking cold I have some pain, but otherwise in very good health always. But I could not get my feast to be kept to-day as it used to be, because of my wife's being ill, and other disorders by my servants being out of order. This morning came a new cook-maid at 4 pounds per annum, the first time I ever did give so much, but we hope it will be nothing lost by keeping a good cook. She did live last at my Lord Monk's house, and indeed at dinner did get what there was very prettily ready and neat for me, which did please me much. This morning my uncle Thomas was with me according to agreement, and I paid him the 50 pounds, which was against my heart to part with, and yet I must be contented. I used him very kindly, and I desire to continue so void of any discontent as to my estate, that I may follow my business the better. At the Change I met him again, with intent to have met with my uncle White to have made peace with him, with whom by my long absence I fear I shall have a difference, but he was not there, so we missed. All the afternoon sat at the office about business till 9 or 10 at night, and so dispatched business and home to supper and to bed. My maid Susan went away to-day, I giving her something for her lodging and diet somewhere else a while, that I might have room for my new maid. 27th. Up betimes and at my office all the morning, at noon to the Exchange, and there by appointment met my uncles Thomas and White, and from thence with them to a tavern, and there paid my uncle White 3 pieces of gold for himself, my aunt, and their son that is dead, left by my uncle Robert, and read over our agreement with my uncle Thomas and the state of our debts and legacies, and so good friendship I think is made up between us all, only we have the worst of it in having so much money to pay. Thence I to the Exchequer again, and thence with Creed into Fleet Street, and calling at several places about business. In passing at the Hercules Pillars he and I dined, though late, and thence with one that we found there, a friend of Captain Ferrers, I used to meet at the playhouse. They would have gone to some gaming-house, but I would not, but parted, and staying a little in Paul's churchyard, at the foreign booksellers looking over some Spanish books, and with much ado keeping myself from laying out money there, as also with them, being willing enough to have gone to some idle house with them, I got home, and after a while at my office to supper and to bed. 28th. Up betimes and to my office, where all the morning. Dined at home and Creed with me, and though a very cold day and high wind, yet I took him by land to Deptford, my common walk, where I did some little businesses, and so home again, walking both forwards and backwards, as much along the street as we could to save going by water. So home, and after being a little while hearing Ashwell play on the triangle, to my office, and there late, writing a chiding letter to my poor father about his being so unwilling to come to an account with me, which I desire he might do, that I may know what he spends, and how to order the estate so as to pay debts and legacies as far as may be. So late home to supper and to bed. 29th, Lord's Day. Waked as I used to do betimes, but being Sunday and very cold, I lay long. it raining and snowing very hard, which I did never think it would have done any more this year. Up and to church, home to dinner. After dinner, in comes Mr. Moore, and sat and talked with us a good while, among other things telling me that neither my lord nor he are under apprehensions of the late discourse in the House of Commons concerning resumption of crown lands, which I am very glad of. He being gone, up to my chamber, where my wife and Ashwell and I all the afternoon talking and laughing, and by a while to my office, reading over some papers, which I found in my man William's chest of drawers, among others some old precedents concerning the practice of this office heretofore, which I am glad to find, and shall make use of, among others an oath, which the principal officers were bound to swear at their entrance into their offices, which I would be glad were in use still. So home and fell hard to make up my monthly accounts, letting my family go to bed after prayers. I stayed up long and found myself, as I think, fully worth £670. So with good comfort to bed, finding that though it be but little, yet I do get ground every month. I pray God it may continue so with me. 30th. Up betimes, and found my weather-glass sunk again just to the same position which it was last night before I had any fire made in my chamber, which had made it rise in 2 hours' time above 1/2 degree. So to my office, where all the morning, and at the Glass-house, and after dinner by coach with Sir W. Pen, I carried my wife and her woman to Westminster. They to visit Mrs. Ferrers and Clark, we to the Duke, where we did our usual business, and afterwards to the Tangier Committee, where among other things we all of us sealed and signed the contract for building the mole with my Lord Tiviot, Sir J. Lawson, and Mr. Cholmondeley, a thing I did with a very ill will, because a thing which I did not at all understand, nor any or few of the whole board. We did also read over the propositions for the civil government and law merchant of the town, as they were agreed on this morning at the Glass-house by Sir R. Ford and Sir W. Rider, who drew them, Mr. Povey and myself as a committee appointed to prepare them, which were in substance, but not in the manner of executing them, independent wholly upon the governor consenting to. Thence to see my Lord Sandwich, who I found very merry, and every day better and better. So to my wife, who waited my coming at my lord's lodgings, and took her up and by coach home, where no sooner come but to bed, finding myself just in the same condition I was lately by the extreme cold weather, my pores stopped, and so my body all inflamed and itching. So keeping myself warm and provoking myself to a moderate sweat, and so somewhat better in the morning. 31st. And to that purpose I lay long talking with my wife about my father's coming, which I expect to-day, coming up with the horses brought up for my lord. Up and to my office, where doing business all the morning, and at Sir W. Batten's, whither Mr. Gordon and many others came to us about business. Then home to dinner, where W. Joyce came, and he still a talking impertinent fellow. So to the office again, and hearing by and by that Madam Clark, Pierce, and others were come to see my wife, I stepped in and stayed a little with them. And so to the office again, where late, and so home to supper, and to bed. End of March. April. In the Diary of Samuel Pepys, 1663. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. The Diary of Samuel Pepys, 1663. April. April 1st. Up betimes, and abroad to my brother's. But he being gone out, I went to the Temple, to my cousin Roger Pepys, to see and talk with him a little, who tells me that, with much ado, the Parliament do agree to throw down Popery, but he says it is with so much spite and passion, and an endeavour of bringing all nonconformists into the same condition, that he is afeard matters will not yet go so well as he could wish. Thence back to my brother's, in my way meeting Mr. Moore, and talking with him about getting me some money, and calling at my brother's, they tell me that my brother is still abroad, and that my father is not yet up, at which I wondered, not thinking that he was come, though I expected him, because I looked for him at my house. So I up to his bedside, and stayed an hour or two talking with him. Among other things, he tells me how unquiet my mother is grown, that he is not able to live almost with her, if it were not for Paul. All other matters are as well as upon so hard conditions with my uncle Thomas we can expect them. I left him in bed, being very weary, to come to my house to-night or to-morrow, when he pleases, and so I home, calling on the virginal maker, buying a rest for myself to tune my triangle, and taking one of his people along with me to put it in tune once more, by which I learned how to go about it myself for the time to come. So to dinner, my wife being lazily in bed all this morning. Ashwell and I dine below together, and a pretty girl she is, and I hope will give my wife and myself good content, being very humble and active. My cook-maid do also dress my meat very well and neatly. So to my office all the afternoon till night, and then home, calling at Sir W. Batten's, where was Sir J. Minnes and Sir W. Penn, I telling them how, by my letter this day from Commissioner Pett, I hear that his Pepys he undertook for the new ship at Woolwich, which we have been so long to our shame in looking for, do prove knotty, and not fit for service. Lord! How Sir J. Minnes, like a mad coxcomb, did swear and stamp, swearing that Commissioner Pett hath still the old heart against the king that ever he had, and that this was his envy against his brother that was to build the ship, and all the damnable reproaches in the world, at which I was ashamed, but said little. But upon the whole, I find him still a fool, led by the nose with stories told by Sir W. Batten, whether with or without reason. So, vexed in my mind to see things ordered so unlike gentlemen, or men of reason, I went home and to bed. 2nd. Up by very betimes, and to my office, where all the morning till towards noon, and then by coach to Westminster Hall with Sir W. Penn, and while he went up to the house, I walked in the hall with Mr. Pierce, the surgeon, that I met there, talking about my business the other day with Holmes, whom I told my mind, and did freely tell how I do depend upon my care and diligence in my employment to bear me out against the pride of Holmes, or any man else in things that are honest, and much to that purpose which I know he will make good use of. But he did advise me to take as few occasions as I can of disobliging commanders, though this is one that everybody is glad to hear that he do receive a check. By and by the house rises, and I home again with Sir W. Penn, and all the way talking of the same business, to whom I did on purpose tell him my mind freely, and let him see that it must be a wiser man than Holmes, in these very words, that shall do me any hurt while I do my duty. I to remember him of Holmes's words against Sir J. Minnes, that he was a knave, rogue, coward, and that he will kick him and pull him by the ears, which he remembered all of them, and may have occasion to do it hereafter to his own shame, to suffer them to be spoke in his presence without any reply, but what I did give him, which has caused all this feud. But I am glad of it, for I would now and then take occasion to let the world know that I will not be made a novice. Sir W. Penn took occasion to speak about my wife's strangeness to him and his daughter, and that, believing at last that it was from his taking of Sarah to be his maid, he hath now put her away, at which I am glad. He told me that this day the king hath sent to the house his concurrence wholly with them against the popish priests, Jesuits, etc., which gives great content, and I am glad of it. So home, whither my father comes and dines with us, and being willing to be merry with him, I made myself so as much as I could, and so to the office, where we sat all the afternoon, and at night, having done all my business, I went home to my wife and father, and supped, and so to bed, my father lying with me in Ashwell's bed in the Red Chamber. 3rd. Waked betimes, and talked half an hour with my father, and so I rose and to my office, and about 9 o'clock by water from the Old Swan to Whitehall and to chapel, which being most monstrous full, I could not go into my pew, but sat among the choir. Dr. Cretan, the Scotchman, preached a most admirable, good, learned, honest, and most severe sermon, yet comical, upon the words of the woman concerning the Virgin. Blessed is the womb that bare thee, meaning Christ, and the paps that gave thee suck. And he answered, Nay, rather is he blessed that heareth the word of God and keepeth it. He railed bitterly ever and anon against John Calvin and his brood, the Presbyterians, and against the present term, now in use, of tender consciences. He ripped up Hugh Peters, calling him the execrable skellum, his preaching and stirring up the maids of the city to bring in their bodkins and thimbles. Thence going out of Whitehall, I met Captain Grove, who did give me a letter directed to myself from himself. I discerned money to be in it, and took it, knowing, as I found it to be, the proceed of the place I have got him to be, the taking up of vessels for Tangier. But I did not open it till I came home to my office, and there I broke it open, not looking into it till all the money was out, that I might say I saw no money in the paper, if ever I should be questioned about it. There was a piece in gold, and £4 in silver. So home to dinner with my father and wife, and after dinner up to my triangle, where I found that, above my expectation, Ashwell has very good principles of music, and can take out a lesson herself with very little pains, at which I am very glad. Thence away back again by water to Whitehall, and there to the Tangier Committee, where we find ourselves at a great stand, the establishment being but £70,000 per annum, and the forces to be kept in the town at the least estimate that my Lord Rutherford can be got to bring it, is £53,000. The charge of this year's work of the Mole will be £13,000, besides £1,000 a year to my Lord Peterborough as a pension, and the fortifications and contingencies, which puts us to a great stand, and so unsettled what to do therein we rose, and I to see my Lord Sandwich, whom I found merry at cards, and so by coach home, and after supper a little to my office, and so home and to bed. I find at court that there is some bad news from Ireland of an insurrection of the Catholics there, which puts them into an alarm. I hear also in the city that for certain there is an embargo upon all our ships in Spain, upon this action of my Lord Windsor's at Cuba, which signifies little or nothing, but only he hath a mind to say that he hath done something before he comes back again. Late to-night I sent to invite my uncle White and aunt with Mrs. Turner to-morrow. 4th. Up betimes and to my office. By and by to Lombard Street by appointment to meet Mr. Moore, but the business not being ready, I returned to the office, where we sat a while, and being sent for, I returned to him, and there signed to some papers in the conveying of some lands mortgaged by Sir Rob Parkhurst, in my name, to my Lord Sandwich, which I having done, I returned home to dinner, whither by and by comes Roger Pepys, Mrs. Turner her daughter, Joyce Norton, and a young lady, a daughter of Colonel Cox, my uncle White, his wife, and Mrs. Anne White. This being my feast, in lieu of what I should have had a few days ago for my cutting of the stone, for which the Lord make me truly thankful. Very merry at, before, and after dinner, and the more for that my dinner was great, and most neatly dressed by our own only maid. We had a fricassee of rabbits and chickens, a leg of mutton boiled, 3 carps in a dish, a great dish of a side of lamb, a dish of roasted pigeons, a dish of 4 lobsters, 3 tarts, a lamprey pie, a most rare pie, a dish of anchovies, good wine of several sorts, and all things mighty noble and to my great content. After dinner to Hyde Park, my aunt, Mrs. White, and I in one coach, and all the rest of the women in Mrs. Turner's, Roger being gone in haste to the Parliament about the carrying this business of the Papists, in which it seems there is great contest on both sides, and my uncle and father staying together behind. At the park was the King, and in another coach my Lady Castlemaine, they greeting one another at every tour. Here about an hour, and so leaving all by the way, we home, and found the house as clean as if nothing had been done there to-day, from top to bottom, which made us give the cook 12 a piece, each of us. So to my office about writing letters by the post, one to my brother John at Brampton, telling him, hoping to work a good effect by it upon my mother, how melancholy my father is, and bidding him use all means to get my mother to live peaceably and quietly, which I am sure she neither do, nor I fear can ever do, but frightening her with his coming down no more, and the danger of her condition if he should die, I trust may do good. So home and to bed. 5th. Lord's Day. Up and spent the morning till the barber came, in reading in my chamber part of Osborne's advice to his son, which I shall not never enough admire for sense and language. And being by and by trimmed, to church, myself, wife, Ashwell, etc., home to dinner, it raining, while that was prepared to my office, to read over my vows with great affection and to very good purpose. So to dinner, and very well pleased with it. Then to church again, where a simple bawling young Scot preached. So home to my office alone till dark, reading some papers of my old navy precedents. And so home to supper, and after some pleasant talk, my wife Ashwell and I to bed. 6th. Up very betimes, and to my office, and there made an end of reading my book, that I have of Mr. Barlow's of the Journal of the Commissioners of the Navy, who begun to act in the year 1628, and continued 6 years, wherein is fine observations and precedents, out of which I do purpose to make a good collection. By and by, much against my will, being twice sent for, to Sir G. Carteret's, to pass his accounts there, upon which Sir J. Minnes, Sir W. Batten, Sir W. Penn, and myself, all the morning, and again after dinner to it, being vexed at my heart to see a thing of that importance done so slightly, and with that neglect for which God pardon us. And I would I could mend it. Thence leaving them, I made an excuse and away home, and took my wife by coach and left her at Madam Clark's to make a visit there, and I to the committee of Tangier, where I found to my great joy my Lord Sandwich, the first time I have seen him abroad these some months. And by he rose and took leave, being, it seems, this night to go to Kensington or Chelsea, where he hath taken a lodging for a while to take the air. We stayed, and after business done, I got Mr. Coventry into the matted gallery, and told him my whole mind concerning matters of our office, all my discontent to see things of so great trust carried so neglectfully, and what pitiful service the controller and surveyor make of their duties. And I disburdened my mind wholly to him, and he to me his own, many things, telling me that he is much discouraged by seeing things not to grow better and better, as he did well hope they would have done. Upon the whole, after a full hour's private discourse, telling one another our minds, we with great content parted, and with very great satisfaction, for my having thus cleared my conscience, went to Dr. Clarke's, and thence fetched my wife, and by coach home. To my office a little to set things in order, and so home to supper and to bed. 7th. Up very betimes, and angry with Will that he made no more haste to rise after I called him. So to my office, and all the morning there. At noon to the Exchange, and so home to dinner, where I found my wife had been with Ashwell to La Roche's to have her tooth drawn, which it seems aches much, but my wife could not get her to be contented to have it drawn after the first twitch, but would let it alone, and so they came home with it undone, which made my wife and me good sport. After dinner to the office, where Sir J. Minnes did make a great complaint to me alone, how my clerk, Mr. Hayter, had entered in one of the sea books a ticket to have been signed by him before it had been examined, which makes the old fool mad almost, though there was upon enquiry the greatest reason in the world for it, which though it vexes me, yet it is most to see from day to day what a coxcomb he is, and that so great a trust should lie in the hands of such a fool. We sat all the afternoon, and I late at my office, it being post-night, and so home to supper, my father being come again to my house, and after supper to bed, and after some talk to sleep. 8th. Up betimes and to my office, and by, about 8 o'clock, to the Temple, to Commissioner Pett, lately come to town, and discoursed about the affairs of our office, how ill they go through the corruption and folly of Sir W. Batten and Sir J. Minnes. Thence by water to Whitehall, to chapel, where preached Dr. Pierce, the famous man that preached the sermon so much cried up before the King against the Papists. His matter was the devil tempting our Saviour, being carried into the wilderness by the Spirit, and he hath as much of natural eloquence as most men that ever I heard in my life, mixed with so much learning. After sermon I went up and saw the ceremony of the Bishop of Peterborough's paying homage upon the knee to the King, while Sir H. Bennet, Secretary, read the King's grant of the Bishopric of Lincoln, to which he is translated. His name is Dr. Laney. Here I also saw the Duke of Monmouth, with his Order of the Garter, the first time I ever saw it. I am told that the University of Cambridge did treat him a little while since with all the honour possible, with a comedy at Trinity College and banquet, and made him Master of Arts there, all which, they say, the King took very well. Dr. Rainbow, Master of Magdalen, being now Vice-Chancellor. Home by water to dinner, and with my father, wife, and Ashwell after dinner by water towards Woolwich, and in our way I bethought myself that we had left our poor little dog that followed us out of doors at the water-side, and God knows whether he be not lost, which did not only strike my wife into a great passion, but I must confess myself also, more than was becoming me. We immediately returned, I taking another boat, and with my father went to Woolwich, while they went back to find the dog. I took my father on board the King's pleasure boat, and down to Woolwich, and walked to Greenwich thence, and turning into the park to show my father the steps up the hill, we found my wife, her woman, and dog attending us, which made us all merry again, and so took boats, they to Deptford, and so by land to Halfway House, I into the King's Yard, and overlooked them there, and eat and drank with them, and saw a company of seamen play drolly at our pence, and so home by water. I a little at the office, and so home to supper, and to bed, after having Ashwell play my father and me a lesson upon her triangle. 9th. Up betimes and to my office, and anon we met upon finishing the treasurer's accounts. At noon dined at home, and am vexed to hear my wife tell me how our maid Mary do endeavour to corrupt our cook-maid, which did please me very well, but I am resolved to rid the house of her as soon as I can. To the office, and sat all the afternoon till 9 at night, and an hour after home to supper and bed. My father lying at Tom's to-night, he dining with my uncle Fenner and his sons, and a great many more of the gang at his own cost to-day. To bed, vexed also, to think of Sir J. Minnes finding fault with Mr. Hayter for what he had done the other day, though there be no hurt in the thing at all, but only the old fool's jealousy, made worse by Sir W. Batten. 10th. Up very betimes, and to my office, where most hard at business alone all the morning. At noon to the Exchange, where I hear that after great expectation from Ireland and long stop of letters, there is good news come, that all is quiet after our great noise of troubles there, though some stir hath been, as was reported. Off the Exchange with Sir J. Cutler and Mr. Grant to the Royal Oak Tavern, in Lombard Street, where Alexander Broome the poet was, a merry and witty man, I believe, if he be not a little conceited, and here drank a sort of French wine called Haut-Brion, that hath a good and most particular taste that I never met with. Home to dinner, and then by water abroad to Whitehall. My wife to see Mrs. Ferrers, I to Whitehall in the Park, doing no business. Then to my Lord's lodgings, met my wife, and walked to the New Exchange. There laid out 10 shillings upon pendants and painted leather gloves, very pretty, and all the mode. So by coach home, and to my office till late, and so to supper and to bed. 11th. Up betimes and to my office, where we sat also all the morning till noon, and then home to dinner, my father being there, but not very well. After dinner, in comes Captain Lambert of the Norwich, this day come from Tangier, whom I am glad to see. There came also with him Captain Wager, and afterwards in came Captain Allen to see me, of the Resolution. All stayed a pretty while, and so away, and I a while to my office, then abroad into the street with my father, and left him to go to see my aunt White and uncle, intending to lie at Tom's to-night, or my cousin Scott's, where it seems he has hitherto lain, and is most kindly used there. So I home and to my office very late, making up my Lord's navy accounts, wherein I find him to stand debtor 1200 pounds. So home to supper and to bed. 12th. Lord's Day. Lay till 8 o'clock, which I have not done a great while. Then up and to church, where I found our pew altered by taking some of the hind pew to make ours bigger, because of the number of women, more by Sir J. Minnes' company than we used to have. Home to dinner, and after dinner, intending to go to Chelsea to my Lord Sandwich, my wife would needs go with me, though she walked on foot to Whitehall, which she did, and stayed at my Lord's lodgings while Creed and I took a turn at Whitehall, but no coach to be had, and so I returned to them, and sat talking till evening, and then got a coach and to Gray's Inn Walks, where some handsome faces, and so home and there to supper, and a little after 8 o'clock to bed, a thing I have not done God knows when. Coming home to-night, a drunken boy was carrying by our constable to our new pair of stocks, to handsel them, being a new pair, and very handsome. 13th. Up by 5 o'clock and to my office, where hard at work till towards noon, and home and eat a bit, and so going out met with Mr. Mount, my old acquaintance, and took him in and drank a glass or two of wine to him, and so parted, having not time to talk together. And I with Sir W. Batten to the still yard, and there eat a lobster together, and Wise the King's fishmonger coming in, we were very merry half an hour, and so by water to Whitehall, and by being all met, we went in to the Duke, and there did our business, and so away, and anon to the Tangier Committee, where we had very fine discourse from Dr. Walker and Wiseman, civilians, against our erecting a court merchant at Tangier, and well answered in many things by my Lord Sandwich, whose speaking I never till now observed so much to be very good, and Sir R. Ford. By and by, the discourse being ended, we fell to my Lord Rutherford's dispatch, which do not please him, he being a Scot, and one resolved to scrape every penny that he can get by any way, which the committee will not agree to. He took offence at something, and rose away, without taking leave of the board, which all took ill, though nothing said but only by the Duke of Albemarle, who said that we ought to settle things as they ought to be, and if he will not go upon these terms, another man will, no doubt. Here late, quite finishing things against his going, and so rose, and I walked home, being accompanied by Creed to Temple Bar, talking of this afternoon's passage. And so I called at the Wardrobe in my way home, and there spoke at the Horn Tavern with Mr. Moore a word or two, but my business was with Mr. Townsend, who is gone this day to his country house, about sparing Charles Pepys some money of his bills due to him when he can, but missing him, lost my labour. So walked home, finding my wife abroad at my Aunt White's, who coming home by and by, I home to supper, and to bed. 14th. Up betimes to my office, where busy till 8 o'clock, that Sir W. Batten, Sir J. Minnes, Sir W. Penn, and I down by barge to Woolwich, to see the Royal James launched, where she has been under repair a great while. We stayed in the yard till almost noon, and then to Mr. Faulkner's, to a dinner of fish of our own sending. And when it was just ready to come upon the table, word is brought that the King and Duke are come. So they all went away to shew themselves, while I stayed and had a little dish or two by myself, resolving to go home. And by the time I had dined, they came again, having gone to little purpose, the King, I believe, taking little notice of them. So they to dinner, and I stayed a little with them, and so good-bye. I walked to Greenwich, studying the slide rule for measuring of timber, which is very fine. Thence to Deptford by water, and walked through the yard, and so walked to Redriff. And so home pretty weary to my office, where anon they all came home, the ship well launched, and so sat at the office till 9 at night, and I longer doing business at my office, and so home to supper, my father being come, and to bed. Sir G. Carteret tells me to-night that he perceives the Parliament is likely to make a great bustle, before they will give the King any money, will call all things into question, and above all the expenses of the Navy, and do inquire into the King's expenses everywhere, and into the truth of the report of people being forced to sell their bills at 15% loss in the Navy, and lastly, that they are in a very angry pettish mood at present, and not likely to be better. 15th. Up betimes, and after talking with my father a while, I to my office, and there hard at it till almost noon, and then went down the river with Mains, the purveyor, to show a ship's lading of Norway goods, and called at Sir W. Warren's yard, and so home to dinner. After dinner, up with my wife and Ashwell a little to the Triangle, and so I down to Deptford by land, about looking out a couple of catches fitted to be speedily set forth in answer to a letter of Mr. Coventry's to me. Which done, I walked back again, all the way reading of my book of timber measure, comparing it with my new sliding rule, brought home this morning, with great pleasure. Taking boat again, I went to Shish's yard, but he being newly gone out towards Deptford, I followed him thither again, and there seeing him, I went with him and pitched upon a couple, and so by water home, it being late, past 8 at night, the wind cold, and I a little weary. So home to my office, then to supper and bed. 16th. Up betimes and to my office, met to pass Mr. Pitt's, anon Sir J. Lawson's secretary and deputy treasurer, accounts for the voyage last to the Straits, wherein the demands are strangely regular. And I dare not oppose it alone for making an enemy and do no good, but only bring a review upon my Lord Sandwich, but God knows it troubles my heart to see it, and to see the controller, whose duty it is, to make no more matter of it. At noon home for an hour to dinner, and so to the office public and private till late at night, so home to supper and bed with my father. 17th. Up by 5 o'clock, as I have long done, and to my office all the morning. At noon home to dinner with my father with us. Our dinner, it being Good Friday, was only sugar sops and fish, the only time that we have had a Lenten dinner all this Lent. This morning Mr. Hunt, the instrument maker, brought me home a bass viol to see whether I like it, which I do not very well. Besides, I am under a doubt whether I had best buy one yet or no, because of spoiling my present mind and love to business. After dinner, my father and I walked into the city a little, and parted, and to Paul's churchyard, to cause the title of my English Mare Clausum to be changed, and the new title, dedicated to the King, to be put to it, because I am ashamed to have the other scene dedicated to the Commonwealth. So home and to my office till night, and so home to talk with my father, and supper and to bed. I have not had yet 1/4 of an hour's leisure to sit down and talk with him since he came to town, nor do I know till the holidays when I shall. 18th. Up betimes and to my office, where all the morning. At noon to dinner, with us Mr. Creed, who has been deeply engaged at the office this day about the ending of his accounts, wherein he is most unhappy, to have to do with a company of fools, who, after they have signed his accounts and made bills upon them, yet dare not boldly assert to the treasurer that they are satisfied with his accounts. Hereupon all dinner, and walking in the garden the afternoon, he and I talking of the ill management of our office, which God knows is very ill for the king's advantage. I would I could make it better. In the evening to my office, and at night home to supper and bed. 19th, Easter Day. Up, and this day put on my close-kneed coloured suit, which, with new stockings of the colour, with belt, and new gilt-handled sword, is very handsome. To church alone, and so to dinner, where my father and brother Tom dined with us, and after dinner to church again, my father sitting below in the chancel. After church done, where the young Scotchman preaching, I slept all the while, my father and I to see my uncle and aunt White, and after a stay of an hour there, my father to my brother's, and I home to supper, and after supper fell in discourse of dancing, and I find that Ashwell hath a very fine carriage, which makes my wife almost ashamed of herself to see herself so outdone, but tomorrow she begins to learn to dance for a month or two. So to prayers and to bed. Will being gone, with my leave, to his father's this day for a day or two, to take physic these holy days. 20th. Up betimes, as I used to do, and in my chamber begun to look over my father's accounts, which he brought out of the country with him by my desire, whereby I may see what he has received and spent, and I find that he is not anything extravagant, and yet it do so far outdo his estate that he must either think of lessening his charge, or I must be forced to spare money out of my purse to help him through, which I would willing do as far as £20 goes. So to my office the remaining part of the morning till towards noon, and then to Mr. Grant's. There saw his prints, which he shewed me, and indeed are the best collection of any things almost that ever I saw, there being the prints of most of the greatest houses, churches, and antiquities in Italy and France, and brave cuts. I had not time to look them over as I ought, and which I will take time hereafter to do, and therefore left them and home to dinner. After dinner, it raining very hard, by coach to Whitehall, where, after Sir G. Carteret, Sir J. Minnis, Mr. Coventry, and I had been with the Duke, we to the committee of Tangier, and did matters there, dispatching wholly my Lord Teviot, and so broke up. With Sir G. Carteret and Sir John Minnis by coach to my Lord Treasurer's, thinking to have spoken about getting money for paying the yards. But we found him with some ladies at cards, and so, it being a bad time to speak, we parted, and Sir J. Minnis and I home, and after walking with my wife in the garden late, to supper and to bed, being somewhat troubled at Ashwell's desiring and insisting over eagerly upon her going to a ball to meet some of her old companions at a dancing school here in town next Friday, but I am resolved she shall not go. So to bed. This day the little Duke of Monmouth was married at Whitehall in the King's chamber, and to-night is a great supper and dancing at his lodgings near Charing Cross. I observed his coat at the tail of his coach. He gives the arms of England, Scotland, and France quartered upon some other fields, but what it is that speaks his being a bastard, I know not. 21st. Up betimes, and to my office, where first I ruled with red ink my English Mare Clausum, which, with the new orthodox title, makes it now very handsome. So to business, and then home to dinner, and after dinner to sit at the office in the afternoon, and thence to my study late, and so home to supper to play a game at cards with my wife, and so to bed. Ashwell plays well at cards, and will teach us to play. I wish it did not lose too much of my time, and put my wife too much upon it. 22nd. Up betimes, and to my office very busy all the morning there, entering things into my book manuscript, which pleases me very much. So to the Change, and so to my uncle White's by invitation, whither my father, wife, and Ashwell came, where we had but a poor dinner, and not well dressed. Besides, the very sight of my aunt's hands and greasy manner of carving did almost turn my stomach. After dinner by coach to the King's Playhouse, where we saw but part of Wit Without Money, which I do not like much, but coming late put me out of tune, and it costing me 4 half-crowns for myself and company. So the play done, home, and I to my office a while, and so home, where my father, who is so very melancholy, and we played at cards, and so to supper, and to bed. 23rd. St. George's Day and Coronation, the King and Court being at Windsor, at the installing of the King of Denmark by proxy, and the Duke of Monmouth. I up betimes, and with my father, having a fire made in my wife's new closet above, it being a wet and cold day, we sat there all the morning, looking over his country accounts ever since his going into the country. I find his spending hitherto has been, without extraordinary charges, at full £100 per annum, which troubles me, and I did let him apprehend it, so as that the poor man wept, though he did make it well appear to me that he could not have saved a farthing of it. I did tell him how things stand with us, and did shew my distrust of Poll, both for her good nature and housewifery, which he was sorry for, telling me that indeed she carries herself very well and carefully, which I am glad to hear, though I doubt it was but his doting, and not being able to find her miscarriages so well nowadays as he could heretofore have done. We resolve upon sending for Will Stanks up to town to give us a right understanding in all that we have in Brampton, and before my father goes, to settle everything, so as to resolve how to find a living for my father, and to pay debts and legacies, and also to understand truly how Tom's condition is in the world, that we may know what we are like to expect of his doing ill or well. So to dinner, and after dinner to the office, where some of us met and did a little business, and so to Sir W. Batten's to see a little picture drawing of his by a Dutchman, which is very well done. So to my office, and put a few things in order, and so home to spend the evening with my father. At cards till late, and being at supper, my boy being sent for some mustard to a neat's tongue, the rogue stayed half an hour in the streets, it seems, at a bonfire, at which I was very angry, and resolved to beat him tomorrow. 24th. Up betimes, and with my salt eel went down in the parlour, and there got my boy, and did beat him till I was fain to take breath 2 or 3 times. Yet for all I am afeard it will make the boy never the better, he is grown so hardened in his tricks, which I am sorry for, he being capable of making a brave man, and is a boy that I and my wife love very well. So made me ready, and to my office, where all the morning, and at noon home, whither came Captain Holland, who is lately come home from sea, and has been much harassed in law about the ship which he has bought, so that it seems in a despair he endeavoured to cut his own throat, but has recovered it. And it seems whether by that or any other persuasion, his wife's mother being a great zealot, he is turned almost a Quaker, his discourse being nothing but holy, and that impertinent, that I was weary of him. At last, pretending to go to the Change, we walked thither together, and there I left him and home to dinner, sending my boy by the way to inquire after 2 dancing masters at our end of the town for my wife to learn, of whose names the boy brought word. After dinner, all the afternoon, fiddling upon my violin, which I have not done many a day, while Ashwell danced above in my upper best chamber, which is a rare room for music, expecting this afternoon my wife to bring my cousin Scott and Stradwick, but they came not, and so in the evening we by ourselves to Halfway House to walk, but did not go in there, but only a walk, and so home again, and to supper, my father with us, and had a good lobster intended for part of our entertainment to these people to-day, and so to cards, and then to bed, being the first day that I have spent so much to my pleasure a great while. 25th. Up betimes, and to my viol, and song-book, a pretty while, and so to my office, and there we sat all the morning. Among other things, Sir W. Batten had a mind to cause Butler, our chief witness in the business of Field, whom we did force back from an employment going to sea, to come back to attend our lawsuit, to be born as a mate on the Rainbow in the Downs, in compensation for his loss for our sakes. This he orders an order to be drawn by Mr. Turner for, and after Sir J. Minnes, Sir W. Batten, and Sir W. Penn had signed it, it came to me, and I was going to put it up into my book, thinking to consider of it, and give them my opinion upon it before I parted with it. But Sir W. Penn told me I must sign it, or give it him again, for it should not go without my hand. I told him what I meant to do, whereupon Sir W. Batten was very angry, and in a great heat, which will bring out anything which he has in his mind, and I am glad of it, though it is base in him to have a thing so long in his mind without speaking of it. Though I am glad this is the worst, for if he had worse, it would out as well as this some time or other. Told me that I should not think, as I have heretofore done, make them sign orders, and not sign them myself, which, what ignorance or worse it implies, is easy to judge, when he shall sign to things, and the rest of the board too, as appears in this business, for company, and not out of their judgment for. After some discourse, I did convince them that it was not fit to have it go, and Sir W. Batten first, and then the rest, did willingly cancel all their hands, and tear the order, For I told them, Butler being such a rogue as I know him, and we have all signed him to be to the Duke, it will be in his power to publish this to our great reproach, that we should take such a course as this to serve ourselves in wronging the King, by putting him into a place he is no wise capable of, and that in an admiralship. At noon we rose, Sir W. Batten ashamed and vexed, and so home to dinner, and after dinner walked to the Old Exchange, and so all along to Westminster Hall, Whitehall, my Lord Sandwich's lodgings, and going by water back to the Temple, did pay my debts in several places in order to my examining my accounts tomorrow to my great content. So in the evening home, and after supper, my father at my brother's, and merrily practising to dance, which my wife hath begun to learn this day of Mr. Pembleton, but I fear will hardly do any great good at it, because she is conceited that she do well already, though I think no such thing. So to bed. At Westminster Hall this day I buy a book lately printed and licensed by Dr. Stradling, the Bishop of London's chaplain, being a book discovering the practices and designs of the Papists, and the fears of some of our own fathers of the Protestant Church heretofore of the return to Popery, as it were, prefacing it. The book is a very good book, but forasmuch as it touches one of the Queen Mother's father's confessors, the Bishop, which troubles many good men and members of Parliament, hath called it in, which I am sorry for. Another book I bought, being a collection of many expressions of the great Presbyterian preachers upon public occasions, in the late times, against the King and his party, as some of Mr. Marshall, Case, Calamy, Baxter, etc., which is good reading now to see what they then did teach, and the people believe, and what they would seem to believe now. Lastly, I did hear that the Queen is much grieved of late at the King's neglecting her, he having not supped once with her this quarter of a year, and almost every night with my Lady Castlemaine, who hath been with him this St. George's feast at Windsor, and came home with him last night, and, which is more, they say is removed as to her bed from her own home to a chamber in Whitehall next to the King's own, which I am sorry to hear, though I love her much. 26th, Lord's Day. Lay pretty long in bed talking with my wife, and then up and set to the making up of my monthly accounts. But Tom coming, with whom I was angry for botching my Camelot coat, to tell me that my father and he would dine with me, and that my father was at our church, I got me ready, and had a very good sermon of a country minister upon how blessed a thing it is for brethren to live together in unity. So home and all to dinner, and then would have gone by coach to have seen my Lord Sandwich at Chelsea, if the man would have taken us, but he denying it, we stayed at home, and I all the afternoon upon my accounts, and found myself worth full 700 for which I bless God, it being the most I was ever yet worth in money. In the evening, my father being gone to my brother's to lie to-night, my wife, Ashwell, and the boy and I, and the dog, over the water and walked to Halfway House, and beyond into the fields, gathering of cowslips, and so to Halfway House, with some cold lamb we carried with us, and there supped, and had a most pleasant walk back again, Ashwell all along telling us some parts of their masque at Chelsea School, which was very pretty, and I find she hath a most prodigious memory, remembering so much of things acted 6 or 7 years ago. So home, and after reading my vows, being sleepy, without prayers to bed, for which God forgive me. 27th. Up betimes and to my office, where doing business alone a good while, till people came about business to me. Will Griffin tells me this morning that Captain Brown, Sir W. Batten's brother-in-law, is dead of a blow given him 2 days ago by a seaman, a servant of his, being drunk, with a stone striking him on the forehead, for which I am sorry, he having a good woman and several small children. At the office all the morning. At noon dined at home with my wife, Mary, and after dinner by water to Whitehall, but found the Duke of York gone to St. James for this summer. And thence with Mr. Coventry, to whose chamber I went, and Sir W. Pen, up to the Duke's closet, and a good while with him about our navy business, and so I to Whitehall, and there alone a while with my Lord Sandwich, discoursing about his debt to the navy, wherein he hath given me some things to resolve him in. Thence to my Lord's lodging, and thither came Creed to me, and he and I walked a great while in the garden, and thence to an alehouse in the market-place to drink fine Lambeth ale, and so to Westminster Hall. And after walking there a great while, home by coach, where I found Mary gone from my wife, she being too high for her, though a very good servant, and my boy too will be going in a few days, for he is not for my family, he is grown so out of order and not to be ruled, and do himself against his brother's counsel, desire to be gone, which I am sorry for, because I love the boy, and would be glad to bring him to good. At home with my wife and Ashwell, talking of her going into the country this year, wherein we had like to have fallen out, she thinking that I have a design to have her go, which I have not, and to let her stay here I perceive will not be convenient, for she expects more pleasure than I can give her here, and I fear I have done very ill in letting her begin to learn to dance. The Queen, which I did not know, it seems, was at Windsor, at the late St. George's feast there, and the Duke of Monmouth dancing with her with his hat in his hand. The King came in and kissed him, and made him put on his hat, which everybody took notice of. After being a while at my office, home to supper and to bed, my Will being come home again after being at his father's all the last week, taking physic. 28th. Up betimes and to my office, and there all the morning. Only stepped up to see my wife and her dancing master at it, and I think after all she will do pretty well at it. So to dinner, Mr. Hunt dining with us, and so to the office, where we sat late, and then I to my office, casting up my Lord's sea accounts over again, and putting them in order for payment, and so home to supper and to bed. 29th. Up betimes, and after having at my office settled some accounts for my Lord Sandwich, I went forth, and taking up my father at my brother's, took coach and towards Chelsea, lighting at an alehouse near the gatehouse at Westminster to drink our morning draught, and so up again into Chelsea, where we found my Lord all alone at a little table, with one joint of meat at dinner. We sat down, and very merry, talking, and mightily extolling the manner of his retirement, and the goodness of his diet, which indeed is so finely dressed. The mistress of the house, Mrs. Beck, having been a woman of good condition heretofore, a merchant's wife, and hath all things most excellently dressed, among others her cakes admirable, and so good that my Lord's words were, they were fit to present to my Lady Castlemaine. From ordinary discourse my Lord fell to talk of other matters to me, of which chiefly the second part of the fray, which he told me a little while since of, between Mr. Edward Montague and himself, which is that, after that, he had since been with him 3 times, and no notice taken at all of any difference between them, and yet since that he hath forborne coming to him almost 2 months, and do speak not only slightly of my Lord everywhere, but hath complained to my Lord Chancellor of him, and arrogated all that ever my Lord hath done to be only by his direction and persuasion. Whether he hath done the like to the King or no, my Lord knows not, but my Lord hath been with the King since, and finds all things fair, and my Lord Chancellor hath told him of it, but with so much contempt of Mr. Montague, as my Lord knows himself very secure against anything the fool can do. And notwithstanding all this, so noble is his nature, that he professes himself ready to show kindness and pity to Mr. Montague on any occasion. My Lord told me of his presenting Sir H. Bennet with a gold cup of 100 which he refuses, with a compliment. But my Lord would have been glad he had taken it, that he might have had some obligations upon him, which he thinks possible the other may refuse to prevent it, not that he hath any reason to doubt his kindness. But I perceive great differences there are at court, and Sir H. Bennet and my Lord Bristol and their faction are likely to carry all things before them, which my Lord's judgment is will not be for the best, and particularly against the Chancellor, who he tells me is irrecoverably lost, but, however, that he will not actually join in anything against the Chancellor, whom he do own to be his most sure friend, and to have been his greatest, and therefore will not openly act in either, but passively carry himself even. The Queen, my Lord tells me, he thinks he hath incurred some displeasure with, for his kindness to his neighbour, my Lady Castlemaine. My Lord tells me he hath no reason to fall for her sake, whose wit, management, nor interest is not likely to hold up any man, and therefore he thinks it not his obligation to stand for her against his own interest. The Duke and Mr. Coventry my Lord says he is very well with, and fears not but they will show themselves his very good friends, especially at this time, he being able to serve them, and they needing him, which he did not tell me wherein. Talking of the business of Tangier, he tells me that my Lord Teviot is gone away without the least respect paid to him, nor indeed to any man, but without his commission, and, if it be true what he says, having laid out 7,000 or 8,000 pounds in commodities for the place, and besides having not only disobliged all the commissioners for Tangier, but also Sir Charles Berkeley the other day, who, speaking in behalf of Colonel Fitzgerald, that having been Deputy Governor there already, he ought to have expected and had the governorship upon the death or removal of the former governor. And whereas it is said that he and his men are Irish, which is indeed the main thing that hath moved the King and Council to put in Teviot, to prevent the Irish having too great and the whole command there under Fitzgerald, He further said that there was never an Englishman fit to command Tangier. My Lord Teviot answered yes, that there were many more fit than himself or Fitzgerald either. So that Fitzgerald being so great with the Duke of York, and being already made Deputy Governor, independent of my Lord Teviot, and he being also left here behind him for a while, my Lord Sandwich do think that, putting all these things together, the few friends he hath left, and the ill posture of his affairs, my Lord Teviot is not a man of the conduct and management that either people take him to be, or is fit for the command of the place. And here, speaking of the Duke of York and Sir Charles Berkeley, my Lord tells me that he do very much admire the good management and discretion and nobleness of the Duke, that whatever he may be led by him or Mr. Coventry singly in private, yet he did not observe that in public matters, but he did give as ready hearing and as good acceptance to any reasons offered by any other man against the opinions of them as he did to them, and would concur in the prosecution of it. Then we came to discourse upon his own sea accounts, and came to a resolution what and how to proceed in them, wherein he resolved, though I offered him a way of evading the greatest part of his debt honestly, by making himself debtor to the Parliament, before the King's time, which he might justly do, yet he resolved to go openly and nakedly in it, and put himself to the kindness of the King and Duke, which humour I must confess, and so did tell him, with which he was not a little pleased, had thriven very well with him, being known to be a man of candid and open dealing, without any private tricks or hidden designs, as other men commonly have in what they do. From that we had discourse of Sir G. Carteret, who he finds kind to him, but it may be a little envious, and most other men are, and of many others, and upon the whole do find that it is a troublesome thing for a man of any condition at court to carry himself even, and without contracting enemies or enviers, and that much discretion and dissimulation is necessary to do it. My father stayed a good while at the window, and then sat down by himself while my lord and I were thus an hour together or two after dinner discoursing, and by he took his leave, and told me he would stay below for me. Anon I took leave, and coming down found my father unexpectedly in great pain, and desiring for God's sake to get him a bed to lie upon, which I did, and W. Howe and I stayed by him, in so great pain as I never saw, poor wretch, and with that patience, crying only, terrible, terrible pain! God help me! God help me! with the mournful voice, that made my heart ache. He desired to rest a little alone, to see whether it would abate, and W. Howe and I went down and walked in the gardens, which are very fine, and a pretty fountain, with which I was finely wetted, and up to a banqueting house with a very fine prospect, and so back to my father, who I found in such pain that I could not bear the sight of it without weeping, never thinking that I should be able to get him from thence. But at last, finding it like to continue, I got him to go to the coach with great pain, and driving hard, he all the while in a most unsufferable torment, meeting in the way with Captain Ferrers going to my lord, to tell him that my Lady Jemima is come to town, and that Will Stanks is come with my father's horses. Not staying the coach to speak with anybody, but once, in St. Paul's churchyard, we were forced to stay, the jogging and pain making my father vomit, which it never had done before. At last we got home, and all helping him, we got him to bed presently, and after half an hour's lying in his naked bed, it being a rupture with which he is troubled, and has been this 20 years, but never in half the pain and with so great swelling as now. And how this came but by drinking of cold small beer, and sitting long upon a low stool, and then standing long after it, he cannot tell. After which he was at good ease, and so continued, and so fell to sleep, and we went down whither W. Stanks was come with his horses. But it is very pleasant to hear how he rails at the rumbling and ado that is in London, over it is in the country, that he cannot endure it. He supped with us, and very merry, and then he to his lodgings at the inn with the horses, and so we to bed, I to my father, who is very well again, and both slept very well. 30th. Up, and after drinking my morning draught with my father and W. Stanks, I went forth to Sir W. Batten, who is going, to no purpose, as he uses to do, to Chatham upon a survey. So to my office, where till towards noon, and then to the Exchange, and back home to dinner, where Mrs. Hunt, my father, and W. Stanks. But, Lord! What a stir Stanks makes with his being crowded in the streets, and wearied in walking in London, and would not be wooed by my wife and Ashwell to go to a play, nor to Whitehall, or to see the lions, though he was carried in a coach. I never could have thought there had been upon earth a man so little curious in the world as he is. At the office all the afternoon till 9 at night, so home to cards with my father, wife, and Ashwell, and so to bed. End of April. May, Part 1 of the Diary of Samuel Pepys, 1663. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. The Diary of Samuel Pepys, 1663, by Samuel Pepys. May, 1663, Part 1. May 1st. Up betimes, and my father with me, and he and I all the morning, and Will Stanks private, in my wife's closet above, settling our matters concerning our Brampton estate, etc. And I find that there will be, after all debts paid, within £100, £50 per annum clear coming towards my father's maintenance, besides £25 per annum annuities to my uncle Thomas and aunt Perkins, of which, though I was in my mind glad, yet thought it not fit to let my father know it thoroughly. But after he had gone out to visit my uncle Thomas, and brought him to dinner with him, and after dinner I got my father, brother Tom, and myself together, I did make the business worse to them, and did promise £20 out of my own purse to make it £50 a year to my father, propounding that Stortlow may be sold to pay £200 for his satisfaction therein, and the rest to go towards payment of debts and legacies. The truth is, I am fearful lest my father should die before debts are paid, and then the land goes to Tom, and the burden of paying all debts will fall upon the rest of the land. Not that I would do my brother any real hurt. I advise my father to good husbandry, and to living within the compass of £50 a year, and all in such kind words as not only made them but myself to weep, and I hope it will have a good effect. That being done, and all things agreed on, we went down, and after a glass of wine we all took horse, and I, upon a horse hired of Mr. Game, saw him out of London, at the end of Bishopsgate Street, and so I turned and rode with some trouble through the fields, and then Holborn, etc., towards Hyde Park, whither all the world, I think, are going, and in my going almost thither, met W. Howe coming galloping upon a little cropped black nag. It seems one that was taken in some ground of my lord's, by some mischance being left by his master a thief. This horse being found with black cloth ears on, and a false mane, having none of his own. And I back again with him to the Chequer at Charing Cross, and there put up my own dull jade, and by his advice saddled a delicate stone horse of Captain Ferras's, and with that rid in state to the park, where none better mounted than I almost, but being in a throng of horses, seeing the king's riders showing tricks with their managed horses, which were very strange, my stone horse was very troublesome, and begun to fight with other horses, to the dangering him and myself, and with much ado I got out, and kept myself out of harm's way. Here I saw nothing good, neither the king nor my Lady Castlemaine, nor any great ladies or beauties being there being more pleasure a great deal at an ordinary day, or else those few good faces that there were, choked up with the many bad ones, there being people of all sorts in coaches there, to some thousands, I think. Going thither in the highway, just by the park gate, I met a boy in a sculler boat, carried by a dozen people at least, rowing as hard as he could drive, it seems upon some wager. By and by, about 7 or 8 o'clock, homeward. And changing my horse again, I rode home, coaches going in great crowds to the further end of the town almost. In my way, in Leadenhall Street, there was Morris dancing, which I have not seen a great while. So set my horse up at games, paying 5 shillings for him. And so home to see Sir J. Minnes, who is well again, and after staying talking with him a while, I took leave and went to hear Mrs. Turner's daughter, at whose house Sir J. Minnes lies, play on the harpsicon. But, Lord, it was enough to make any man sick to hear her. Yet I was forced to commend her highly. So home to supper and to bed, Asherle playing upon the triangle very well before I went to bed. This day Captain Grove sent me a side of pork, which was the oddest present, sure, that was ever made any man. And the next, I remember I told my wife, I believe would be a pound of candles, or a shoulder of mutton. But the fellow do it in kindness, and is one I am beholden to. So to bed very weary, and a little galled for lack of riding, praying to God for a good journey to my father, of whom I am afeard, he being so lately ill of his pain. 2nd. Being weary last night, I slept till almost 7 o'clock, a thing I have not done many a day. So up and to my office, being come to some angry words with my wife about neglecting the keeping of the house clean, I calling her beggar, and she me pricklouse, which vexed me, and there all the morning. So to the Exchange, and then home to dinner, and very merry, and well pleased with my wife, and so to the office again, where we met extraordinary upon drawing up the debts of the Navy to my Lord Treasurer. So rose and up to Sir W. Pen to drink a glass of bad cider in his new far low dining room, which is very noble, and so home, where Captain Ferrers and his lady are come to see my wife, he being to go the beginning of next week to France to sea, and I think to fetch over my young Lord Hinchinbroke. They being gone, I to my office to write letters by the post, and so home to supper, and to bed. 3rd, Lord's Day. Up before 5 o'clock, and alone at setting my Brampton papers to rights according to my father's and my computation and resolution the other day, to my good content. I finding that there will be clear saved to us £50 per annum, only a debt of it may be £100. So made myself ready and to church, where Sir W. Pen showed me the young lady which young Dawes, that sits in the new corner pew in the church, hath stole away from Sir Andrew Rickard, her guardian, worth £1,000 per annum present, good land and some money, and a very well-bred and handsome lady. He, I doubt, but a simple fellow. However, he got this good luck to get her, which methinks I could envy him with all my heart. Home to dinner with my wife, who not being very well did not dress herself, but stayed at home all day. And so I to church in the afternoon, and so home again, and up to teach Ashwell the grounds of time, and other things on the triangle, and made her take out a psalm very well, she having a good ear and hand. And so a while to my office, and then home to supper and prayers, to bed. My wife and I having a little falling out, because I would not leave my discourse below with her and Ashwell, to go up and talk with her alone upon something she has to say. She reproached me, but I had rather talk with anybody than her, by which I find I think she is jealous of my freedom with Ashwell, which I must avoid giving occasion of. 4th, up betimes, and to setting my Brampton papers in order, and looking over my wardrobe against summer, and laying things in order to send to my brother to alter. By and by took boat, intending to have gone down to Woolwich, but seeing I could not get back time enough to dinner, I returned, and home. Whither by and by the dancing master came, whom standing by, seeing him instructing my wife, when he had done with her, he would needs have me try the steps of a coranto. And what with his desire, and my wife's importunity, I did begin, and then was obliged to give him entry money 10 shillings, and am become his scholar. The truth is, I think it a thing very useful for a gentleman, and sometimes I may have occasion of using it, and though it cost me what I am heartily sorry it should, besides that I must by my oath give half as much more to the poor, yet I am resolved to get it up some other way, and then it will not be above a month or 2 in a year. So though it be against my stomach, yet I will try it a little while. If I see it comes to any great inconvenience or charge, I will fling it off. After I had begun with the steps of half a coranto, which I think I shall learn well enough, he went away, and we to dinner, and by out by coach, and sent my wife down at my Lord Crew's, going to see my Lady Jem Montague, who is lately come to town, and I to St. James's, where Mr. Coventry, Sir W. Pen, and I stayed a good while for the Duke's coming in, but not coming, we walked to Whitehall, and meeting the King, we followed him into the park, where Mr. Coventry and he talked of building a new yacht, which the King is resolved to have built out of his privy purse, he having some contrivance of his own. The talk being done, we fell off to Whitehall, leaving the King in the park, and going back, met the Duke going towards St. James to meet us. So he turned back again, and to his closet at Whitehall, and there, my Lord Sandwich present, we did our weekly errand, and so broke up, and I down into the garden with my Lord Sandwich, after we had sat an hour at the Tangier committee. And after talking largely of his own businesses, we began to talk how matters are at court, and though he did not flatly tell me any such thing, yet I do suspect that all is not kind between the King and the Duke, and that the King's fondness to the little Duke do occasion it, and it may be that there is some fear of his being made heir to the crown. But this my Lord did not tell me, but is my guess only, and that my Lord Chancellor is without doubt falling past hopes. He being gone to Chelsea by coach, I to his lodgings, where my wife stayed for me, and she from thence to see Mrs. Pierce, and called me at Whitehall stairs, where I went before by land to know whether there was any play at court to-night. And there being none, she and I to Mr. Creed to the Exchange, where she bought something, and from thence by water to Whitefriars, and wife to see Mrs. Turner, and then came to me at my brother's, where I did give him order about my summer clothes, and so home by coach, and after supper to bed to my wife, with whom I have not lain since I used to lie with my father till to-night. 5th, up betimes, and to my office, and there busy all the morning. Among other things, walked a good while up and down with Sir J. Minnis, he telling many old stories of the Navy, and of the state of the Navy at the beginning of the late troubles. And I am troubled at my heart to think, and shall hereafter cease to wonder, at the bad success of the King's cause, when such a knave as he, if it be true what he says, had the whole management of the fleet, and the design of putting out of my Lord Warwick, and carrying the fleet to the King, wherein he failed most fatally to the King's ruin. Dined at home, and after dinner up to try my dance, and so to the office again, where we sat all the afternoon. In the evening Dean of Woolwich went home with me, and showed me the use of a little sliding ruler, less than that I bought the other day, which is the same with that, but more portable. However, I did not seem to understand, or even to have seen anything of it before, but I find him an ingenious fellow, and a good servant in his place to the King. Thence to my office, busy writing letters, and then came Sir W. Warren, staying for a letter in his business by the post, and while that was writing, he and I talked about merchandise, trade, and getting of money. I made it my business to inquire what way there is for a man bred like me to come to understand anything of trade. He did most discreetly answer me in all things, shewing me the danger for me to meddle either in ships or merchandise of any sort, or common stocks, but what I have to keep at interest, which is a good, quiet, and easy profit. And once in a little while something offers, that with ready money you may make use of money to good profit. Wherein I concur much with him, and parted late with great pleasure and content in his discourse, and so home to supper and to bed. It has been this afternoon very hot, and this evening also, and about 11 at night going to bed it fell a thundering and lightning, the greatest flashes, enlightening the whole body of the yard, that ever I saw in my life. Up betimes, and to my office a good while at my new rulers, then to business, and towards noon to the Exchange with Creed, where we met with Sir J. Minnes coming in his coach from Westminster, who tells us in great heat that, by God, the Parliament will make mad work, that they will render all men incapable of any military or civil employment that have borne arms in the late troubles against the King, excepting some persons, which, if it be so, as I hope it is not, will give great cause of discontent, and I doubt will have but bad effects. I left them at the Exchange, and walked to Paul's Churchyard, to look upon a book or two, and so back, and thence to the Trinity House, and there dined, where, among other discourse worth hearing among the old seamen, they tell us that they have catched often in Greenland, in fishing whales with the iron grapnels that had formerly been struck into their bodies, covered over with fat, that they have had 11 hogsheads of oil out of the tongue of a whale. Thence, after dinner, home to my office, and there busy till the evening. Then home and to supper, and while at supper comes Mr. Pembleton, and after supper we up to our dancing room, and there danced 3 or 4 country dances, and after that a practice of my coranto I began with him the other day, and I begin to think that I shall be able to do something at it in time. Late and merry at it, and so weary to bed. 7th. Up betimes, and to my office a while, and then by water with my wife, leaving her at the New Exchange, and I to see Dr. Williams, and spoke with him about my business with Tom Trice, and so to my brothers, who I find very careful now-a-days, more than ordinary in his business, and like to do well. From thence to Westminster, and there up and down from the hall to the lobby, the Parliament sitting. Sir Thomas Crew this day tells me that the Queen, hearing that there was 40,000 per annum brought into her account, among the other expenses of the Crown, to the Committee of Parliament, she took order to let them know that she hath yet for the payment of her whole family received but 4,000, which is a notable act of spirit, and I believe is true. So by coach to my Lord Crew's, and there dined with him. He tells me of the order the House of Commons have made for the drawing an act for the rendering none capable of preferment or employment in the state, but who have been loyal and constant to the King and Church, which will be fatal to a great many, and makes me doubt lest I myself, with all my innocence during the late times, should be brought in, being employed in the Exchequer, but I hope God will provide for me. This day the new Theatre Royal begins to act with scenes The Humorous Lieutenant, but I have not time to see it, nor could stay to see my Lady Jemima lately come to town, who was here in the house, but dined above with her grandmother. But taking my wife at my brother's home by coach, and the officers being at Deptford at a pay, we had no office. But I took my wife by water, and so spent the evening, and so home with great pleasure to supper, and then to bed. 8th. Up very early, and to my office, there preparing letters to my father of great import in the settling of our affairs, and putting him upon a way of good husbandry, I promising to make out of my own purse him up to 50 per annum, till either by my uncle Thomas's death, or the fall of the wardrobe place, he be otherwise provided. That done, I by water to the Strand, and there viewed the Queen Mother's works at Somerset House, and thence to the new playhouse, but could not get in to see it. So to visit my Lady Jemima, who is grown much since I saw her, but lacks mightily to be brought into the fashion of the court to set her off. Thence to the Temple, and there sat till 1 o'clock reading at Playford's in Dr. Usher's Body of Divinity, his Discourse of the Scripture, which is as much, I believe, as is anywhere said by any man, but yet there is room to cavil, if a man would use no faith to the tradition of the church in which he is born, which I think to be as good an argument as most is brought for many things, and it may be for that among others. Thence to my brother's, and there took up my wife and Ashwell to the Theatre Royal, being the second day of its being opened. The house is made with extraordinary good contrivance, and yet hath some faults, as the narrowness of the passages, in and out of the pit, and the distance from the stage to the boxes, which I am confident cannot hear. But for all other things it is well, only above all, the music being below, and most of it sounding under the very stage, there is no hearing of the basses at all, nor very well of the trebles, which sure must be mended. The play was The Humorous Lieutenant, a play that hath little good in it, nor much in the very part which, by the King's command, Lacy now acts instead of Clun. In the dance, the tall devil's actions was very pretty. The play being done, we home by water, having been a little shamed that my wife and woman were in such a pickle, all the ladies being finer and better dressed in the pit than they used, I think, to be. To my office to set down this day's passage, and though my oath against going to plays do not oblige me against this house, because it was not then in being, yet believing that at the time my meaning was against all public houses, I am resolved to deny myself the liberty of 2 plays at court, which are in arrear to me for the months of March and April, which will more than countervail this excess, so that this month of May is the first that I must claim a liberty of going to a court play, according to my oath. So home to supper, and at supper comes Pembleton, and afterwards we all up to dancing till late, and so broke up and to bed, and they say that I am like to make a dancer. 9th. Up betimes and to my office, whither sooner than ordinary comes Mr. Hayter, desiring to speak a word to me alone, which I was, from the disorder of his countenance, amused at, and so the poor man began telling me, that by Providence being the last Lord's day at a meeting of some friends upon doing of their duties, they were surprised, and he carried to the counter, but afterwards released. However, hearing that Sir W. Batten do hear of it, he thought it good to give me an account of it, lest it might tend to any prejudice to me. I was extraordinarily surprised with it, and troubled for him, knowing that now it is out, it is impossible for me to conceal it, or keep him in employment under me without danger to myself. I cast about all I could, and did give him the best advice I could, desiring to know if I should promise that he would not for the time to come commit the same. He told me he desired that I would rather forbear to promise that, for he durst not do it, whatever God in his providence shall do with him, and that for my part he did bless God and thank me for all the love and kindness I have shewed him hitherto. I could not without tears in my eyes discourse with him further, but at last did pitch upon telling the truth of the whole to Mr. Coventry as soon as I could, and to that end did use means to prevent Sir W. Batten, who came to town last night, from going to that end to-day, lest he might do it to Sir G. Carteret or Mr. Coventry before me, which I did prevail, and kept him at the office all the morning. At noon dined at home with a heavy heart for the poor man, and after dinner went out to my brother's, and thence to Westminster, where at Mr. Jervis's, my old barber, I did try 2 or 3 borders and periwigs, meaning to wear one, and yet I have no stomach for it, but that the pains of keeping my hair clean is so great. He trimmed me, and at last I parted, but my mind was almost altered from my first purpose, from the trouble that I foresee will be in wearing them also. Thence by water home, and to the office, where busy late, and so home to supper and bed, with my mind much troubled about T. Hayter. 10th. Lord's Day. Up betimes, and put on a black cloth suit, with white linings under all, as the fashion is to wear, to appear under the breeches. So being ready, walked to St. James's, where I sat talking with Mr. Coventry, while he made himself ready, about several businesses of the Navy, and afterwards, the Duke being gone out, he and I walked to Whitehall together over the park, I telling him what had happened to Tom Hayter, at which he seems very sorry, but tells me that, if it is not made very public, it will not be necessary to put him away at present, but give him good caution for the time to come. However, he will speak to the Duke about it, and know his pleasure. Parted with him there, and I walked back to St. James's, and was there at Mass, and was forced in the crowd to kneel down, and Mass being done, to the King's Head Ordinary, whither I sent for Mr. Creed, and there we dined, where many Parliament men, and most of their talk was about the news from Scotland that the Bishop of Galloway was besieged in his house by some woman, and had like to have been outraged, but I know not how he was secured, which is bad news, and looks just as it did in the beginning of the late troubles. From thence they talked of rebellion, and I perceive they make it their great maxim, to be sure to master the city of London, whatever comes of it or from it. After that, to some other discourse, and, among other things, talking of the way of ordinaries, that it is very convenient, because a man knows what he hath to pay. One did wish that, among many bad, we could learn 2 good things of France, which were that we would not think it below the gentleman, or person of honour at a tavern, to bargain for his meat before he eats it; and next, to take no servant without certificate from some friend or gentleman of his good behaviour and abilities. Hence with Creed into St. James's Park, and there walked all the afternoon, and thence on foot home, and after a little while at my office walked in the garden with my wife, and so home to supper, and after prayers to bed. My brother Tom supped with me, and should have brought my aunt Ellen with him. She was not free to go abroad. 11th. Up betimes, and by water to Woolwich on board the Royal James, to see in what dispatch she is to be carried about to Chatham. So to the yard a little, and thence on foot to Greenwich, where going I was set upon by a great dog, who got hold of my garters, and might have done me hurt. But, Lord, to see in what amaze I was, that, having a sword about me, I never thought of it, or had the heart to make use of it, but might, for want of that courage, have been worried. Took water there, and home, and both coming and going, did con my lesson on my ruler, to measure timber, which I think I can well undertake now to do. At home, there being Pembleton, I danced, and I think shall come on to do something in a little time, and after dinner by coach with Sir W. Pen, setting down his daughter at Clerkenwell, to St. James's, where we attended the Duke of York, and, among other things, Sir G. Carteret and I had a great dispute about the different value of the pieces of 8 rated by Mr. Creed at 4 shillings and 5 pence, and by Pitts at 4 shillings and 9 pence, which was the greatest husbandry to the king, he persisting that the greatest sum was, which is as ridiculous a piece of ignorance as could be imagined. However, it is to be argued at the board, and reported to the Duke next week, which I shall do with advantage, I hope. Thence to the Tangier Committee, where we should have concluded in sending Captain Cuttance and the rest to Tangier, to deliberate upon the design of the mole, before they begin to work upon it. But there being not a committee, my lord intending to be there, but was taken up at my Lady Castlemaine's, I parted and went homeward, after a little discourse with Mr. Pierce the surgeon, who tells me that my Lady Castlemaine hath now got lodgings near the King's chamber at court, and that the other day Dr. Clarke and he did dissect 2 bodies, a man and a woman, before the King, with which the King was highly pleased. By water, and called upon Tom Trice by appointment with Dr. Williams, but the doctor did not come, it seems by T. Trice's desire, not thinking he should be at leisure. However, in general, we talked of our business, and I do not find that he will come to any lower terms than 150 pounds, which I think I shall not give him but by law, and so we parted, and I called upon Mr. Crumlin, and did give him the 10 shillings remaining, not laid out, of the 5 pounds I promised him for the school, with which he will buy strings, and golden letters upon the books I did give them. I sat with him and his wife a great while talking, and she is a pretty woman, never yet with child, and methinks looks as if her mouth watered now and then upon some of her boys. Then upon Tom Pepys, the turner, desiring his father in his letter to Pigot, signifying his consent to the selling of his land for the paying of us his money, and so home, and finding Pembleton there, we did dance till it was late, and so to supper and to bed. 12th. Up between 4 and 5, and after dressing myself, then to my office, to prepare business against the afternoon, where all the morning, and dined at noon at home, were a little angry with my wife for minding nothing now but the dancing master, having him come twice a day, which is a folly. Again to my office. We sat till late, our chief business being the reconciling the business of the pieces of 8 mentioned yesterday before the Duke of York, wherein I have got the day, and they are all brought over to what I said, of which I am proud. Late writing letters, and so home to supper and to bed. Here I found Creed staying for me, and so after supper I stayed him all night and lay with me, our great discourse being the folly of our 2 doting nights, of which I am ashamed. 13th. Lay till 6 o'clock, and then up, and after a little talk and mirth he went away, and I to my office, where busy all the morning, and at noon home to dinner, and after dinner Pembleton came and I practised. But, Lord, to see how my wife will not be thought to need telling by me or Ashwell, and yet will plead that she has learnt but a month, which causes many short fallings out between us. So to my office, whither a one-eyed Cooper came to see me, and I made him to show me the use of plats, and to understand the lines, and how to find how lands bear, etc., to my great content. Then came Mr. Barrows, storekeeper of Chatham, who tells me many things, how basely Sir W. Batten has carried himself to him, and in all things else like a passionate dotard, to the King's great wrong. God mend all, for I am sure we are but in an ill condition in the navy, however the King is served in other places. Home to supper, to cards, and to bed. 14th. Up betimes, and put up some things to send to Brampton. Then abroad to the Temple, and up and down about business, and met Mr. Moore, and with him to an alehouse in Holborn, where in discourse he told me that he fears the King will be tempted to endeavour the setting the crown upon the little Duke, which may cause troubles, which God forbid, unless it be his due. He told me my lord do begin to settle to business again, which I am glad of, for he must not sit out, now he has done his own business by getting his estate settled, and that the King did send for him the other day to my Lady Castlemaine's to play at cards, where he lost 50 pounds, for which I am sorry, though he says my lord was pleased at it, and said he would be glad at any time to lose 50 pounds, for the King to send for him to play, which I do not so well like. Thence home, and after dinner to the office, where we sat till night, and then made up my papers and letters by the post, and so home to dance with Pembleton. This day we received a basket from my sister Poll, made by her of paper, which hath a great deal of labour in it for country innocent work. After supper to bed, and going to bed received a letter from Mr. Coventry, desiring my coming to him tomorrow morning, which troubled me to think what the business should be, fearing it must be some bad news in Tom Hayter's business. 15th. Up betimes, and walked to St. James, where Mr. Coventry being in bed, I walked in the park, discoursing with the keeper of the Pall Mall, who was sweeping of it, who told me of what the earth is mixed that do floor the Mall, and that over all there is cockle shells powdered and spread to keep it fast, which, however, in dry weather, turns to dust, and deads the ball. Thence to Mr. Coventry, and sitting by his bedside, he did tell me that he sent for me to discourse upon my Lord Sandwich's allowances for his several pays, and what his thoughts are concerning his demands, which he could not take the freedom to do face to face, it being not so proper as by me, and did give me a most friendly and ingenuous account of all, telling me how unsafe at this juncture, while every man's, and his actions particularly, are discanted upon, it is either for him to put the Duke upon doing, or my Lord himself to desire anything extraordinary, especially the King having been so bountiful already, which the world takes notice of, even to some repinings. All which he did desire me to discourse with my Lord of, which I have undertook to do. We talked also of our office in general, with which he told me that he was nowadays nothing so satisfied as he was wont to be. I confess I told him things are ordered in that way that we must of necessity break in a little time a pieces. After done with him about these things, he told me that for Mr. Hayter, the Duke's word was in short that he found he had a good servant and Anabaptist, and unless he did carry himself more to the scandal of the office, he would bear with his opinion till he heard further, which do please me very much. Thence walked to Westminster, and there up and down in the hall and the Parliament House all the morning. At noon by coach to my Lord Crew's, hearing that Lord Sandwich did dine there, where I told him what had passed between Mr. Coventry and myself, with which he was contented, though I could perceive not very well pleased. And I do believe that my Lord do find some other things go against his mind in the House. For in the motion made the other day in the House by my Lord Bruce, that none be capable of employment but such as have been loyal and constant to the King and Church, the General and my Lord were mentioned to be accepted, and my Lord Bruce did come since to my Lord to clear himself that he meant nothing to his prejudice, nor could it have any such effect if he did mean it. After discourse with my Lord, to dinner with him, there dining there my Lord Montague of Boughton, Mr. William Montague his brother, the Queen's solicitor, etc., and a fine dinner. There talk about a ridiculous falling out 2 days ago at my Lord of Oxford's house, at an entertainment of his, there being there my Lord of Albemarle, Lindsay, 2 of the porters, my Lord Bellasses, and others, where there were high words and some blows and pulling off of periwigs, till my Lord Monk took away some of their swords and sent for some soldiers to guard the house till the fray was ended. 'Tis such a degree of madness the nobility of this age is come. After dinner I went up to Sir Thomas Crew, who lies there not very well in his head, being troubled with vapours and fits of dizziness, and there I sat talking with him all the afternoon from one discourse to another. The most was upon the unhappy posture of things at this time, that the King do mind nothing but pleasures, and hates the very sight or thoughts of business, that my Lady Castlemaine rules him, who, he says, hath all the tricks of Aretine that are to be practised to give pleasure, in which he is too able. But what is the unhappiness in that? As the Italian proverb says, Lazzo dritto non volt consiglio. If any of the sober counsellors give him good advice and move him in anything that is to his good and honour, the other part, which are his counsellors of pleasure, take him when he is with my Lady Castlemaine, and in a humour of delight, and then persuade him that he ought not to hear nor listen to the advice of those old dotards or counsellors that were heretofore his enemies, when God knows it is they that nowadays do most study his honour. It seems the present favourites now are my Lord Bristol, Duke of Buckingham, Sir H. Bennet, my Lord Ashley, and Sir Charles Berkeley, who among them have cast my Lord Chancellor upon his back, past ever getting up again, there being now little for him to do, and he waits at court attending to speak to the King as others do, which I pray God may prove of good effects, for it is feared it will be the same with my Lord Treasurer shortly. But strange to hear how my Lord Ashley, by my Lord Bristol's means, he being brought over to the Catholic party against the bishops, whom he hates to the death and publicly rails against them, not that he is become a Catholic, but merely opposes the bishops, and yet, for aught I hear, the Bishop of London keeps as great with the King as ever, is got into favour, so much that, being a man of great business and yet of pleasure, and drolling too, he, it is thought, will be made Lord Treasurer upon the death or removal of the good old man. My Lord Albemarle, I hear, do bear through and bustle among them, and will not be removed from the King's good opinion and favour, though none of the cabinet. But yet he is envied enough. It is made very doubtful whether the King do not intend the making of the Duke of Monmouth legitimate. But surely the Commons of England will never do it, nor the Duke of York suffer it, whose lady, I am told, is very troublesome to him by her jealousy. But it is wonderful that Sir Charles Berkeley should be so great still, not only with the King, but Duke also, who did so stiffly swear that he had lain with her, and another one armour that he rode before her on horseback in Holland, I think. No care is observed to be taken of the main chance, either for maintaining of trade or opposing of factions, which God knows are ready to break out, if any of them, which God forbid, should dare to begin. The King and every man about him minding so much their pleasures or profits. My Lord Hinchingbroke, I am told, hath had a mischance to kill his boy by his birding piece going off, as he was a fowling. The gun was charged with small shot, and hit the boy in the face and about the temples, and he lived 4 days. In Scotland, it seems, for all the news-books tell us every week that they are all so quiet, and everything in the church settled, the old woman had like to have killed the other day the Bishop of Galloway, and not half the churches of the whole kingdom conform. Strange were the effects of the late thunder and lightning about a week since at Northampton, coming with great rain, which caused extraordinary floods in a few hours, bearing away bridges, drowning horses, men, and cattle. 2 men passing over a bridge on horseback, the archers before and behind them were borne away, and that left which they were upon, but however one of the horses fell over and was drowned. Stacks of faggots carried as high as a steeple, and other dreadful things, which Sir Thomas Crew showed me letters to him about from Mr. Freemantle and others, that it is very true. The Portugals have choused us, it seems, in the island of Bombay in the East Indies, for after a great charge of our fleets being sent thither with full commission from the King of Portugal to receive it, the Governor by some pretence or other will not deliver it to Sir Abraham Shipman, sent from the King, nor to my Lord of Marlborough, which the King takes highly ill, and I fear our Queen will fare the worse for it. The Dutch decay there exceedingly, it being believed that their people will revolt from them there, and they forced to give over their trade. This is talked of among us, but how true I understand not. Sir Thomas showed me his picture and Sir Anthony Van Dyck's in crayon in little, done exceedingly well. Having thus freely talked with him, and of many more things, I took leave, and by coach to St. James's, and there told Mr. Coventry what I had done with my Lord with great satisfaction, and so well pleased home, where I found it almost night, and my wife and the dancing-master alone above, not dancing, but talking. Now so deadly full of jealousy I am, that my heart and head did so cast about and fret, that I could not do any business possibly, but went out to my office, and anon late home again, and ready to chide at everything, and then suddenly to bed, and could hardly sleep, yet durst not say anything, but was forced to say that I had bad news from the Duke concerning Tom Hayter, as an excuse to my wife, who by my folly has too much opportunity given her with the man, who is a pretty neat black man, but married. But it is a deadly folly and plague that I bring upon myself to be so jealous, and by giving myself such an occasion more than my wife desired of giving her another month's dancing, which, however, shall be ended as soon as I can possibly. But I am ashamed to think what a course I did take by lying, to see whether my wife did wear drawers to-day, as she used to do, and other things to raise my suspicion of her, but I found no true cause of doing it. 16th. Up with my mind disturbed, and with my last night's doubts upon me, for which I deserve to be beaten, if not really served as I am fearful of being, especially since God knows that I do not find honesty enough in my own mind, but that upon a small temptation I could be false to her, and therefore ought not to expect more justice from her, but God pardon both my sin and my folly herein. To my office, and there sitting all the morning, and at noon dined at home. After dinner comes Pembleton, and I being out of humour would not see him, pretending business. But, Lord, with what jealousy did I walk up and down my chamber, listening to hear whether they danced or no, which they did, notwithstanding I afterwards knew, and did then believe, that Ashwell was with them. So to my office a while, and my jealousy still reigning, I went in, and, not out of any pleasure, but from that only reason, did go up to them to practise, and did make an end of La Duchesse, which I think I should, with a little pains, do very well. So broke up, and saw him gone. Then Captain Cock coming to me to speak about my seeming discourtesy to him in the business of his hemp, I went to the office with him, and there discoursed it largely, and I think to his satisfaction. Then to my business, writing letters and other things till late at night, and so home to supper and bed. My mind in some better ease, resolving to prevent matters for the time to come as much as I can, it being to no purpose to trouble myself for what is past, being occasioned too by my own folly. 17th. Lord's Day. Up and in my chamber all the morning, preparing my great letters to my father, stating to him the perfect condition of our estate. My wife and Ashwell to church, and after dinner they to church again, and I all the afternoon making an end of my morning's work, which I did about the evening, and then to talk with my wife till after supper, and so to bed, having another small falling out, and myself vexed with my old fit of jealousy about her dancing-master. But I am a fool for doing it. So to bed by daylight, I having a very great cold, so as I doubt whether I shall be able to speak tomorrow at our attending the Duke, being now so hoarse. 18th. Up, and after taking leave of Sir W. Batten, who is gone this day towards Portsmouth, to little purpose, God knows, upon his survey, I home and spent the morning at dancing. At noon Creed dined with us and Mr. Dean Woolwich, and so after dinner came Mr. Howe, who however had enough for his dinner, and so having done, by coach to Westminster, she to Mrs. Clark, and I to St. James's, where the Duke being gone down by water to-day with the King, I went thence to my Lord Sandwich's lodgings, where Mr. Howe and I walked a while, and going towards Whitehall through the garden, Dr. Clark and Creed called me across the bowling-green, and so I went thither, and after a stay went up to Mrs. Clark, who was dressing herself to go abroad with my wife. But, Lord! In what a poor condition her best chamber is, and things about her, for all the outside and show that she makes. But I found her just such a one as Mrs. Pierce, contrary to my expectation, so much that I am sick and sorry to see it. Thence for an hour Creed and I walked to Whitehall and into the park, seeing the Queen and maids of honour passing through the house, going to the park. But above all, Mrs. Stewart is a fine woman, and they say now a common mistress to the King, as my Lady Castlemaine is, which is a great pity. Thence, taking a coach to Mrs. Clark's, took her and my wife and Ashwell and a Frenchman, a kinsman of hers, to the park, where we saw many fine faces, and one exceeding handsome, in a white dress over her head, with many others very beautiful. Staying there till past 8 at night, I carried Mrs. Clark and her Frenchman, who sings well, home, and thence home ourselves, talking much of what we had observed to-day of the poor household stuff of Mrs. Clark, and mere show and flutter that she makes in the world, and pleasing myself in my own house and manner of living more than ever I did, by seeing how much better and more substantially I live than others do. So to supper and bed. 19th. Up pretty betimes, but yet I observe how my dancing and lying a morning or two longer than ordinary for my cold do make me hard to rise as I used to do, or look after my business as I am wont. To my chamber to make an end of my papers to my father to be sent by the post to-night, and taking copies of them, which was a great work, but I did it this morning, and so to my office, and thence with Sir John Minnes to the Tower, and by Mr. Slingsby and Mr. Howard, Controller of the Mint, we were shown the method of making this new money, from the beginning to the end, which is so pretty, that I did take a note of every part of it, and set them down by themselves for my remembrance hereafter. That being done, it was dinner time, and so the Controller would have us dine with him and his company, the King giving them a dinner every day, and very merry and good discourse about the business we have been upon, and after dinner went to the Assay office, and there saw the manner of assaying of gold and silver, and how silver melted down with gold do part, just being put into aqua fortis, the silver turning into water, and the gold lying whole in the very form it was put in, mixed of gold and silver, which is a miracle, and to see no silver at all but turned into water, which they can bring again into itself out of the water. And here I was made thoroughly to understand the business of the fineness and coarseness of metals, and have put down my lessons with my other observations therein. At table, among other discourse, they told us of 2 cheats, the best I ever heard. One, of a labourer discovered to convey away the bits of silver cut out pence, by swallowing them down into his belly, and so they could not find him out, though of course they searched all the labourers. But having reason to doubt him, they did by threats and promises get him to confess, and did find 7 pounds of it in his house at one time. The other of one that got away of coining money as good and passable and large as the true money is, and yet save 50% to himself, which was by getting moulds made to stamp groats like old groats, which is done so well, and I did beg 2 of them, which I keep for rarities, that there is not better in the world, and is as good, nay, better than those that commonly go, which was the only thing that they could find out to doubt them by, besides the number that the party did go to put off, and then coming to the control of the mint, he could not, I say, find out any other thing to raise any doubt upon, but only their being so truly round or near it, though I should never have doubted the thing neither. He was neither hanged nor burned, the cheat was thought so ingenious, and being the first time they could ever trap him in it, and so little hurt to any man in it, the money being as good as commonly goes. Thence to the office till the evening we sat, and then by water, taking Pembleton with us, over the water to the half-way house, where we played at 9-pins, and there my damned jealousy took fire, he and my wife being off aside, and I seeing of him take her by the hand in play, though I now believe he did it only in passing and sport. Thence home, and being 10 o'clock, was forced to land beyond the custom-house, and so walked home and to my office. And having dispatched my great letters by the post to my father, of which I keep copies to show by me, and for my future understanding, I went home to supper and bed, being late. The most observables in the making of money which I observe to-day is the steps of their doing it. 1. Before they do anything, they assay the bullion, which is done, if it be gold, by taking an equal weight of that and of silver, of each a small weight, which they reckon to be 6 ounces or half a pound troy. This they wrap up in within lead. If it be silver, they put such a quantity of that alone and wrap it up in lead, and then putting them into little earthen cups made of stuff like tobacco pipes, and put them into a burning hot furnace, where after a while the whole body is melted, and at last the lead in both is sunk into the body of the cup, which carries away all the copper or dross with it, and left the pure gold and silver embodied together, of that which hath both been put into the cup together, and the silver alone in these where it was put alone in the leaden case. And to part the silver and the gold in the first experiment, they put the mixed body into a glass of aqua fortis, which separates them by spitting out the silver into such small parts that you cannot tell what it becomes, but turns into the very water and leaves the gold at the bottom clear of itself, with the silver wholly spit out, and yet the gold in the form that it was doubled together in, when it was a mixed body of gold and silver, which is a great mystery. And after all this is done, to get the silver together out of the water is as strange. But the nature of the assay is thus: the piece of gold that goes into the furnace 12 ounces, if it comes out again 11 ounces, and the piece of silver which goes in 12, and comes out again 11 and 2 pennyweight, are just of the alloy of the standard of England. If it comes out either of them either the gold above 11, as very fine will sometimes within very little of what it went in, or the silver above 11 and 2 pennyweight, as that also will sometimes come out 11 and 10 pennyweight or more, they are so much above the goodness of the standard, and so they know what proportion of worse gold and silver to put to such a quantity of the bullion to bring it to the exact standard. And on the contrary, if it comes out lighter, then such a weight is beneath the standard, and so requires such a proportion of fine metal to be put to the bullion to bring it to the standard. And this is the difference of good and bad, better and worse than the standard, and also the difference of standards, that of Seville being the best, and that of Mexico worst, and I think they said none but Seville is better than ours. 2. They melt it into long plates, which, if the mould do take air, then the plate is not of an equal heaviness in every part of it, as it often falls out. 3. They draw these plates between rollers to bring them to an even thickness all along, and every plate of the same thickness, and it is very strange how the drawing it twice easily between the rollers will make it as hot as fire, yet cannot touch it. 4. They bring it to another pair of rollers, which they call adjusting it, which bring it to a greater exactness in its thickness than the first could be. 5. They cut them into round pieces, which they do with the greatest ease, speed, and exactness in the world. 6. They weigh these, and where they find any to be too heavy, they file them, which they call sizing them, or light, they lay them by, which is very seldom, but they are of a most exact weight, but, however, in the melting, all parts by some accident not being close alike, now and then a difference will be, and, this filing being done, there shall not be any imaginable difference almost between the weight of 40 of these against another 40 chosen by chance out of all their heaps. 7. These round pieces, having been cut out of the plates, which in passing the rollers are bent, they are sometimes a little crooked, or swelling out, or sinking in, and therefore they have a way of clapping 100 or 2 together into an engine, which with a screw presses them so hard that they come out as flat as is possible. 8. They blanch them. 9. They mark the letters on the edges, which is kept as the great secret by Blondeau, who was not in the way, and so I did not speak with him to-day. 10. They mill them, that is, put on the marks on both sides at once with great exactness and speed, and then the money is perfect. The mill is after this manner. One of the dies, which has one side of the piece cut, is fastened to a thing fixed below, and the other die, and they tell me a pair of dies will last the marking of 10,000 pounds before it be worn out, they and all other their tools being made of hardened steel, and the Dutchman who makes them is an admirable artist, and has so much by the pound for every pound that is coined to find a constant supply of dies, to an engine above, which is movable by a screw which is pulled by men, and then a piece being clapped by one sitting below between the two dies, when they meet the impression is set, and then the man with his finger strikes off the piece and claps another in, and then the other men they pull again, and that is marked, and then another and another with great speed. They say that this way is more charged to the king than the old way, but it is neater, freer from clipping or counterfeiting, the putting of the words upon the edges being not to be done, though counterfeited, without an engine of the charge and noise that no counterfeit will be at or venture upon, and it employs as many men as the old, and speedier. They now coin between 16 and 24,000 pounds in a week. At dinner they did discourse very finely to us of the probability that there is a vast deal of money hid in the land from this, that in King Charles's time there was near 10 millions of money coined, besides what was then in being of King James's and Queen Elizabeth's, of which there is a good deal at this day in being. Next, that there was but 750,000 pounds coined of the harp and cross money, and of this there was 500,000 pounds brought in upon its being called in, and from very good arguments they find that there cannot be less of it in Ireland and Scotland than 100,000 pounds, so that there is but 150,000 pounds missing, and of that, suppose that there should be not above 650,000 still remaining, either melted down, hid, or lost, or hoarded up in England, there will then be but 100,000 pounds left to be thought to have been transported. Now, if 750,000 pounds in 12 years' time lost but 100,000 pounds in danger of being transported, then within 35 years' time will have lost but 3,888,880 and odd pounds, and as there is 650,000 pounds remaining after 12 years' time in England, so after 35 years' time, which was within this 2 years, there ought in proportion to have been resting 6,111,120 pounds, or thereabouts, beside King James's and Queen Elizabeth's money. Now that most of this must be hid is evident, as they reckon, because of the dearth of money immediately upon the calling in of the States money, which was 500,000 pounds that came in, and yet there was not any money to be had in this city, which they say to their own observation and knowledge was so, and therefore, though I can say nothing in it myself, I do not dispute it. 20th. Up into my office, and anon home, and to see my wife dancing with Pembleton about noon, and I to the Trinity House to dinner, and after dinner home, and there met Pembleton, who I perceive has dined with my wife, which she takes no notice of, but whether that proceeds out of design, or fear to displease me, I know not, but it put me into a great disorder again, that I could mind nothing but vexing. But, however, I continued my resolution of going down by water to Woolwich, took my wife and Ashwell, and going out met Mr. Howe come to see me, whose horse we caused to be set up, and took him with us. The tide against us, so I went ashore at Greenwich before, and did my business at the yard about putting things in order as to their proceeding to build a new yacht, ordered to be built by Christopher Pett, and so to Woolwich town, where at an alehouse I found them ready to attend my coming, and so took boat again, it being cold, and I sweating, with my walk, which was very pleasant along the green cum and peas. And most of the way sang, he and I, and eat some cold meat we had, and with great pleasure home. And so he took horse again, and Pembleton coming, we danced a country dance or two, and so broke up, and to bed. My mind restless, and like to be so, while she learns to dance. God forgive my folly. 21st. Up, but cannot get up so early as I was wont, nor my mind to business as it should be, and used to be, before this dancing. However, to my office, where most of the morning talking of Captain Cox, of Chatham about his and the whole yard's difference against Mr. Barrow, the storekeeper, wherein I told him my mind clearly, that he would be upheld against the design of any to ruin him, he being, we all believed. But Sir W. Batten, his mortal enemy, as good a servant as any the King has in the yard. After much good advice and other talk, I home and danced with Pembleton, and then the barber trimmed me, and so to dinner, my wife and I having high words about her dancing, to that degree that I did enter and make a vow to myself not to oppose her or say anything to dispraise or correct her therein as long as her month lasts, in pain of 2 shillings 6 for every time, which, if God pleases, I will observe, for this roguish business has brought us more disquiet than anything that has happened a great while. After dinner to my office, where late and then home, and Pembleton being there again, we fell to dance a country dance or two, and so to supper and bed. But being at supper, my wife did say something that caused me to oppose her in. She used the word devil, which vexed me, and among other things I said I would not have her to use that word, upon which she took me up most scornfully, which, before Ashwell and the rest of the world, I know not nowadays how to check, as I would heretofore, for less than that would have made me strike her. So that I fear without great discretion I shall go near to lose too my command over her, and nothing do it more than giving her this occasion of dancing and other pleasures, whereby her mind is taken up from her business, and finds other sweets besides pleasing of me, and so makes her that she begins not at all to take pleasure in me, or study to please me, as heretofore. But if this month of her dancing were but out, as my first was this night, and I paid of Pembleton for myself, I shall hope with a little pains to bring her to her old wont. This day, Susan that lived with me lately being out of service, and I doubt a simple wench, my wife do take her for a little time to try her, at least till she goes into the country, which I am yet doubtful whether it will be best for me to send her or no, for fear of her running off in her liberty, before I have brought her to her right temper again. 22nd. Up pretty betimes, and shall, I hope, come to myself and business again, after a small playing the truant. For I find that my interest and profit do grow daily, for which God be praised, and keep me to my duty. To my office, and anon one tells me that Rundle, the house carpenter of Deptford, has sent me a fine blackbird, which I went to see. He tells me he was offered 20 shillings for him as he came along, he do so whistle. So to my office, and busy all the morning, among other things, learning to understand the course of the tides, and I think I do now do it. At noon Mr. Creed comes to me, and he and I to the Exchange, where I had much discourse with several merchants, and so home with him to dinner, and then by water to Greenwich, and calling at the little alehouse at the end of the town to wrap a rag about my little left toe, being new sore with walking. We walked pleasantly to Woolwich, in our way hearing the nightingale sing. So to Woolwich Yard, and after doing many things there, among others preparing myself for a dispute against Sir W. Penn, in the business of Bowyer's, wherein he is guilty of some corruption to the King's wrong, we walked back again without drinking, which I never do, because I would not make my coming troublesome to any, nor would become obliged too much to any. In our going back, we were overtook by Mr. Steventon, a purser, and uncle to my clerk Will, who told me how he was abused in the passing of his accounts by Sir J. Minnis, to the degree that I am ashamed to hear it, and resolve to retrieve the matter if I can, though the poor man has given it over. And however am pleased enough to see that others do see his folly and dotage as well as myself, though I believe in my mind the man in general means well. Took boat at Greenwich, and to Deptford, where I did the same thing, and found Davis the storekeeper a knave, and shuffling in the business of Bupers, being of the party with Young and Whistler to abuse the King, but I hope I shall be even with them. So walked to Redriff, drinking at the halfway house, and so walked on by water to Whitehall, all our way by water coming and going, reading a little book, said to be writ by a person of quality concerning English gentry to be preferred before titular honours, but the most silly nonsense, no sense nor grammar, yet in as good words that ever I saw in all my life, but from beginning to end you met not with one entire and regular sentence. At Whitehall Sir G. Carteret was out of the way, and so returned back presently, and home by water, and to bed. 23rd. Waked this morning between 4 and 5 by my blackbird, which whistles as well as ever I heard any, only it is the beginning of many tunes very well, but there leaves them, and goes no further. So up and to my office, where we sat, and among other things I had a fray with Sir J. Minnes in defence of my will, in a business where the old coxcomb would have put a foot upon him, which was only in Jack Davis and in him a downright piece of knavery, in procuring a double ticket and getting the wrong one paid, as well as the second was to the true party. Home to dinner, and after dinner by water to the Temple, and there took my lyre viol book bound up with blank paper for new lessons. Thence to Greater Exeter, and there seeing Sir J. Minnes and Sir W. Pen go by coach, I went into them and to Whitehall, where in the matted gallery Mr. Coventry was, who told us how the Parliament have required of Sir G. Carteret and him an account what money shall be necessary to be settled upon the Navy for the ordinary charge, which they intend to report £200,000 per annum. And how to allot this we met this afternoon, and took their papers for our perusal, and so we parted. Only there was walking in the gallery some of the Barbary Company, and there we saw a draught of the arms of the company, which the King is of, and so is called the Royal Company, which is in a field argent and elephant proper, with a canton on which England and France is quartered, supported by 2 Moors. The crest and anchor winged, I think it is, and the motto too tedious. Regio floret, patrocinio commercium, commercioque regnum. Thence back by water to Greater Exeter, and there he showed me his varnish, which he had invented, which appears every whit as good, upon a stick which he hath done, as the Indian, though it did not do very well upon my paper ruled with music lines, for it sunk and did not shine. Thence home by water, and after a dance with Pembleton, to my office, and wrote by the post to Sir W. Batten at Portsmouth, to send for him up against next Wednesday, being our trial day against Field at Guildhall, in which God give us good end. So home, to supper, and to bed. 24th, Lord's Day. Having taken one of Mr. Holliard's pills last night, I brought a stool or 2 this morning, and so forbore going to church this morning, but stayed at home looking over my papers about Tom Trice's business. And so at noon dined, and my wife telling me that there was a pretty lady come to church with Peg Pen to-day, I against my intention had a mind to go to church to see her, and did so, and she is pretty handsome. But over against our gallery I espied Pembleton, and saw him leer upon my wife all the sermon, I taking no notice of him, and my wife upon him, and I observed she made a curtsy to him at coming out without taking notice to me at all of it, which, with the consideration of her being desirous these 2 last Lord's days to go to church both forenoon and afternoon, do really make me suspect something more than ordinary, though I am loath to think the worst, but yet it put, and do still keep me at a great loss in my mind, and makes me curse the time that I consented to her dancing, and more my continuing it a 2nd month, which was more than she desired, even after I had seen too much of her carriage with him. But I must have patience, and get her into the country, or at least to make an end of her learning to dance as soon as I can. After sermon, to Sir W. Pen's, with Sir J. Minnes to do a little business to answer Mr. Coventry to-night. And so home, and with my wife and Ashwell into the garden, walking a great while, discoursing what this pretty wench should be by her garb and deportment. With respect to Mrs. Pen, she may be her woman, but only that she sat in the pew with her, which I believe he would not let her do. So home, and read to my wife a fable or 2 in Ogilby's Aesop, and so to supper, and then to prayers and to bed. My wife this evening discoursing of making clothes for the country, which I seem against, pleading lack of money. But I am glad of it in some respects, because of getting her out of the way from this fellow, and my own liberty to look after my business more than of late I have done. So to prayers and to bed. This morning it seems Susan, who I think is distracted, or however is, since she went from me, taught to drink, and so gets out of doors 2 or 3 times a day without leave to the alehouse, did go before 5 o'clock to-day, making Griffin rise in his shirt to let her out to the alehouse, she said to warm herself. But her mistress, falling out with her about it, turned her out of doors this morning, and so she's gone, like an idle slut. I took a pill also this night. End of May, Part 1. May, Part 2, of the Diary of Samuel Pepys, 1663. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. The Diary of Samuel Pepys, 1663, by Samuel Pepys. May, 1663, Part 2. 25th. Up, and my pill working a little, I stayed within most of the morning, and by the barber came, and Sarah Kite, my cousin, poor woman, came to see me and borrow 40 shillings of me, telling me she will pay it at Michaelmas again to me. I was glad it was no more, being indifferent whether she pays it me or no, but it will be a good excuse to lend her nor give her any more. So I did freely at first word do it, and give her a crown more freely to buy her child something, she being a good-natured and painful wretch, and one that I would do good for, as far as I can, that I might not be burdened. My wife was not ready, and she coming early did not see her, and I was glad of it. She gone, I up, and then hear that my wife and her maid Ashwell had between them spilled the pot upon the floor and stool and God knows what, and were mighty merry making of it clean. I took no great notice, but merrily. Ashwell did by and by come to me with an errand from her mistress to desire money to buy a country suit for her, against she goes, as we talked last night, and so I did give her £4, and believe it will cost me the best part of 4 more to fit her out, but with peace and honour I am willing to spare anything, so as to be able to keep all ends together, and my power over her undisturbed. So to my office, and by home, where my wife and her master were dancing, and so I stayed in my chamber till they had done, and sat down myself to try a little upon the lyre viol, my hand being almost out, but easily brought to again. So by and by to dinner, and then carried my wife and Ashwell to St. James's, and there they sat in the coach while I went in, and finding nobody there likely to meet with the Duke, but only Sir J. Minnes, with my Lord Berkeley, who speaks very kindly and invites me with great compliments to come now and then and eat with him, which I am glad to hear, though I value not the thing, but it implies that my esteem do increase rather than fall. And so I stayed not, but into the coach again, and taking up my wife's tailor, it raining hard, they set me down. And who should our coachman be but Carlton the vintner, that should have had Mrs. Sarah, at Westminster, my Lord Chancellor's, and then to Paternoster Row. I stayed there to speak with my Lord Sandwich, and in my staying, meeting Mr. Lewis Phillips of Brampton, he and afterwards others tell me that news came last night to court, that the King of France is sick of the spotted fever, and that they are struck in again. And this afternoon my Lord Mandeville is gone from the King to make him a visit, which will be great news, and of great import through Europe. By and by out comes my Lord Sandwich, and he and I talked a great while about his business, of his accounts for his pay, and among other things he told me that this day a vote hath passed, that the King's grants of land to my Lord Monk and him should be made good, which pleases him very well. He also tells me that things don't go right in the house with Mr. Coventry. I suppose he means in the business of selling of places, but I am sorry for it. Thence by coach home, where I found Pembleton, and so I up to dance with them till the evening, when there came Mr. Alsop, the King's brewer, and Lanyon of Plymouth, to see me. Mr. Alsop tells me of a horse of his that lately, after 4 days' pain, voided at his fundament 4 stones, bigger than that I was cut off, very heavy, and in the middle of each of them either a piece of iron or wood. The King has 2 of them in his closet, and a third at the College of Physicians to keep for rarity, and by the King's command he causes the turd of the horse to be every day searched to find more. At night, to see Sir W. Batten come home this day from Portsmouth, I met with some that say that the King of France is poisoned, but how true that is not known. So home to supper, and to bed pleasant. 26th. Lay long in bed, talking and pleasing myself with my wife. So up and to my office a while, and then home, where I found Pembleton. And by many circumstances I am led to conclude that there is something more than ordinary between my wife and him that do so trouble me, that I know not at this very minute that I now write this almost what either I write or am doing, nor how to carry myself to my wife in it, being unwilling to speak of it to her for making of any breach and other inconveniences, nor let it pass for fear of her continuing to offend me, and the matter grow worse thereby. So that I am grieved at the very heart, but I am very unwise in being so. There dined with me Mr. Creed and Captain Grove, and before dinner I had much discourse in my chamber with Mr. Deane, the builder of Woolwich, about building of ships, but nothing could get the business out of my head, I fearing that this afternoon, by my wife's sending every one abroad, and knowing that I must be at the office, she has appointed him to come. This is my devilish jealousy, which I pray God may be false, but it makes a very hell in my mind, which the God of heaven remove, or I shall be very unhappy. So to the office, where we sat a while. By and by, my mind being in great trouble, I went home to see how things were, and there I found, as I doubted, Mr. Pembleton with my wife, and nobody else in the house, which made me almost mad. And going up to my chamber after a turn or 2, I went out again, and called somebody on pretence of business, and left him in my little room at the door. It was the Dutchman, commander of the King's pleasure boats, who having been beat by one of his men sadly, was come to the office to-day to complain, telling him I would come again to him to speak with him about his business. So in great trouble and doubt to the office, and Mr. Coventry nor Sir G. Carteret being there, I made a quick end of our business, and desired leave to be gone, pretending to go to the Temple, but it was home, and so up to my chamber, and as I think if they had any intention of hurt, I did prevent doing anything at that time, but I continued in my chamber, vexed and angry, till he went away, pretending aloud, that I might hear, that he could not stay, and Mrs. Ashwell not being within, they could not dance. And, Lord, to see how my jealousy wrought so far that I went softly up to see whether any of the beds were out of order or no, which I found not. But that did not content me, but I stayed all the evening walking, and though anon my wife came up to me, and would have spoke of business to me, yet I construed it to be but impudence, and though my heart full, yet I did say nothing, being in a great doubt what to do. So at night suffered them to go all to bed, and late put myself to bed in great discontent, and so to sleep. 27th. So I waked by 3 o'clock, my mind being troubled, and so took occasion by making water to wake my wife, and after having lain till past 4 o'clock seemed going to rise, though I did it only to see what she would do, and so going out of the bed she took hold of me, and would know what ailed me, and after many kind and some cross words, I began to tax her discretion in yesterday's business, but she quickly told me my own, knowing well enough that it was my old disease of jealousy, which I denied, but to no purpose. After an hour's discourse, sometimes high and sometimes kind, I found very good reason to think that her freedom with him is very great and more than was convenient, but with no evil intent. And so after a while I caressed her and parted, seeming friends, but she crying in a great discontent. So I up and by water to the Temple, and thence with Commissioner Pett to St. James's, where an hour with Mr. Coventry talking of Mr. Pett's proceedings lately in the forest of Sherwood, and thence with Pett to my Lord Ashley, Chancellor of the Exchequer, where we met the auditors about settling the business of the accounts of persons to whom money is due before the King's time in the Navy, and the clearing of their imprest for what little of their debts they have received. I find my Lord, as he is reported, a very ready, quick, and diligent person. Thence I to Westminster Hall, where Term and Parliament make the hall full of people. No further news yet of the King of France, whether he be dead or not. Here I met with my cousin Roger Pepys, and walked a good while with him, and among other discourse as a secret he hath committed to nobody but myself, and he tells me that his sister Claxton now resolving to give over the keeping of his house at Impington, he thinks it fit to marry again, and would have me, by the help of my uncle White or others, to look him out a widow between 30 and 40 years old, without children, and with a fortune, which he will answer in any degree with a jointure fit for her fortune. A woman sober, and no high flyer, as he calls it. I demanded his estate. He tells me, which he says also he hath not done to any, that his estate is not full 800 per annum, but it is 780 per annum, of which 200 is by the death of his last wife, which he will allot for a jointure for a wife, but the rest, which lies in Cambridgeshire, he is resolved to leave entire for his eldest son. I undertook to do what I can in it, and so I shall. He tells me that the King hath sent to them to hasten to make an end by midsummer, because of his going into the country. So they have set upon 4 bills to dispatch, the first of which is, he says, too devilish a severe act against conventicles, so beyond all moderation, that he is afeard it will ruin all, telling me that it is matter of the greatest grief to him in the world, that he should be put upon this trust of being a Parliament man, because he says nothing is done that he can see, out of any truth and sincerity, but mere envy and design. Thence by water to Chelsea, all the way reading a little book I bought of Improvement of Trade, a pretty book, and many things useful in it. So walked to Little Chelsea, where I found my Lord Sandwich with Mr. Beck, the master of the house, and Mr. Creed at dinner, and I sat down with them, and very merry. After dinner, Mr. Gibbons being come in also before dinner done, to music. They played a good fancy, to which my Lord is fallen again, and says he cannot endure a merry tune, which is a strange turn of his humour, after he has for 2 or 3 years flung off the practice of fancies, and played only fiddler's tunes. Then into the great garden up to the banqueting house, and there by his glass we drew in the species very pretty. Afterwards to Ninepins, where I won a shilling, Creed and I playing against my Lord and cook. This day there was great thronging to Banstead Downs upon a great horse race and foot race. I am sorry I could not go thither. So home back as I came to London Bridge, and so home, where I find my wife in a musty humour, and tells me before Ashwell that Pembleton had been there, and she would not have him come in unless I was there, which I was ashamed of. But, however, I had rather it should be so than the other way. So to my office, to put things in order there, And by comes Pembleton, and word is brought me from my wife thereof that I might come home. So I sent word that I would have her go dance, and I would come presently. So being at a great loss whether I should appear to Pembleton or no, what would most proclaim my jealousy to him, I at last resolved to go home, and took Tom Hayter with me, and stayed a good while in my chamber, and there took occasion to tell him how I hear that Parliament is putting an act out against all sorts of conventicles. And did give him good counsel, not only in his own behalf, but my own, that if he did hear or know anything that could be said to my prejudice, that he would tell me. For in this wicked age, specially Sir W. Batten being so open to my reproaches, and Sir J. Minnes for the neglect of their duty, and so will think themselves obliged to scandalize me all they can to right themselves, if there shall be any inquiry into the matters of the navy, as I doubt there will, a man ought to be prepared to answer for himself in all things that can be inquired concerning him. After much discourse of this nature to him, I sent him away, and then went up, and there we danced country dances, and single, my wife and I. And my wife paid him off for this month also, and so he is cleared. After dancing, we took him down to supper, and were very merry, and I made myself so, and kind to him as much as I could, to prevent his discourse, though I perceive to my trouble that he knows all, and may do me the disgrace to publish it as much as he can, which I take very ill, and if too much provoked shall witness it to her. After supper and he gone, we to bed. 28th. Up this morning, and my wife, I know not for what cause, being against going to Chelsea to-day, it being a holy day, Ascension day, and I at leisure, it being the first holy day almost that we have observed ever since we came to the office, we did give Ashwell leave to go by herself, and I out to several places about business. Among others, to Dr. Williams, to reckon with him for physic that my wife has had for a year or two, coming to almost £4. Then to the Exchange, where I hear that the King had letters yesterday from France, that the King there is in a way of living again, which I am glad to hear. At the coffee house in Exchange Alley I bought a little book, Counsel to Builders, by Sir Balth Gerbier. It is dedicated almost to all the men of any great condition in England, so that the epistles are more than the book itself, and both it and them not worth a turd, that I am ashamed that I bought it. Home, and there found Creed, who dined with us, and after dinner by water to the Royal Theatre. But that was so full, they told us we could have no room. And so to the Duke's house, and there saw Hamlet done, giving us fresh reason never to think enough of Betterton. Who should we see come upon the stage but Gosnell, my wife's maid? But neither spoke, danced, nor sung, which I was sorry for, but she becomes the stage very well. Thence by water home, after we had walked to and fro, backwards and forwards, 6 or 7 times in the Temple walks, disputing whether to go by land or water. By land home, and thence by water to Halfway House, and there eat some supper we carried with us, and so walked home again. It being late, we were forced to land at the dock, my wife and they, but I in a humour not willing to daub my shoes, went round by the Custom House. So home, and by to bed. Creed lying with me in the Red Chamber all night. 29th. This day is kept strictly as a holy day, being the King's coronation. We lay long in bed, and it rained very hard, rain and hail, almost all the morning. By and by, Creed and I abroad, and called at several churches, and it is a wonder to see, and by that to guess the ill temper of the city at this time, either to religion in general, or to the King, that in some churches there was hardly 10 people in the whole church, and those poor people. So to a coffee house, and there in discourse hear the King of France is likely to be well again. So home to dinner, and out by water to the Royal Theatre, but they not acting to-day. Then to the Duke's house, and there saw The Slighted Maid, wherein Gosnell acted Pyramina, a great part, and did it very well, and I believe will do it better and better, and prove a good actor. The play is not very excellent, but is well acted, and in general the actors in all particulars are better than at the other house. Thence to the Cock Ale House, and there having drunk, sent them with Creed to see the German Princess. At the Gate House at Westminster, and I to my brother's, and thence to my uncle Fenner's, to have seen my aunt James, who has been long in town and goes away to-morrow, and I not seen her, but did find none of them within, which I was glad of, and so back to my brother's to speak with him, and so home. And in my way did take 2 turns forwards and backwards through the Fleet Alley to see a couple of pretty strumpets that stood off the doors there, and God forgive me, I could scarce stay myself from going into their houses with them, so apt is my nature to evil after once, as I have these 2 days, set upon pleasure again. So home and to my office to put down these 2 days' journals, then home again and to supper, and then Creed and I to bed with good discourse, only my mind troubled about my spending my time so badly for these 7 or 8 days. But I must impute it to the disquiet that my mind has been in of late about my wife, and for my going these 2 days to plays, for which I have paid the due forfeit by money, and abating the times of going to plays at court, which I am now to remember that I have cleared all my times that I am to go to court plays to the end of this month, and so June is the first time that I am to begin to reckon. 30th. Up betimes, and Creed and I by water to Fleet Street, and my brother not being ready, he and I walked to the New Exchange, and there drank our morning draught of whey, the first I have done this year. But I perceive the lawyers come all in as they go to the hall, and I believe it is very good. So to my brother's, and there I found my aunt James, a poor, religious, well-meaning, good soul, talking of nothing but God Almighty, and that with so much innocence that mightily pleased me. Here was a fellow that said grace so long like a prayer. I believe the fellow is a cunning fellow, and yet I by my brother's desire did give him a crown, he being in great want, and it seems a parson among the fanatics, and a cousin of my poor aunt's, whose prayers she told me did do me good among the many good souls that did by my father's desires pray for me, when I was cut of the stone, and which God did hear, which I also in complaisance did own. But God forgive me, my mind was otherwise. I had a couple of lobsters and some wine for her, and so, she going out of town to-day, and being not willing to come home with me to dinner, I parted and home, where we sat at the office all the morning, and after dinner all the afternoon till night, there at my office getting up the time that I have of late lost by not following my business, but I hope now to settle my mind again very well to my business. So home, and after supper did wash my feet, and so to bed. 31st, Lord's Day. Lay long in bed talking with my wife, and do plainly see that her distaste, which is beginning now in her again, against Ashwell, arises from her jealousy of me and her, and my neglect of herself, which indeed is true, and I to blame. But for the time to come, I will take care to remedy all. So up and to church, where I think I did see Pembleton. Whatever the reason is, I did not perceive him to look up towards my wife, nor she much towards him. However, I could hardly keep myself from being troubled that he was there, which is a madness not to be excused now that his coming to my house is past, and, I hope, all likelihood of her having occasion to converse with him again. Home to dinner, and after dinner up and read part of the new play of The 5 Hours' Adventures, which though I have seen it twice, yet I never did admire or understand it enough, it being a play of the greatest plot that ever I expect to see, and of great vigour quite through the whole play, from beginning to the end. To church again after dinner, my wife finding herself ill, did not go, and there the Scot preaching I slept most of the sermon. This day Sir W. Batten's son's child is christened in the country, whither Sir J. Minnis and Sir W. Batten and Sir W. Penn are all gone. I wonder, and take it highly ill, that I am not invited by the father, though I know his father and mother, with whom I am never likely to have much kindness, but rather I study the contrary, are the cause of it, and in that respect I am glad of it. Being come from church, I to make up my month's accounts, and find myself clear worth £726, for which God be praised. But yet I might have been better by £20 almost, had I forborne some layings out in dancing and other things upon my wife, and going to plays and other things merely to ease my mind as to the business of the dancing master, which I bless God is now over, and I falling to my quiet of mind and business again, which I have for a fortnight neglected too much. This month the greatest news is the height and heat that the Parliament is in inquiring into the revenue, which displeases the court, and their backwardness to give the king any money. They are inquiring into the selling of places to trouble a great many among the chief, my Lord Chancellor, against whom particularly it is carried, and Mr. Coventry, for which I am sorry. The King of France was given out to be poisoned and dead, but it proves to be the measles, and he is well, or likely to be soon well again. I find myself growing in the esteem and credit that I have in the office, and I hope falling to my business again will confirm me in it, and the saving of money, which God grant. So to supper, prayers, and bed. My whole family lying longer this morning than was fit, and besides Will having neglected to brush my clothes as he ought to do, till I was ready to go to church, and not then till I bade him, I was very angry, and seeing him make little matter of it, but seeming to make it a matter indifferent whether he did it or no, I did give him a box on the ear, and had it been another day, should have done more. This is the second time I ever struck him. End of May, Part 2. June, Part 1 of the Diary of Samuel Pepys, 1663. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. The Diary of Samuel Pepys, 1663, by Samuel Pepys. June 1663, Part 1. June 1st. Began again to rise betimes by 4 o'clock, and made an end of the Adventures of 5 hours. And it is a most excellent play. So to my office, where a while, and then about several businesses, in my way to my brother's, where I dined, being invited, with Mr. Peter and Dean Honeywood, where Tom did give us a very pretty dinner, and we very pleasant, but not very merry, the Dean being but a weak man, though very good. I was forced to rise, being in haste to St. James's to attend the Duke, and left them to end their dinner, but the Duke having been a-hunting to-day, and so lately come home and gone to bed, we could not see him. And Mr. Coventry being out of the house too, we walked away to Whitehall, and there took coach, and I with Sir J. Minnes to the Strand Maypole, and there light out of his coach, and walked to the new theatre, which, since the King's players are gone to the Royal one, is this day begun to be employed by the fencers to play prizes at. And here I came and saw the first prize I ever saw in my life, and it was between one Matthews, who did beat at all weapons, and one Westwick, who was soundly cut several times, both in the head and legs, that he was all over blood, and other deadly blows they did give and take in very good earnest, till Westwick was in a most sad pickle. They fought at 8 weapons, 3 bouts at each weapon. It was very well worth seeing, because I did till this day think that it has only been a cheat, but this being upon a private quarrel, they did it in good earnest, and I felt one of their swords, and found it to be very little, if at all, blunter on the edge, than the common swords are. Strange to see what a deal of money is flung to them both upon the stage between every bout, but a woeful rude rabble there was, and such noises, made my head ache all this evening. So, well pleased for once with this sight, I walked home, doing several businesses by the way, in my way calling to see Commissioner Pett, who lies sick at his daughter, a pretty woman in Gracious Street, but is likely to be abroad again in a day or 2. At home I found my wife in bed all this day. I went to see Sir William Penn, who has a little pain of his gout again, but will do well. So home to supper and to bed. This day I hear at court of the great plot which was lately discovered in Ireland, made among the presbyters and others, designing to cry up the Covenant, and to secure Dublin Castle and other places, and they have debauched a good part of the army there, promising them ready money. Some of the Parliament there, they say, are guilty, and some withdrawn upon it. Several persons taken, and among others a son of Scots, that was executed here for the King's murder. What reason the King hath, I know not, but it seems he is doubtful of Scotland. And this afternoon, when I was there, the council was called extraordinary, and they were opening the letters this last post coming and going between Scotland and us and other places. Blessed be God, my head and hands are clear, and therefore my sleep safe. The King of France is well again. 2nd. Up and by water to Whitehall, and so to St. James's to Mr. Coventry, where I had an hour's private talk with him. Most of it was discourse concerning his own condition, at present being under the censure of the House, being concerned with others in the bill for selling of offices. He tells me that though he thinks himself to suffer much in his fame hereby, yet he values nothing more of evil to hang over him, for that it is against no statute, as is pretended, nor more than what his predecessors time out of mind have taken, and that so soon as he found himself to be in an error, he did desire to have his fees set, which was done, and since that he hath not taken a token more. He undertakes to prove that he did never take a token of any captain to get him employed in his life beforehand, or demanded anything, and for the other accusation, that the cavaliers are not employed, he looked over the list of them now in the service, and of the 27 that are employed, 13 have been heretofore always under the King, 2 neutrals, and the other 12 men of great courage, and such as had either the King's particular commands, or great recommendation to put them in, and none by himself. Besides that, he says it is not the King's nor Duke's opinion that the whole party of the late officers should be rendered desperate. And lastly, he confesses that the more of the cavaliers are put in, the less of discipline hath followed in the fleet, and that, whenever there comes occasion, it must be the old ones that must do any good, there being only, he says, but Captain Allen good for anything of them all. He tells me that he cannot guess whom all this should come from, but he suspects Sir G. Carteret, as I also do, at least that he is pleased with it. But he tells me that he will bring Sir G. Carteret to be the first adviser and instructor of him what to make his place of benefit to him, telling him that Smith did make his place worth £5,000, and he believes £7,000 to him the first year, besides something else greater than all this, which he forbore to tell me. It seems one Sir Thomas Tomkins of the house that makes many mad motions did bring it into the house, saying that a letter was left at his lodgings, subscribed by one Benson, which is a feigned name, for there is no such man in the Navy, telling him how many places in the Navy have been sold, and by another letter, left in the same manner since, nobody appearing, he writes him that there is one Hughes and another Butler, both rogues, that have for their roguery been turned out of their places, that will swear that Mr. Coventry did sell their places and other things. I offered him my service, and will with all my heart serve him, but he tells me he do not think it convenient to meddle, or to any purpose, but is sensible of my love therein. So I bade him good morrow, he being out of order to speak anything of our office business, and so away to Westminster Hall, where I hear more of the plot from Ireland, which it seems hath been hatching, and known to the Lord Lieutenant a great while, and kept close till within 3 days that it should have taken effect. The term ended yesterday, and it seems the courts rose sooner, for want of causes, than it is remembered to have done in the memory of man. Thence up and down about business in several places, as to speak with Mr. Phillips, but missed him, and so to Mr. Beauchamp the goldsmith, he being one of the jury to-morrow in Sir W. Batten's case against Field. I have been telling him our case, and I believe he will do us good service there. So home, and seeing my wife had dined, I went, being invited, and dined with Sir W. Batten, Sir J. Minnes, and others, at Sir W. Batten's, Captain Allen giving them a foy dinner, he being to go down to lie Admiral in the Downs this summer. I cannot but think it a little strange that, having been so civil to him as I have been, he should not invite me to dinner, but I believe it was but a sudden motion, and so I heard not of it. After dinner to the office, where all the afternoon till late, and so to see Sir W. Pen, and so home to supper and to bed. To-night I took occasion with a vintner's man, who came by my direction, to taste again my tierce of claret, to go down to the cellar with him to consult about the drawing of it, and there, to my great vexation, I find that the cellar door hath long been kept unlocked, and above half the wine drunk. I was deadly mad at it, and examined my people round, but nobody would confess it. But I did examine the boy, and afterwards Will, and told him of his sitting up after we were in bed with the maids, but as to that business he denies it, which I cannot remedy, but I shall endeavour to know how it went. My wife did also this evening tell me a story of Ashwell stealing some new ribbon from her, a yard or two, which I am sorry to hear, and I fear my wife do take a displeasure against her that they will hardly stay together, which I should be sorry for, because I know not where to pick such another out anywhere. 3rd. Up betimes, and studying of my double horizontal dial against Dean Honeywood comes to me, who dotes mightily upon it, and I think I must give it him. So after talking with Sir W. Batten, who is this morning gone to Guildhall to his trial with Field, I to my office, and there read all the morning in my statute book, consulting among others the statute against selling of offices, wherein Mr. Coventry is so much concerned. And though he tells me that the statute do not reach him, yet I much fear that it will. At noon, hearing that the trial is done, and Sir W. Batten come to the Sun behind the Exchange, I went thither, where he tells me that he had much ado to carry it on his side, but that at last he did, but the jury, by the judge's favour, did give us but 10 damages, and the charges of the suit, which troubles me. But it is well it went not against us, which would have been much worse. So to the Exchange, and thence home to dinner, taking Dean of Woolwich along with me, and he dined alone with my wife being undressed, and he and I spent all the afternoon finely, learning of him the method of drawing the lines of a ship to my great satisfaction, and which is well worth my spending some time in, as I shall do when my wife is gone into the country. In the evening to the office, and did some business, then home, and, God forgive me, did from my wife's unwillingness to tell me whither she had sent the boy, presently suspect that he was gone to Pembleton's, and from that occasion grew so discontented that I could hardly speak or sleep all night. 4th. Up betimes, and my wife and Ashwell and I wiled away the morning up and down, while they got themselves ready, and I did so watch to see my wife put on drawers, which, poor soul, she did, and yet I could not get off my suspicions, she having a mind to go into Fenchurch Street before she went out for good and all with me, which I must needs construe to be to meet Pembleton, when she afterwards told me it was to buy a fan that she had not a mind that I should know of, and I believe it is so. Especially I did by a while get out of my boy that he did not yesterday go to Pembleton's or thereabouts, but only was sent all that time for some starch, and I did see him bringing home some, and yet all this cannot make my mind quiet. At last by coach I carried her to Westminster Hall, and they two to Mrs. Bowyer to go from thence to my wife's father's, and Ashwell to hers, and by seeing my wife's father in the hall, and being loath that my wife should put me to another trouble and charge by missing him to-day, I did employ a porter to go from a person unknown to tell him his daughter was come to his lodgings, and I at a distance did observe him. But, Lord! What a company of questions he did ask him! What kind of man I was, and God knows what. So he went home, and after I had stayed in the hall a good while, where I heard that this day the Archbishop of Canterbury, Juxon, a man well spoken of by all for a good man, is dead, and the Bishop of London is to have his seat. Home by water, where by and by comes Dean Honeywood, and I showed him my double horizontal dial, and promised to give him one, and that shall be it. So, without eating or drinking, he went away to Mr. Turner's, where Sir J. Minnes do treat my Lord Chancellor and a great deal of guests to-day with a great dinner, which I thank God I do not pay for, and besides, I doubt it is too late for any man to expect any great service from my Lord Chancellor, for which I am sorry, and pray God a worse do not come in his room. So I to dinner alone, and so to my chamber, and then to the office alone, my head aching and my mind in trouble for my wife, being jealous of her spending the day, though God knows I have no great reason, yet my mind is troubled. By and by comes Will Howe to see us, and walked with me an hour in the garden, talking of my Lord's falling to business again, which I am glad of, and his coming to lie at his lodgings at Whitehall again. The match between Sir J. Cutts and my Lady Jemima, he says, is likely to go on, for which I am glad. In the hall to-day Dr. Pierce tells me that the Queen begins to be brisk and play like other ladies, and is quite another woman from what she was, of which I am glad. It may be, it may make the King like her the better, and forsake his two mistresses, my Lady Castlemaine and Stuart. He gone, we sat at the office till night, and then home, where my wife is come, and has been with her father all the afternoon, and so home, and she and I to walk in the garden, giving ear to her discourse of her father's affairs, and I found all well. So after putting things in order at my office, home to supper, and to bed. 5th. Up and to read a little, and by the carver coming, I directed him how to make me a neat head for my vial that is making. About 10 o'clock my wife and I, not without some discontent, abroad by coach, and I set her at her father's, but their condition is such that she will not let me see where they live, but goes by herself when I am out of sight. Thence to my brother's, taking care for a passage for my wife the next week in a coach to my father's, and thence to Paul's churchyard, where I found several books ready bound for me. Among others, the new Concordance of the Bible, which pleases me much, and is a book I hope to make good use of. Thence, taking the little History of England with me, I went by water to Deptford, where Sir J. Minnes and Sir W. Batten attending the pay. I dined with them, and there Dr. Britton, parson of the town, a fine man, and good company, dined with us, and good discourse. After dinner I left them and walked to Redriff, and thence to Whitehall, and at my Lord's lodgings found my wife, and thence carried her to see my Lady Jemima, but she was not within. So to Mr. Turner's, and there saw Mr. Edward Pepys's lady, who my wife concurs with me to be very pretty, as most women we ever saw. So home, and after a walk in the garden, a little troubled to see my wife take no more pleasure with Ashwell, but neglect her and leave her at home. Home to supper and to bed. 6th. Lay in bed till 7 o'clock, yet rose with an opinion that it was not 5, and so continued, though I heard the clock strike, till noon, and would not believe that it was so late as it truly was. I was hardly ever so mistaken in my life before. Up and to Sir G. Carteret at his house, and spoke to him about business, but he being in a bad humour, I had no mind to stay with him, but walked, drinking my morning draught of whey, by the way, to York House, where the Russia ambassador do lie, and there I saw his people go up and down lousing themselves. They are all in a great hurry, being to be gone the beginning of next week. But that pleased me best was the remains of the noble soul of the late Duke of Buckingham appearing in his house in every place, in the door-cases and the windows. By and by comes Sir John Hebden, the Russia resident, to me, and he and I in his coach to Whitehall to Secretary Morris's, to see the orders about the Russia hemp that is to be fetched from Archangel for our king, and that being done, to coach again. And he brought me into the city, and so I home. And after dinner abroad by water, met by appointment Mr. Dean in the Temple Church, and he and I over to Mr. Blackberry's yard, and thence to other places, and after that to a drinking house, in all which places I did so practise and improve my measuring of timber, that I can now do it with great ease and perfection, which do please me mightily. This fellow Dean is a conceited fellow, and one that means the king a great deal of service, more of disservice, to other people that go away with the profits which he cannot make. But, however, I learn much of him, and he is, I perceive, of great use to the king in his place, and so I shall give him all the encouragement I can. Home by water, and having wrote a letter for my wife to my Lady Sandwich to copy out to send this night's post, I to the office, and wrote there myself several things, and so home to supper and bed. My mind being troubled to think into what a temper of neglect I have myself flung my wife into, by my letting her learn to dance, that it will require time to cure her of, and I fear her going into the country will but make her worse. But only I do hope in the mean time to spend my time well in my office, with more leisure than while she is here. Hebden, to-day in the coach, did tell me how he is vexed to see things at court ordered as they are, by nobody that attends to business, but every man himself or his pleasures. He cries up my Lord Ashley to be almost the only man that he sees to look after business, and with that ease and mastery that he wonders at him. He cries out against the king's dealing so much with goldsmiths, and suffering himself to have his purse kept and commanded by them. He tells me also with what exact care and order the States of Holland stores are kept in their yards, and everything managed there by their builders with such husbandry as is not imaginable, which I will endeavour to understand further, if I can by any means learn. 7th. Lord's Day. Whitsunday. Lay long talking with my wife, sometimes angry, and ended pleased, and hope to bring our matters to a better posture in a little time, which God send. So up into church, where Mr. Mills preached, but I know not how I slept most of the sermon. Thence home, and dined with my wife and Ashwell, and after dinner discoursed very pleasantly, and so I to church again in the afternoon, and, the Scot preaching, again slept all the afternoon, and so home, and by and by to Sir W. Batten's to talk about business, where my Lady Batten inveighed mightily against the German princess, and I as high in the defence of her wit and spirit, and glad that she is cleared at the sessions. Thence to Sir W. Pen, who I found ill again of the gout. He tells me that now Mr. Castle and Mrs. Martha Batten do own themselves to be married, and have been this fortnight. Much good may it do him, for I do not envy him his wife. So home, and there my wife and I had an angry word or two upon discourse of our boy, compared with Sir W. Pen's boy that he has now, whom I say is much prettier than ours, and she the contrary. It troubles me to see that every small thing is enough nowadays to bring a difference between us. So to my office, and there did a little business, and then home to supper and to bed. Mrs. Turner, who is often at court, do tell me to-day that for certain the Queen hath much changed her humour, and is become very pleasant and sociable as any, and they say is with child, or believed to be so. 8th. Up, and to my office a while, and thence by coach with Sir J. Minnes to St. James's to the Duke, where Mr. Coventry and us two did discourse with the Duke a little about our office business, which saved our coming in the afternoon. And so to Wright's, home again, and to dinner. After dinner my wife and I had a little jangling, in which she did give me the lie, which vexed me, so that finding my talking did but make her worse, and that her spirit is lately come to be other than it used to be, and now depends upon her having Ashwell by her, before whom she thinks I shall not say nor do anything of force to her, which vexes me, and makes me wish that I had better considered all that I have of late done, concerning my bringing my wife to this condition of heat. I went up vexed to my chamber, and there fell examining my new concordance that I have bought with Newman's, the best that ever was out before, and I find mine altogether as copious as that, and something larger, though the order in some respects not so good, that a man may think a place is missing, when it is only put in another place. Up, by and by, my wife comes, and good friends again, and to walk in the garden, and so anon to supper and to bed. My cousin John Tangier the son, of Cambridge, coming to me late to see me, and I find his business is that he would be sent to sea. But I dissuaded him from it, for I will not have to do with it without his friend's consent. 9th. Up, and after ordering some things towards my wife's going into the country, to the office, where I spent the morning upon my measuring rules very pleasantly till noon, and then comes Creed, and he and I talked about mathematics, and he tells me of a way found out by Mr. Jonas Moore, which he calls geodecimal arithmetic, which is properly applied to measuring, where all is ordered by inches, which are 12 in a foot, which I have a mind to learn. So he with me home to dinner, and after dinner walk in the garden, and then we met at the office, where Coventry, Sir J. Minnes and I, and so in the evening, business done, I went home and spent my time till night with my wife. Presently, after my coming home, comes Pembleton, whether by appointment or no, I know not, or whether by a former promise that he would come once before my wife's going into the country, but I took no notice of, let them go up, and Ashwell with them, to dance, which they did, and I stayed below in my chamber, but Lord! How I listened and laid my ear to the door, and how I was troubled when I heard them stand still and not dance. Anon they made an end, and had done. And so I suffered him to go away, and spoke not to him, though troubled in my mind, but showed no discontent to my wife, believing that this is the last time I shall be troubled with him. So my wife and I to walk in the garden, home, and to supper, and to bed. 10th. Up and all the morning, helping my wife to put up her things towards her going into the country, and drawing the wine out of my vessel to send. This morning came my cousin Thomas Pepys to desire me to furnish him with some money, which I could not do till his father has wrote to Pigot his consent to the sale of his lands. So by and by we parted, and I to the Exchange a while, and so home and to dinner, and thence to the Royal Theatre by water, and landing, met with Captain Ferrers, his friend, the little man that used to be with him, and he with us, and sat by us while we saw Love in a Maze. The play is pretty good, but the life of the play is Lacey's part, the clown, which is most admirable. But for the rest, which are counted such old and excellent actors, in my life I never heard both men and women so ill pronounce their parts, even to my making myself sick therewith. Thence, Creed happening to be with us, we four to the Half Moon Tavern, I buying some sugar and carrying it with me, which we drank with wine, and thence to the Way House, and drank a great deal of whey, and so by water home, and thence to see Sir W. Pen, who is not in much pain, but his legs swell and so immovable that he cannot stir them, but as they are lifted by other people, and I doubt will have another fit of his late pain. Played a little at cards with him and his daughter, who is grown every day a finer and finer lady, and so home to supper and to bed. When my wife and I came first home, we took Ashwell, and all the rest below in the cellar, with the vintner drawing out my wine, which I blamed Ashwell much for, and told her my mind that I would not endure it, nor was it fit for her to make herself equal with the ordinary servants of the house. 11th. Up, and spent most of the morning upon my measuring ruler, and with great pleasure I have found out some things myself of great dispatch, more than my book teaches me, which pleases me mightily. Sent my wife's things and the wine to-day by the carrier to my father's, but stayed my boy from a letter of my father's, wherein he desires that he may not come to trouble his family as he did the last year. Dined at home, and then to the office, where we sat all the afternoon, and at night home and spent the evening with my wife, and she and I did jangle mightily about her cushions that she wrought with worsteds the last year, which are too little for any use, but were good friends by and by again. But one thing I must confess I do observe, which I did not before, which is, that I cannot blame my wife to be now in a worse humour than she used to be, for I am taken up in my talk with Ashwell, who is a very witty girl, that I am not so fond of her as I used and ought to be, which now I do perceive I will remedy, but I would to the Lord I had never taken any, though I cannot have a better than her. To supper and to bed. The consideration that this is the longest day in the year is very unpleasant to me. This afternoon my wife had a visit from my Lady Jemima and Mr. Ferrers. 12th. Up, and my office, there conning my measuring ruler, which I shall grow a master of in a very little time. At noon to the Exchange, and so home to dinner, and abroad with my wife by water to the Royal Theatre, and there saw The Committee, a merry but indifferent play, only Lacey's part, an Irish footman, is beyond imagination. Here I saw my Lord Falconbridge and his lady, my Lady Mary Cromwell, who looks as well as I have known her, and well clad. But when the house began to fill, she put on her vizard, and so kept it on all the play, which of late is become a great fashion among the ladies, which hides their whole face. So to the Exchange, to buy things with my wife, among others a vizard for herself, and so by water home, and to my office, to do a little business, and so to see Sir W. Pen, but being going to bed, and not well, I could not see him. So home, and to supper and bed, being mightily troubled all night and next morning, with the palate of my mouth being down from some cold I took to-day sitting sweating in the playhouse, and the wind blowing through the windows upon my head. 13th. Up and betimes to Thames Street among the tar men, to look the price of tar, and so by water to Whitehall, thinking to speak with Sir G. Carteret, but he lying in the city all night, and meeting with Mr. Cutler the merchant, I with him in his coach into the city to Sir G. Carteret, but missing him there, he and I walked to find him at Sir Tom Allen's in Bread Street, where, not finding him, he and I walked towards our office, he discoursing well of the business of the navy, and particularly of the victualling, in which he was once, I perceive, concerned. And he and I parted, and I to the office, and there had a difference with Sir W. Batten about Mr. Bowyer's tar, which I am resolved to cross, though he sent me last night, as a bribe, a barrel of sturgeon, which, it may be, I shall send back, for I will not have the King abused so abominably in the price of what we buy, by Sir W. Batten's corruption and underhand dealing. So from the office, Mr. Waith with me to the Parliament House, and there I spoke and told Sir G. Carteret all, with which he is well pleased, and do recall his willingness yesterday, it seems, to Sir W. Batten, that we should buy a great quantity of tar, being abused by him. Thence with Mr. Waith, after drinking a cup of ale at the Swan, talking of the corruption of the Navy, by water. I landed him at Whitefriars, and I to the Exchange, and so home to dinner, where I found my wife's brother, and thence after dinner by water to the Royal Theatre, where I resolved to bid farewell, as shall appear by my oaths to-morrow, against all plays, either at public houses or court, till Christmas be over. Here we saw the faithful shepherdess, a most simple thing, and yet much thronged after, and often shown, but it is only for the scene's sake, which is very fine indeed, and worth seeing, but I am quite out of opinion with any of their actings but Lacy's, compared with the other house. Thence to see Mrs. Hunt, which we did, and were much made of, and in our way saw my Lady Castlemaine, who I fear is not so handsome as I have taken her for, and now she begins to decay something. This is my wife's opinion also, for which I am sorry. Thence by coach, with a mad coachman, that drove like mad, and down byways, through Bucklersbury, home, everybody through the street cursing him, being ready to run over them. So home, and after writing letters by the post, home to supper and bed. Yesterday, upon conference with the King in the banqueting house, the Parliament did agree with much ado, it being carried but by 42 voices, that they would supply him with a sum of money, but what and how is not yet known, but expected to be done with great disputes the next week. But if done at all, it is well. 14th, Lord's Day. Lay long in bed, so up and to church, then to dinner, and Tom dined with me, who I think grows a very thriving man, as he himself tells me. He tells me that his man John has got a wife, and for that he intends to part with him, which I am sorry for, and then that Mr. Armiger comes to be a constant lodger at his house, and he says has money in his purse, and will be a good paymaster, but I do much doubt it. He being gone, I up, and sending my people to church, my wife and I did even our reckonings, and had a great deal of serious talk, wherein I took occasion to give her hints of the necessity of our saving all we can. I do see great cause every day to curse the time that ever I did give way to the taking of a woman for her, though I could never have had a better, and also the letting of her learn to dance, by both which her mind is so devilishly taken of her business and minding her occasions, and besides has got such an opinion in her of my being jealous, that it is never to be removed, I fear, nor hardly my trouble that attends it. But I must have patience. I did give her 40 shillings to carry into the country to-morrow with her, whereof 15 shillings is to go for the coach hire for her in Ashwell, there being 20 shillings paid here already in earnest. In the evening our discourse turned to great content and love, and I hope that after a little forgetting our late differences, and being a while absent one from another, we shall come to agree as well as ever. So to Sir W. Pen's to visit him, and finding him alone, sent for my wife, who is in her riding suit, to see him, which she had not done these many months, I think. By and by, in comes Sir J. Minnes and Sir W. Batten, and so we sat talking. Among other things, Sir J. Minnes brought many fine expressions of Chaucer, which he dotes on mightily, and without doubt he is a very fine poet. Sir W. Pen continues lame of the gout, that he cannot rise from his chair. So after staying an hour with him, we went home and to supper, and so to prayers and bed. 15th. Up betimes, and anon my wife rose and did give me her keys, and put other things in order and herself against going this morning into the country. I was forced to go to Thames Street, and strike up a bargain for some tar, to prevent being abused therein by Hill, who was with me this morning, and is mightily surprised that I should tell him what I can have the same tar with his for. Thence home, but finding my wife gone, I took coach, and after her to her inn, where I am troubled to see her forced to sit in the back of the coach, though pleased to see her company none but women and one parson. She, I find, is troubled at all, and I seem to make a promise to get a horse and ride after them, and so, kissing her often, and Ashwell once, I bid them adieu. So home by coach, and thence by water to Deptford to the Trinity House, where I came a little late. But I found them reading their charter, which they did like fools, only reading here and there a bit, whereas they ought to do it all, every word, and then proceeded to the election of a master, which was Sir W. Batten, without any control, who made a heavy short speech to them, moving them to give thanks to the late master for his pains, which he said was very great, and giving them thanks for their choice of him, wherein he would serve them to the best of his power. Then to the choice of their assistants and wardens, and so rose. I might have received 2 shillings 6pence as a younger brother, but I directed one of the servants of the house to receive it and keep it. Thence to church, where Dr. Britton preached a sermon full of words against the Nonconformists, but no great matter in it, nor proper for the day at all. His text was, "With one mind and one mouth give glory to God, the Father of our Lord Jesus Christ." That done, by water, I in the barge with the master to the Trinity House at London, where among others I found my Lord Sandwich and Craven, and my cousin Roger Pepys, and Sir William Wheeler. Anon we sat down to dinner, which was very great, as they always have. Great variety of talk. Mr. Prynne, among many, had a pretty tale of one that brought in a bill in Parliament for the empowering him to dispose his land to such children as he should have that should bear the name of his wife. It was in Queen Elizabeth's time. One replied that there are many species of creatures where the male gives the denomination to both sexes, as swan and woodcock, but not above one where the female do, and that is a goose. Both at and after dinner we had great discourses of the nature and power of spirits, and whether they can animate dead bodies. In all which, as of the general appearance of spirits, my Lord Sandwich is very sceptical. He says the greatest warrants that ever he had to believe any is the present appearing of the devil in Wiltshire, much of late talked of, who beats a drum up and down. There are books of it, and they say very true, but my Lord observes, that though he do answer to any tune that you will play to him upon another drum, yet one tune he tried to play and could not, which makes him suspect the whole, and I think it is a good argument. Sometimes they talked of handsome women, and Sir J. Minnes saying that there was no beauty like what he sees in the country markets, and especially at Bury, in which I will agree with him that there is a prettiest woman I ever saw. My Lord replied thus: "Sir John, what do you think of your neighbour's wife?" looking upon me. "Do you not think that he hath a great beauty to his wife? Upon my word he hath," which I was not a little proud of. Thence by barge with my Lord to Blackfriars, where we landed, and I thence walked home, where vexed to find my boy, whom I boxed at his coming, for it, and Will abroad, though he was but upon Tower Hill a very little while. My head aching with the healths I was forced to drink to-day, I sent for the barber, and he having done, I up to my wife's closet, and there played on my violin a good while, and without supper anon to bed, sad for want of my wife, whom I love with all my heart, though of late she has given me some troubled thoughts. 16th. Up, but not so early as I intend now, and to my office, where doing business all the morning. At noon, by desire, I dined with Sir W. Batten, who tells me that the House have voted the supply, intended for the King, shall be by subsidy. After dinner with Sir J. Minnes, to see some pictures at Brewer's, said to be of good hands, but I do not like them. So I to the office, and thence to Stacey's, his tar merchant, whose servant, with whom I agreed yesterday for some tar, do by combination with Bowyer and Hill fall from our agreement, which vexes us all at the office, even Sir W. Batten, who was so earnest for it. So to the office, where we sat all the afternoon till night, and then to Sir W. Pen, who continues ill, and so to bed about 10 o'clock. 17th. Up before 4 o'clock, which is the hour I intend now to rise at, and to my office a while, and with great pleasure I fell to my business again. Anon went with money to my tar merchant, to pay for the tar, which he refuses to sell me. But now the master is come home, and so he speaks very civilly, and I believe we shall have it with peace. I brought back my money to my office, and thence to Whitehall, and in the garden spoke to my Lord Sandwich, who is in his gold-buttoned suit, as the mode is, and looks nobly. Captain Ferrers, I see, is come home from France. I only spoke one word to him, my Lord being there. He tells me the young gentlemen are well there. So my Lord went to my Lord Albemarle's to dinner, and I by water home and dined alone, and at the office, after half an hour's violin practice after dinner, till late at night, and so home and to bed. This day I sent my cousin Edward Pepys, his lady, and my cousin Turner's, a piece of venison given me yesterday, and Madam Turner I sent for 12 bottles of hers to fill with wine for her. This day I met with Pierce the surgeon, who tells me that the King has made peace between Mr. Edward Montague and his father Lord Montague, and that all is well again, at which, for the family's sake, I am very glad, but do not think it will hold long. 18th. Up by 4 o'clock and to my office, where all the morning writing out in my Navy collections the ordinary estimate of the Navy, and did it neatly. Then dined at home alone, my mind pleased with business, but sad for the absence of my wife. After dinner, half an hour at my violin, and then all the afternoon sitting at the office late, and so home and to bed. This morning Mr. Cutler came and sat in my closet half an hour with me, his discourse very excellent, being a wise man, and I do perceive by him, as well as many others, that my diligence is taken notice of in the world, for which I bless God and hope to continue doing so. Before I went into my house this night, I called at Sir W. Batten's, where finding some great ladies at table at supper with him and his lady, I retreated and went home, though they called to me again, and afterwards sent for me. So I went, and who should it be but Sir F. Clarke and his lady, and another proper lady, at supper there, and great cheer, where I stayed till 11 o'clock at night, and so home and to bed. 19th. Lay till 6 o'clock, and then up and to my office, where all the morning, and at noon to the Exchange, and coming home met Mr. Creed, and took him back, and he dined with me, and by and by came Mr. Moore, whom I supplied with £30, and then abroad with them by water to Lambeth, expecting to have seen the Archbishop lie in state, but it seems he is not laid out yet. And so over to Whitehall, and at the Privy Seal Office examined the books, and found the grant of increase of salary to the principal officers in the year 1639, £300 among the Controller, Surveyor, and Clerk of the Ships. Thence to Wilkinson's, after a good walk in the park, where we met on horseback Captain Ferrers, who tells us that the King of France is well again, and that he saw him train his guards, all brave men, at Paris, and that when he goes to his mistress, Madame la Vallière, a pretty little woman, now with child by him, he goes with his guards with him publicly, and his trumpets and kettle-drums with him, who stay before the house while he is with her. And yet he says that for all this, the Queen do not know of it, for that nobody dares to tell her. But that I dare not believe. Thence I to Wilkinson's, where we had bespoke a dish of peas, where we eat them very merrily, and there being with us the little gentleman, a friend of Captain Ferrers, that was with my wife and I at a play a little while ago, we went thence to the Rhenish wine-house, where we called for a red Rhenish wine called Bliehard, a pretty wine, and not mixed, as they say. Here Mr. Moore showed us the French manner, when a health is drunk, to bow to him that drunk to you, and then apply yourself to him, whose lady's health is drunk, and then to the person that you drink to, which I never knew before, but it seems it is now the fashion. Thence by water home and to bed, having played out of my chamber window on my pipe before I went to bed, and making Will read a part of a Latin chapter, in which I perceive in a little while he will be pretty ready, if he spends but a little pains in it. 20th. Up and to my office, where all the morning, and dined at home, Mr. Dean of Woolwich with me, and he and I all the afternoon down by water, and in a timber yard measuring of timber, which I now understand thoroughly, and shall be able in a little time to do the King great service. Home in the evening, and after Will's reading a little in the Latin Testament, to bed. 21st, Lord's Day. Up betimes, and fell to reading my Latin grammar, which I perceive I have great need of, having lately found it by my calling Will to the reading of a chapter in Latin, and I am resolved to go through it. After being trimmed, I by water to Whitehall, and so over the park, it raining hard, to Mr. Coventry's chamber, where I spent 2 hours with him about business of the navy, and how by his absence things are like to go with us, and with good content from my being with him, he carried me by coach and set me down at Whitehall, and thence to write home by water. He shewed me a list which he hath prepared for the Parliament's view, if the business of his selling of offices should be brought to further hearing, wherein he reckons up, as I remember, 236 officers of ships, which have been disposed of without his taking 1 farthing. This, of his own accord, he opened his cabinet on purpose to shew me, meaning, I suppose, that I should discourse abroad of it, and vindicate him therein, which I shall with all my power do. At home being wet, shifted my band and things, and then to dinner, and after dinner went up and tried a little upon my triangle, which I understand fully, and with a little use, I believe could bring myself to do something. So to church, and slept all the sermon, the Scot, to whose voice I am not to be reconciled, preaching. Thence with Sir J. Minnes, who, poor man, had forgot that he carried me the other day to the painter's, to see some pictures which he has since bought and are brought home, to his lodgings to see some base things, he calls them, of great masters of painting. So I said nothing that he had shown me them already, but commended them, and I think they are indeed good enough. Thence to see Sir W. Pen, who continues ill of the gout still. Here we stayed a good while, and then I to my office, and read my vows seriously, and with content, and so home to supper, to prayers, and to bed. 22nd. Up betimes and to my office, reading over all our letters of the office that we have wrote since I came into the navy, whereby to bring the whole series of matters into my memory, and to enter in my manuscript some of them that are needful and of great influence. By and by with Sir W. Batten by coach to Westminster, where all along I find the shops evening with the sides of the houses, even in the broader streets, which will make the city very much better than it was. I walked in the hall from one man to another. Hear that the House is still divided about the manner of levying the subsidies which they intend to give the King, both as to the manner, the time, and the number. It seems the House do consent to send to the King to desire that he would be graciously pleased to let them know who it was that did inform him of what words Sir Richard Temple should say, which were to this purpose. That if the King would side with him, or be guided by him and his party, that he should not lack money. But without knowing who told it, they do not think fit to call him to any account for it. Thence with Creed and bought a lobster, and then to an alehouse, where the maid of the house is a confident merry lass, and if modest, is very pleasant to the customers that come thither. Here we eat it, and thence to walk in the park a good while. The Duke being gone a-hunting, and by and by came in and shifted himself, he having in his hunting, rather than go about, light and led his horse through a river up to his breast, and came so home. And when we were come, which was by and by, we went on to him, and being ready, he retired with us, and we had a long discourse with him. But Mr. Creed's account sticks still, through the perverse ignorance of Sir G. Carteret, which I cannot safely control as I would. Thence to the park again, and there walked up and down an hour or two till night with Creed, talking, who is so knowing, and a man of that reason, that I cannot but love his company, though I do not love the man, because he is too wise to be made a friend of, and acts all by interest and policy, but is a man fit to learn of. So to Whitehall, and by water to the Temple, and calling at my brother's in several places, but to no purpose, I came home, and meeting Strutt, the purser, he tells me for a secret, that he was told by Field that he had a judgment against me in the Exchequer for 400 pounds. So I went to Sir W. Batten, and taking Mr. Batten, his son, the counsellor, with me by coach, I went to Clark, our solicitor, who tells me there can be no such thing. And after conferring with them two together, who are resolved to look well after the business, I returned home and to my office, setting down this day's passages, and having a letter that all is well in the country, I went home to supper, and then a Latin chapter of Will, and to bed. 23rd. Up by 4 o'clock, and so to my office. But before I went out, calling, as I have of late done, for my boy's copy-book, I found that he had not done his task, so I beat him, and then went up to fetch my rope's end, but before I got down the boy was gone. I searched the cellar with a candle, and from top to bottom could not find him high nor low. So to the office, and after an hour or two by water to the Temple to my cousin Roger, who I perceive is a deadly high man in the Parliament business, and against the court, showing me how they have computed that the King hath spent, at least hath received, about 4 millions of money since he came in. And in Sir J. Winter's case, in which I spoke to him, he is so high that he says he deserves to be hanged, and all the high words he could give, which I was sorry to see, though I am confident he means well. Thence by water home, and to the Change, and by comes the King and the Queen by in great state, and the streets full of people. I stood in Mr. X's balcony. They dine all at my Lord Mayor's, but what he do for victuals or room for them, I know not. So home to dinner alone, and there I found that my boy had got out of doors, and came in for his hat and band, and so is gone away to his brother. But I do resolve even to let him go away for good and all. So I by and by to the office, and there had a great fray with Sir W. Batten and Sir J. Minnes, who, like an old dotard, is led by the nose by him. It was in Captain Cock's business of hemp, wherein the King is absolutely abused, but I was for peace sake contented to be quiet and to sign to his bill, but in my manner so as to justify myself, and so all was well. But to see what a knave Sir W. Batten is, makes my heart ache. So late at my office, and then home to supper and to bed, my man Will not being well. 24th. Up before 4 o'clock, and so to my lute an hour or more, and then by water, drinking my morning draught alone at an alehouse in Thames Street, to the Temple, and thence after a little discourse with my cousin Roger about some business, away by water to St. James's, and there an hour's private discourse with Mr. Coventry, where he told me one thing to my great joy, that in the business of Captain Cock's hemp, disputed before him the other day, Mr. Coventry absent, the Duke did himself tell him since, that Mr. Pepys and he did stand up and carry it against the rest that were there, Sir G. Carteret and Sir W. Batten, which do please me much to see that the Duke do take notice of me. We did talk highly of Sir W. Batten's corruption, which Mr. Coventry did very kindly say, that it might be only his heaviness and unaptness for business, that he do things without advice and rashly, and to gratify people that do eat and drink and play with him. and that now and then he observes that he signs bills only in anger and fury to be rid of men. Speaking of Sir G. Carteret, of whom I perceive he speaks but slightly, and diminishing of him in his services for the king in Jersey, that he was well rewarded, and had good lands and rents, and other profits from the king, all the time he was there, and that it was always his humour to have things done his way. He brought an example how he would not let the castle there be victualled for more than a month, that so he might keep it at his beck, though the people of the town did offer to supply it more often themselves. Which when one did propose to the king, Sir George Carteret being by, says Sir George, "Let me know who they are that would do it, I would with all my heart pay them." "Ah, by God," says the commander that spoke of it, "that is it that they are afeard of, that you would hug them," meaning that he would not endure them. Another thing he told me, how the Duke of York did give Sir G. Carteret and the island his profits as admiral, and other things, towards the building of a pier there, but it was never laid out, nor like to be. So it falling out that a lady being brought to bed, the Duke was to be desired to be one of the godfathers, and it being objected that that would not be proper, there being no peer of the land to be joined with him, the lady replied, "Why, let him choose, and if he will not be a godfather without a peer, then let him even stay till he hath made a peer of his own." He tells me, too, that he hath lately been observed to tack about at court, and to endeavour to strike in with the persons that are against the Chancellor. But this he says of him, that he do not say nor do anything to the prejudice of the Chancellor. But he told me that the Chancellor was rising again, and that of late Sir G. Carteret's business and employment hath not been so full as it used to be while the Chancellor stood up. From that we discoursed of the evil of putting out men of experience in business as the Chancellor, and from that to speak of the condition of the King's party at present, who, as the Papists, though otherwise fine persons, yet being by law kept for these 80 years out of employment, they are now wholly incapable of business. And so the Cavaliers for 20 years, who, says he, for the most part have either given themselves over to look after country and family business, and those the best of them, and the rest to debauchery, etc., and that was it that hath made him high against the late bill brought into the House for the making all men incapable of employment that had served against the King. Why, says he, in the sea service it is impossible to do anything without them, there being not more than 3 men of the whole King's side that are fit to command, almost, and these were Captain Allen, Smith, and Beach, and it may be Holmes and Utber and Batts might do something. I desired him to tell me if he thought that I did speak anything that I do against Sir W. Batten and Sir J. Minnes out of ill will or design. He told me quite the contrary, and that there was reason enough. After a good deal of good and fine discourse I took leave, and so to my Lord Sandwich's house, where I met my Lord, and there did discourse of our office businesses, and how the Duke do show me kindness, though I have endeavoured to displease more or less of my fellow officers, all but Mr. Coventry and Pett, but it matters not. Yes, says my Lord, Sir J. Minnes, who is great with the Chancellor. I told him the Chancellor I have thought was declining, and however that the esteem he has among them is nothing but for a jester or a ballad maker. At which my Lord laughs, and asks me whether I believe he ever could do that well. Thence with Mr. Creed up and down to an ordinary, and the King's head being full, went to the other over against it. A pretty man that keeps it, and good and much meat. Better than the other, but the company and room so small that he must break, and there wants the pleasure that the other house has in its company. Here, however, dined an old courtier that is now so, who did bring many examples and arguments to prove that seldom any man that brings anything to court gets anything, but rather the contrary. For knowing that they have wherewith to live, will not enslave themselves to the attendance and flattery and fawning condition of a courtier, whereas another that brings nothing will be contented to cog and lie and flatter every man and woman that has any interest with the persons that are great in favour, and can cheat the King, as nothing is to be got without offending God and the King. There he for the most part, and he alone, saves anything. Thence to St. James's Park, and there walked 2 or 3 hours, talking of the difference between Sir G. Carteret and Mr. Creed about his accounts, and how to obviate him, but I find Creed a deadly cunning fellow, and one that never do anything openly, but has intrigues in all he do or says. Thence by water home to see all well, and thence down to Greenwich, and there walked into a pretty common garden, and there played with him at 9-pins for some drink, and to make the fellows drink that set up the pins, and so home again, being very cold, and taking a very great cold, being to-day the first time in my tabby doublet this year. Home, and after a small supper, Creed and I to bed. This day I observed the house, which I took to be the new tennis court, newly built next my Lord's lodgings, to be fallen down by the badness of the foundation or slight working, which my cousin Roger and his discontented party cry out upon, as an example how the King's work is done, which I am sorry to see him and others so apt to think ill of things. It hath beaten down a good deal of my Lord's lodgings, and had like to have killed Mrs. Sarah, she having but newly gone out of it. End of June, Part 1. June, Part 2, of the Diary of Samuel Pepys, 1663. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. The Diary of Samuel Pepys, 1663, by Samuel Pepys. June 1663, Part 2. 25th. Up, both of us, pretty early, and to my chamber, where he and I did draw up a letter to Sir G. Carteret in excuse and preparation for creed, against we meet before the Duke upon his accounts, which I drew up, and it proved very well. But I am pleased to see with what secret cunning and variety of artifice this creed has carried on his business even unknown to me, which he is now forced by an accident to communicate to me. So that taking up all the papers of moment which lead to the clearing of his accounts unobserved out of the Controller's hand, which he now makes great use of, knowing that the Controller has not wherewith to betray him. About this all the morning, only Mr. Bland came to me about some business of his, and told me the news, which holds to be true, that the Portuguese did let in the Spaniard by a plot, and they being in the midst of the country, and we believing that they would have taken the whole country, they did all rise and kill the whole body, near 8,000 men, and Don John of Austria, having 2 horses killed under him, was forced with 1 man to flee away. Sir George Carteret at the office, after dinner, and Creed being gone, for both now and yesterday I was afraid to have him seen by Sir G. Carteret with me, for fear that he should increase his doubt that I am of a plot with Creed in the business of his accounts, did tell us that upon Tuesday last, being with my Lord Treasurer, he showed him a letter from Portugal speaking of the advance of the Spaniards into their country, and yet that the Portuguese were never more courageous than now. For by an old prophecy from France, sent thither some years, though not many since, from the French king, it is foretold that the Spaniards should come into their country, and in such a valley they should be all killed, and then their country should be wholly delivered from the Spaniards. This was on Tuesday last, and yesterday came the very first news that in this very valley they had thus routed and killed the Spaniards, which is very strange, but true. So late at the office, and then home to supper and to bed. This noon I received a letter from the country from my wife, wherein she seems much pleased with the country. God continue that she may have pleasure while she is there. She, by my lady's advice, desires a new petticoat of the new silk striped stuff, very pretty. So I went to Paternoster Row presently, and bought her one, with Mr. Creed's help, a very fine rich one, the best I did see there, and much better than she desires or expects, and sent it by Creed to Unthank, to be made against tomorrow to send by the carrier, thinking it had been but Wednesday to-day. But I found myself mistaken, and also the tailor being out of the way, it could not be done. But the stuff was sent me back at night by Creed, to dispose of some other way to make. But now I shall keep it to next week. 26th. Up betimes, and Mr. Moore coming to see me, he and I discoursed of going to Oxford this commencement, Mr. Nathaniel Crew being proctor, and Mr. Child commencing Doctor of Music this year, which I have a great mind to do, and if I can, will order my matters so that I may do it. By and by, he and I to the Temple, it raining hard, my cousin Roger being got out. He and I walked a good while among the Temple trees, discoursing of my getting my Lord to let me have security upon his estate, 400 per annum, for 2 lives, my own and my wife, for my money. But upon second thoughts, Mr. Moore tells me it is very likely my Lord will think that I beg something, and may take it ill, and so we resolved not to move it there, but to look for it somewhere else. Here, it raining hard, he and I walked into the King's Bench Court, where I never was before, and there stayed an hour almost, till it had done raining, which is a sad season, that it is said there hath not been one fair day these 3 months, and I think it is true. And then by water to Westminster, and at the Parliament House I spoke with Roger Pepys. The House is upon the King's answer to their message about Temple, which is that my Lord of Bristol did tell him that Temple did say those words, so the House are resolved upon sending some of their members to him to know the truth, and to demand satisfaction if it be not true. So by water home, and after a little while getting me ready, Sir W. Batten, Sir J. Minnes, my Lady Batten, and I by coach to Bethnal Green, to Sir W. Ryder's to dinner, where a fine place, good lady mother, and their daughter Mrs. Middleton, a fine woman. A noble dinner, and a fine merry walk with the ladies alone after dinner in the garden, which is very pleasant, the greatest quantity of strawberries I ever saw, and good, and a collation of great mirth, Sir J. Minnes reading a book of scolding very prettily. This very house was built by the blind beggar of Bethnal Green, so much talked of and sang in ballads, but they say it was only some of the outhouses of it. We drank great store of wine, and a beer glass at last which made me almost sick. At table, discoursing of thunder and lightning, they told many stories of their own knowledge at table of their masts being shivered from top to bottom, and sometimes only within and the outside whole. But among the rest, Sir W. Rider did tell a story of his own knowledge, that a Genoese, gaily in Leghorn roads, was struck by thunder, so as the mast was broke a pieces, and the shackle upon one of the slaves was melted clear off of his leg without hurting his leg. Sir William went on board the vessel, and would have contributed towards the release of the slave whom heaven had thus set free. But he could not compass it, and so he was brought to his fetters again. In the evening home, and a little to my triangle, and so to bed. 27th. Up by 4 o'clock, and a little to my office. Then comes by agreement Sir W. Warren, and he and I from ship to see deals of all sorts, whereby I have increased my knowledge, and with great pleasure. Then to his yard and house, where I stayed 2 hours or more, discoursing of the expense of the navy, and the corruption of Sir W. Batten and his man Wood, that he brings or would bring to sell all that is to be sold by the navy. Then home to the office, where we sat a little, and at noon home to dinner alone, and thence, it raining hard, by water to the Temple, and so to Lincoln's Inn, and there walked up and down to see the new garden which they are making, and will be very pretty, and so to walk under the chapel by agreement. Whither Mr. Clark, our solicitor, came to me, and he fetched Mr. Long, our attorney in the Exchequer in the business against Field, and I directed him to come to the best and speediest composition he could, which he will do. So home on foot, calling upon my brothers, and elsewhere upon business, and so home to my office, and there wrote letters to my father and wife, and so home to bed, taking 3 pills overnight. 28th, Lord's Day. Early in the morning my last night's physic worked, and did give me a good stool, and then I rose and had 3 or 4 stools, and walked up and down my chamber. Then up, my maid rose, and made me a posset, and by comes Mr. Creed, and he and I spent all the morning discoursing against tomorrow, before the Duke, the business of his pieces of 8, in which the Treasurer makes so many queries. At noon, my physic having done working, I went down to dinner, and then he and I up again, and spent most of the afternoon reading in Cicero and other books of good discourse, and then he went away. And then came my brother Tom to see me, telling me how the Joyces do make themselves fine clothes against Mary is brought to bed. He being gone, I went to cast up my monthly accounts, and to my great trouble I find myself 7 pounds worse than I was the last month, but I confess it is by my reckoning beforehand a great many things. Yet, however, I am troubled to see that I can hardly promise myself to lay up much from month's end to month's end, about 4 or 5 pounds at most, one month with another, without some extraordinary gettings. But I must, and I hope I shall continue to have a care of my own expenses. So to the reading my vows seriously, and then to supper. This evening there came my boy's brother to see for him, and tells me he knows not where he is, himself being out of town this week, and is very sorry that he is gone, and so am I, but he shall come no more. So to prayers, and to bed. 29th. Up betimes and to my office, and by to the Temple, and there appointed to meet in the evening about my business, and thence I walked home, and up and down the streets is cried mightily the great victory got by the Portugals against the Spaniards, where 10,000 slain, 3 or 4,000 taken prisoners, with all the artillery, baggage, money, etc., and Don John of Austria forced to flee with a man or 2 with him, which is very great news. Thence home, and at my office all the morning, and then by water to St. James's, but no meeting to-day, being holy day, but met Mr. Creed in the park, and after a walk or 2, discoursing his business, took leave of him in Westminster Hall, whither we walked, and then came again to the hall, and fell to talk with Mrs. Lane. And after great talk that she never went abroad with any man as she used heretofore to do, I with one word got her to go with me, and to meet me at the further Rhenish wine-house, where I did give her a lobster, and do so touse her and feel her all over, making her believe how fair and good a skin she has, and indeed she has a very white thigh and leg, but monstrous fat. When weary, I did give over, and somebody, having seen some of our dalliance, called aloud in the street, "Sir, why do you kiss the gentlewoman so?" and flung a stone at the window, which vexed me, but I believe they could not see my tousing her, and so we broke up, and I went out the back way, without being observed, I think, and so she towards the hall, and I to Whitehall, where taking water, I to the Temple with my cousin Roger, and Mr. Goldsborough to Gray's Inn to his counsel, one Mr. Rawworth. a very fine man, where it being the question whether I, as executor, should give a warrant to Goldsborough in my reconveying her estate back again, the mortgage being performed against all acts of the testator, but only my own, my cousin said he never heard it asked before, and the other, that it was always asked, and he never heard it denied or scrupled before, so great a distance was there in their opinions, enough to make a man forswear ever having to do with the law. So they agreed to refer it to Serjeant Maynard. So we broke up, and I by water home from the Temple, and there to Sir W. Batten and eat with him, he and his lady and Sir J. Minnes, having been below to-day upon the East India men that are come in, but never tell me so, but that they have been at Woolwich and Deptford and done great deal of business. God help them. So home and up to my lute long, and then, after a little Latin chapter with Will, to bed. But I have used of late, since my wife went, to make a bad use of my fancy with whatever woman I have a mind to, which I am ashamed of, and shall endeavour to do so no more. So to sleep. 30th. Up betimes, yesterday and to-day, the sun rising very bright and glorious, and yet yesterday, as it hath been these 2 months and more, was a foul day the most part of the day. By and by water to Whitehall, and there to my Lord's lodgings by appointment, whither Mr. Creed comes to me, having been at Chelsea this morning to fetch my Lord to St. James's. So he and I to the Park, where we understand that the King and Duke are gone out betimes this morning, on board the East India ships lately come in, and so our meeting appointed is lost. But he and I walked at the further end of the Park, not to be observed, whither by and by comes my Lord Sandwich, and he and we walked 2 hours and more in the Park, and then in Whitehall Gallery, and lastly in Whitehall Garden, discoursing of Mr. Creed's accounts, and how to answer the Treasurer's objections. I find that the business is 500 deep, the advantage of Creed, and why my Lord and I should be concerned to promote his profit with so much dishonour and trouble to us, I know not. But, however, we shall do what we can, though he deserves it not. For there is nothing even to his own advantage that can be got out of him but by mere force. So full of policy he is in the smallest matters, that I perceive him to be made up of nothing but design. I left him here, being in my mind vexed at the trouble that this business gets me, and the distance that it makes between Sir G. Carteret and myself, which I ought to avoid. Thence by water home, and to dinner, and afterwards to the office, and there sat till the evening, and then I by water to Deptford to see Sir W. Pen, who lies ill at Captain Ruth's, but in a way to be well again this weather, this day being the only fair day we have had these 2 or 3 months. Among other discourse, I did tell him plainly some of my thoughts concerning Sir W. Batten and the office in general, upon design for him to understand that I do mind things, and will not balk to take notice of them, that when he comes to be well again, he may know how to look upon me. Thence homeward walked, and in my way met Creed coming to meet me, and then turned back and walk a while, and so to boat and home by water, I being not very forward to talk of his business, and he by design the same, to see how I would speak of it. But I did not, but in general terms, and so after supper with general discourse to bed and sleep. Thus by God's blessing ends this book of 2 years, I being in all points in good health, and a good way to thrive and do well. Some money I do and can lay up, but not much, being worth now above 700 besides goods of all sorts. My wife in the country with Ashwell, her woman, with my father, myself at home with W. Hewer and my cookmaid Hannah, my boy Wainman being lately run away from me. In my office, my repute and understanding good, especially with the Duke and Mr. Coventry. Only the rest of the officers do rather envy than love me, I standing in most of their lights, especially Sir W. Batten, whose cheats I do daily oppose to his great trouble, though he appears mighty kind and willing to keep friendship with me, while Sir J. Minnes, like a dotard, is led by the nose by him. My wife and I, by my late jealousy, for which I am truly to be blamed, have not the kindness between us which we used and ought to have, and I fear will be lost hereafter if I do not take course to oblige her, and yet preserve my authority. Public matters are in an ill condition, Parliament sitting and raising 4 subsidies for the King, which is but a little, considering his wants, and yet that parted withal with great hardness, they being offended to see so much money go, and no debts of the public's paid, but all swallowed by a luxurious court, which the King, it is believed and hoped, will retrench in a little time, when he comes to see the utmost of the revenue which shall be settled on him, he expecting to have his 1,200,000 made good to him, which is not yet done by above 150,000, as he himself reports to the House. My differences with my uncle Thomas at a good quiet, blessed be God, and other matters. The town full of the great overthrow lately given to the Spaniards by the Portugals. they being advanced into the very middle of Portugal. The weather wet for 2 or 3 months together beyond belief, almost not one fair day coming between till this day, which has been a very pleasant day, and the first pleasant day this summer. The charge of the Navy intended to be limited to £200,000 per annum, the ordinary charge of it, and that to be settled upon the customs. The King yet greatly taken up with Madam Castlemaine and Mrs. Stewart, which God of Heaven put an end to. Myself very studious to learn what I can of all things necessary for my place as an officer of the Navy, reading lately what concerns measuring of timber and knowledge of the tides. I have of late spent much time with Creed, being led to it by his business of his accounts, but I find him a fellow of those designs and tricks that there is no degree of true friendship to be made with him, and therefore I must cast him off, though he be a very understanding man, and one that much may be learned of as to cunning and judging of other men. Besides, too, I do perceive more and more that my time of pleasure and idleness of any sort must be flung off, to attend to getting of some money and the keeping of my family in order, which I fear by my wife's liberty may be otherwise lost. End of June, Part 2. July, Part 1 of the Diary of Samuel Pepys, 1663. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. The Diary of Samuel Pepys, 1663, by Samuel Pepys. July, 1663, Part 1. July 1st. This morning it rained so hard, though it was fair yesterday, and we thereupon in hopes of having some fair weather, which we have wanted these 3 months, that it wakened Creed, who lay with me last night, and me, and so we up and fell to discourse of the business of his accounts now under dispute, in which I have taken much trouble upon myself, and raised a distance between Sir G. Carteret and myself, which troubles me, but I hope we have this morning light on an expedient that will right all, that will answer their queries, and yet save Creed the £500, which he did propose to make of the exchange abroad of the pieces of 8 which he dispersed. Being ready, he and I by water to Whitehall, where I left him before we came into the court, for fear I should be seen by Sir G. Carteret with him, which of late I have been forced to avoid to remove suspicion. I to St. James's, and there discoursed a while with Mr. Coventry, between whom and myself there is very good understanding and friendship, and so to Westminster Hall, and being in the Parliament lobby, I there saw my Lord of Bristol come to the Commons' House to give his answer to their question, about some words he should tell the King that was spoke by Sir Richard Temple, a member of their house. A chair was set at the bar of the house for him, which he used but little, but made an harangue of half an hour bareheaded, the house covered. His speech being done, he came out and withdrew into a little room till the house had concluded of an answer to his speech, which they staying long upon, I went away. And by out comes Sir W. Batten, and he told me that his lordship had made a long and a comedian-like speech, and delivered with such action as was not becoming his lordship. He confesses he did tell the King such a thing of Sir Richard Temple, but that, upon his honour, they were not spoke by Sir Richard, he having taken a liberty of enlarging to the King upon the discourse which had been between Sir Richard and himself lately, and so took upon himself the whole blame, and desired their pardon, it being not to do any wrong to their fellow member, but out of zeal to the King. He told them, among many other things, that as to his religion, he was a Roman Catholic, but such a one as thought no man to have right to the crown of England, but the prince that hath it, and such a one as, if the King should desire his counsel as to his own, he would not advise him to another religion than the old true reformed religion of this country, it being the properest of this kingdom as it now stands, and concluded with a submission to what the House shall do with him, saying, that whatever they shall do, says he, thanks be to God, this head, this heart, and this sword, pointing to them all, will find me a being in any place in Europe. The House hath hereupon voted clearly Sir Richard Temple to be free from the imputation of saying those words. But when Sir William Batten came out, had not concluded what to say to my Lord, it being argued that to own any satisfaction as to my Lord from his speech would be to lay some fault upon the King for the message he should upon no better account send to the impeaching of one of their members. Walking out, I hear that the House of Lords are offended that my Lord Digby should come to this house and make a speech there without leave first asked of the House of Lords. I hear also of another difficulty now upon him, that my Lord of Sunderland, whom I do not know, was so near to the marriage of his daughter as that the wedding clothes were made, and portion and everything agreed on and ready, and the other day he goes away nobody yet knows whither, sending her the next morning a release of his right or claim to her, and advice to his friends not to inquire into the reason of his doing, for he hath enough for it, but that he gives them liberty to say and think what they will of him, so they do not demand the reason of his leaving her, being resolved never to have her, but the reason desires and resolves not to give. Thence by water with Sir W. Batten to Trinity House, there to dine with him, which we did. And after dinner we fell talking, Sir J. Minnes, Mr. Batten, and I. Mr. Batten telling us of a late trial of Sir Charles Sidley the other day, before my Lord Chief Justice Foster and the whole bench, for his debauchery a little while since at Oxford Cates, coming in open day into the balcony, and showed his nakedness, and abusing of Scripture, and as it were from thence preaching a mountebank's sermon from the pulpit, saying that there he had to sell such a powder should make all the women in town run after him, 1,000 people standing underneath to see and hear him, and that being done, he took a glass of wine, and then drank it off, and then took another, and drank the king's health. It seems my lord and the rest of the judges did all of them round give him a most high reproof, my Lord Chief Justice saying that it was for him, and such wicked wretches as he was, that God's anger and judgments hung over us, calling him Sirrah many times. It said they have bound him to his good behaviour, there being no law against him for it, in 5,000 It being told that my Lord Buckhurst was there, my Lord asked whether it was that Buckhurst that was lately tried for robbery, and when answered yes, he asked whether he had so soon forgot his deliverance at that time, and that it would have more become him to have been at his prayers, begging God's forgiveness, than now running into such courses again. Thence home, and my clerks being gone by my leave to see the East India ships that are lately come home, I stayed all alone within my office all the afternoon. This day I hear at dinner that Don John of Austria, since his flight out of Portugal, is dead of his wounds. So there is a great man gone, and a great dispute like to be ended for the crown of Spain, if the king should have died before him. I received this morning a letter from my wife, brought by John Gower to town, wherein I find a sad falling out between my wife and my father and sister and Ashwell, upon my writing to my father to advise Poll not to keep Ashwell from her mistress, or making any difference between them. Which Poll telling to Ashwell, and she speaking some words that her mistress heard, caused great difference among them. All which I am sorry from my heart to hear of, and I fear will breed ill blood not to be laid again. So that I fear my wife and I may have some falling out about it, or at least my father and I, but I shall endeavour to salve up all as well as I can, or send for her out of the country before the time intended, which I would be loath to do. In the evening by water to my cousin Roger Pepys's chamber, where he was not come, but I found Dr. John newly come to town, and is well again after his sickness. But, Lord, what a simple man he is, as to any public matter of state, and talks so sillily to his brother Dr. Tom. What the matter is I know not, but he has taken, as my father told me a good while since, such displeasure that he hardly would touch his hat to me, and I as little to him. By and by comes Roger, and he told us the whole passage of my Lord Digby to-day, much as I have said here above, only that he did say that he would draw his sword against the Pope himself, if he should offer anything against his Majesty, and the good of these nations, and that he never was the man that did either look for a cardinal's cap for himself, or anybody else, meaning Abbot Montague. And the House upon the whole did vote Sir Richard Temple innocent, and that my Lord Digby hath cleared the honour of his Majesty, and Sir Richard Temple's, and given perfect satisfaction of his own respects to the House. Thence to my brother's, and being vexed with his not minding my father's business here in getting his landscape done, I went away in an anger and walked home, and so up to my lute, and then to bed. 2nd. Up betimes to my office, and there all the morning doing business. At noon to the Change, and there met with several people, among others Captain Cox, and with him to a coffee-house, and drank with him and some other merchants. Good discourse. Thence home and to dinner, and, after a little alone at my vial, to the office, where we sat all the afternoon, and so rose at the evening, and then home to supper and to bed, after a little music. My mind troubled me with the thoughts of the difference between my wife and my father in the country. Walking in the garden this evening with Sir G. Carteret and Sir J. Minnes, Sir G. Carteret told us with great contempt how like a stage player my Lord Digby spoke yesterday, pointing to his head as my Lord did, and saying, "First for his head," says Sir G. Carteret. "I know what a calf's head would have done better by half. For his heart and his sword, I have nothing to say to them." He told us that for certain his head cost the late king his, for it was he that broke off the treaty at Uxbridge. He told us also how great a man he was raised from a private gentleman in France by Monsieur Grandmont, and afterwards by the Cardinal, who raised him to be a lieutenant general and then higher, and entrusted by the Cardinal, when he was banished out of France with great matters, and recommended by him to the Queen as a man to be trusted and ruled by. Yet when he came to have some power over the Queen, he begun to dissuade her from her opinion of the Cardinal, which she said nothing to till the Cardinal was returned, and then she told him of it, who told my Lord Digby, "Eh bien, monsieur, vous êtes un fort bon ami donc," but presently put him out of all. And then he was, from a certainty of coming, in 2 or 3 years' time, to be Marshal of France, to which all strangers, even Protestants, and those as often as French themselves, are capable of coming, though it be one of the greatest places in France, he was driven to go out of France into Flanders, but there was not trusted nor received any kindness from the Prince of Condé, as one to whom also he had been false, as he had been to the Cardinal and Grandmont. In fine, he told us how he is a man of excellent parts, but of no great faith nor judgment, and one very easy to get up to great height of preferment, but never able to hold it. So home and to my music, and then comes Mr. Creed to me, giving me an account of his accounts, how he has now settled them fit for perusal the most strict, at which I am glad. So he and I to bed together. 3rd. Up, and he home, and I with Sir J. Minnes and Sir W. Batten by coach to Westminster, to St. James's, thinking to meet Sir G. Carteret and to attend the Duke. But he not coming, we broke up, and so to Westminster Hall, and there meeting with Mr. Moore, he tells me great news, that my Lady Castlemaine is fallen from court, and this morning retired. He gives me no account of the reason for it, but that it is so, for which I am sorry. And yet if the King do it to leave off not only her but all other mistresses, I should be heartily glad of it, that he may fall to look after business. I hear my Lord Digby is condemned at court for his speech, and that my Lord Chancellor grows great again. Thence with Mr. Creed, whom I called at his chamber over the water to Lambeth, but could not, it being morning, get to see the Archbishop's hearse. So he and I walked over the fields to Southwark, and there parted, and I spent half an hour in Mary Overy's church, where are fine monuments of great antiquity, I believe, and has been a fine church. Thence to the Change, and meeting Sir J. Minnes there, he and I walked to look upon Backwell's design of making another alley from his shop through over against the Exchange door, which will be very noble, and quite put down the other two. So home to dinner, and then to the office, and entered in my manuscript book the Victualler's contract, and then over the water and walked to see Sir W. Penn, and sat with him a while, and so home late, and to my vial. So up comes Creed again to me, and stays all night, to-morrow morning being a hearing before the Duke. So to bed, full of discourse of his business. 4th. Up by 4 o'clock, and sent him to get matters ready, and I to my office, looking over papers and mending my manuscript, by scraping out the blots and other things, which is now a very fine book. So to St. James's by water with Sir J. Minnes and Sir W. Batten, I giving occasion to a wager about the tide, that it did flow through bridge, by which Sir W. Batten won 5 shillings of Sir J. Minnes. At St. James's we stayed while the Duke made himself ready. Among other things, Sir Alan Apsley showed the Duke the Lisbon Gazette in Spanish, where the late victory is set down particularly, and to the great honour of the English beyond measure. They have since taken back Evora, which was lost to the Spaniards, the English making the assault, and lost not more than 3 men. Here I learnt that the English foot are highly esteemed all over the world, but the horse not so much, which yet we count among ourselves the best. But they abroad have had no great knowledge of our horse, it seems. The Duke being ready, we retired with him, and there fell upon Mr. Creed's business, where the treasurer did, like a mad coxcomb, without reason or method, run over a great many things against the account, and so did Sir J. Minnes and Sir W. Batten, which the Duke himself and Mr. Coventry and my Lord Berkeley and myself did remove, and Creed being called in did answer all with great method and excellently to the purpose. Myself I am a little conscious did not speak so well as I purposed, and do think I used to do, that is, not so intelligibly and persuasively, as I well hoped I should. Not that what I said was not well taken, and did carry the business with what was urged and answered by Creed and Mr. Coventry, till the Duke himself did declare that he was satisfied, and my Lord Berkeley offered to lay 100 that the King would receive no wrong in the account. And the 2 last knights held their tongues, or at least by not understanding it, did say what made for Mr. Creed. And so Sir G. Carteret was left alone, but he had persisted to say that the account was not good, but full of corruption and foul dealing. And so we broke up to his shame. But I do fear to the loss of his friendship to me a good while, which I am heartily troubled for. Thence with Creed to the King's Head Ordinary, but coming late, dined at the second table very well for 12 pence. And a pretty gentleman in our company, who confirms my Lady Castlemaine's being gone from court, but knows not the reason. He told us of one wipe the Queen a little while ago did give her, when she came in and found the Queen under the dresser's hands, and had been so long. I wonder your Majesty, says she, can have the patience to sit so long a-dressing. I have so much reason to use patience, says the Queen, that I can very well bear with it. He thinks that it may be the Queen hath commanded her to retire, though that is not likely. Thence with Creed to hire a coach to carry us to Hyde Park, to-day there being a general muster of the King's guards, horse and foot. But they demand so high that I, spying Mr. Cutler the merchant, did take notice of him, and he going into his coach, and telling me that he was going to shew a couple of Swedish strangers the muster, I asked and went along with him. Were a goodly sight to see so many fine horses and officers, and the King, Duke, and others come by a horseback, and the 2 queens in the Queen Mother's coach, my Lady Castlemaine not being there. And after long being there, I light, and walked to the place where the King, Duke, etc. did stand, to see the horse and foot march by and discharge their guns, to show a French marquis, for whom this muster was caused, the goodness of our firemen, which indeed was very good, though not without a slip now and then, and one broadside, close to our coach, we had going out of the park, even to the nearness as to be ready to burn our hairs. Yet methought all these gay men are not the soldiers that must do the King's business, it being such as these that lost the old King all he had, and were beat by the most ordinary fellows that could be. Thence with much ado out of the park, and I lighted and through St. James's down the waterside over to Lambeth, to see the Archbishop's corpse, who is to be carried away to Oxford on Monday, but came too late, and so walked over the fields and bridge home, calling by the way at Old George's, but find that he is dead, and there wrote several letters, and so home to supper and to bed. This day in the Duke's chamber, there being a Roman story in the hangings, and upon the standards written these 4 letters, S.P.Q.R., Sir G. Carteret came to me to know what the meaning of those 4 letters were, which ignorance is not to be borne in a privy councillor, methinks, that a schoolboy should be whipped for not knowing. 5th, Lord's Day. Lady Batten had sent twice to invite me to go with them to Walthamstow to-day, Mrs. Martha being married already this morning to Mr. Castle, at this parish church. I could not rise soon enough to go with them, but got myself ready, and so to Games's, where I got a horse and rode thither very pleasantly. Only coming to make water, I found a stopping, which makes me fearful of my old pain. Being come thither, I was well received, and had 2 pair of gloves, as the rest, and walked up and down with my lady in the garden, she mighty kind to me, and I have the way to please her. A good dinner, and merry, but methinks none of the kindness nor bridal respect between the bridegroom and bride that was between my wife and I, but as persons that marry purely for convenience. After dinner to church by coach, and there my lady, Mrs. Turner, Mrs. Lemon, and I only, we, in spite to one another, kept one another awake, and sometimes I read in my book of Latin plays, which I took in my pocket, thinking to have walked it. An old doting parson preached. So home again, and by, up and homewards, calling in our way, Sir J. Minnes and I only, at Mr. Batten's, who with his lady and child went in another coach by us, which is a very pretty house, and himself in all things within and without very ingenious, and I find a very fine study and good books. So set out Sir J. Minnes and I in his coach together, talking all the way of chemistry, wherein he do know something, at least, seems so to me, that cannot correct him, Mr. Batten's man riding my horse. And so home and to my office a while to read my vows, then home to prayers, and to bed. 6th, up pretty early, and to my office all the morning, writing out a list of the King's ships in my navy collections with great pleasure. At noon Creed comes to me, who tells me how well he has sped with Sir G. Carteret after all our trouble, that he had his tallies up, and all the kind words possible from him, which I believe is out of an apprehension what a fool he has made of himself hitherto, in making so great a stop therein. But I find, and so my Lord Sandwich may, that Sir G. Carteret had a design to do him a disgrace, if he could possibly. Otherwise he would never have carried the business so far after that manner, but would first have consulted my lord and given him advice what to do therein for his own honour, which he thought endangered. Creed dined with me, and then walked a while, and so away, and I to my office and my morning's work till dark night, and so with good content home. To supper, a little music, and then to bed. 7th. Up by 4 o'clock and to my office, and there continued all the morning upon my navy book, to my great content. At noon down by barge with Sir J. Minnes, who is going to Chatham, to Woolwich. In our way eating of some venison pasty in the barge, I having neither eat nor drank to-day, which fills me full of wind. Here also Mr. Pett's garden, I eat some, and the first cherries I have eat this year, off the tree where the King himself had been gathering some this morning. Thence walked alone, only part of the way Dean walked with me, complaining of many abuses in the yard, to Greenwich, and so by water to Deptford, where I found Mr. Coventry, and with him up and down all the stores, to the great trouble of the officers. And by his help I am resolved to fall hard to work again, as I used to do. So thence he and I by water talking of many things, and I see he puts his trust most upon me in the navy, and talks, as there is reason, slightly of the 2 old knights, and I should be glad by any drudgery to see the King's stores and service looked to as they ought. But I fear I shall never understand half the miscarriages and tricks that the King suffers by. He tells me what Mr. Pett did to-day, that my Lord Bristol told the King that he will impeach the Chancellor of high treason. But I find that my Lord Bristol hath undone himself already in everybody's opinion, and now he endeavours to raise dust to put out other men's eyes as well as his own. But I hope it will not take, in consideration merely that it is hard for a prince to spare an experienced old officer, be he never so corrupt, though I hope this man is not so, as some report him to be. He tells me that Don John is yet alive and not killed, as was said, in the great victory against the Spaniards in Portugal of late. So home and late at my office. Thence home and to my music. This night Mr. Turner's house being to be emptied out of my cellar, and therefore I think to sit up a little longer than ordinary. This afternoon, coming from the waterside with Mr. Coventry, I spied my boy upon Tower Hill playing with the rest of the boys. So I sent W. Griffin to take him, and he did bring him to me, and so I said nothing to him, but caused him to be stripped, for he was run away with his best suit, and so putting on his other, I sent him going, without saying one word hard to him, though I am troubled for the rogue, though he do not deserve it. Being come home, I find my stomach not well for want of eating to-day my dinner as I should do, and so am become full of wind. I called late for some victuals, and so to bed, leaving the men below in the cellar, emptying the vats up through Mr. Turner's own house, and so with more content to bed late. 8th. Being weary, and going to bed late last night, I slept till 7 o'clock, it raining mighty hard, and so did every minute of the day after, sadly. But I know not what will become of the corn this year, we having had but 2 fair days these many months. Up into my office, where all the morning busy, and then at noon home to dinner alone, upon a good dish of eels, given me by Mitchell, the Bupers man, and then to my viol a little, and then down into the cellar, and up and down with Mr. Turner to see where his vault may be made bigger, or another made him, which I think may well be. And so to my office, where very busy all day setting things in order my contract books, and preparing things against the next sitting. In the evening I received letters out of the country, among others from my wife, who methinks writes so coldly that I am much troubled at it, and I fear shall have much ado to bring her to her old good temper. So home to supper and music, which is all the pleasure I have of late given myself, always fit I should, others spending too much time and money. Going in, I stepped to Sir W. Batten, and there stayed and talked with him, my lady being in the country, and sent for some lobsters, and Mrs. Turner came in, and did bring us an humble pie, hot out of her oven, extraordinary good, and afterwards some spirits of her making, in which she has great judgment, very good, and so home, merry with this night's refreshment. 9th. Up. Making water this morning, which I do every morning as soon as I am awake, with greater plenty and freedom than I used to do, which I think I may impute to last night's drinking of elder spirits. Abroad, it raining, to Blackfriars, and there went into a little alehouse, and stayed while I sent to the wardrobe, but Mr. Moore was gone out. Here I kissed 3 or 4 times the maid of the house, who is a pretty girl, but very modest, and God forgive me, had a mind to something more. Thence to my lawyer's, up and down to the 6 clerk's office, where I found my bill against Tom Trice dismissed, which troubles me, it being through my neglect, and will put me to charges. So to Mr. Phillips, and discoursed with him about finding me out somebody that will let me have for money an annuity of about £100 per annum for 2 lives. So home, and there put up my riding things against the evening, in case Mr. Moore should continue his mind to go to Oxford, which I have little mind to do, the weather continuing so bad, and the waters high. Dined at home, and Mr. Moore in the afternoon comes to me and concluded not to go. Sir W. Batten and I sat a little this afternoon at the office, and thence I by water to Deptford, and there mustered the yard, purposely, God forgive me, to find out Bagwell, a carpenter, whose wife is a pretty woman, that I might have some occasion of knowing him, and forcing her to come to the office again. Which I did so luckily, that going thence, he and his wife did of themselves meet me in the way to thank me for my old kindness. But I spoke little to her, but shall give occasion for her coming to me. Her husband went along with me to show me Sir W. Pen's lodging, which I knew before, but only to have a time of speaking to him and sounding him. So left, and I went in to Sir W. Pen, who continues ill, and worse, I think, than before. He tells me my Lady Castlemaine was at court, for all this talk this week, which I am glad to hear. But it seems the king is stranger than ordinary to her. Thence walked home as I used to do, and to bed presently, having taken great cold in my feet by walking in the dirt this day in thin shoes, or some other way, so that I begun to be in pain, and with warm clothes made myself better by morning, but yet in pain. 10th. Up late, and by water to Westminster Hall, where I met Pierce, the surgeon, who tells me that for certain the king is grown colder to my Lady Castlemaine than ordinary, and that he believes he begins to love the queen, and do make much of her, more than he used to do. Up to the lobby, and there sent out for Mr. Coventry and Sir W. Batten, and told them if they thought convenient I would go to Chatham to-day, Sir John Minnes being already there at a pay, and I would do such and such business there, which they thought well of, and so I went home, and prepared myself to go after dinner with Sir W. Batten. Sir W. Batten and Mr. Coventry tell me that my Lord Bristol hath this day impeached my Lord Chancellor in the House of Lords of high treason. The chief of the articles are these: first, that he should be the occasion of the peace made with Holland lately upon such disadvantageous terms, and that he was bribed to it. Second, that Dunkirk was also sold, by his advice chiefly, so much to the damage of England. Third, that he had 6,000 pounds given him for the drawing up or promoting of the Irish Declaration lately, concerning the division of the lands there. Fourth, he did carry on the design of the Portugal match, so much to the prejudice of the Crown of England, notwithstanding that he knew the Queen is not capable of bearing children. Fifth, that the Duke's marrying of his daughter was a practice of his, thereby to raise his family, and that it was done by indirect courses. Sixth, that the breaking off of the match with Palmer, in which he was employed at the very time when the match with Portugal was made up here, which he took as a great slur to him, and so it was, and that, indeed, is the chief occasion of all this feud. Seventh, that he hath endeavoured to bring in popery, and wrote to the Pope for a cap, for a subject of the King of England's, my Lord Aubigny, and some say that he lays it to the Chancellor that a good Protestant secretary, Sir Edward Nicholas, was laid aside, and a Papist, Sir H. Bennet, put in his room, which is very strange, when the last of these two is his own creature, and such an enemy accounted to the Chancellor that they never did nor do agree. And all the world did judge the Chancellor to be falling from the time that Sir H. Bennet was brought in. Besides, my Lord Bristol being a Catholic himself, all this is very strange. These are the main of the articles. Upon which my Lord Chancellor desired that the noble lord that brought in these articles would sign to them with his hand, which my Lord Bristol did presently. Then the House did order that the judges should, against Monday next, bring in their opinion, whether these articles are treason or no, and next they would know whether they were brought in regularly or no, without leave of the Lord's house. After dinner I took boat, H. Russell, and down to Gravesend in good time, and thence with a guide post to Chatham, where I found Sir J. Minnes and Mr. Waith walking in the garden, whom I told all this day's news, which I left the town full of, and it is great news, and will certainly be in the consequence of it. By and by to supper, and after long discourse, Sir J. Minnes and I, he saw me to my chamber, which not pleasing me, I sent word so to Mrs. Bradford, that I should be crowded into such a hole, while the clerks and boarders of her own take up the best rooms. However, I lay there, and slept well. 11th. Up early and to the dock, and with the storekeeper and other officers all the morning, from one office to another. At noon to the Hill House in Commissioner Pett's coach, and after seeing the guardships, to dinner, and after dining done, to the dock by coach, it raining hard, to see the Prince launched, which hath lain in the dock in repairing these 3 years. I went into her, and was launched in her. Thence by boat ashore, it raining, and I went to Mr. Barrow's, where Sir J. Minnes and Commissioner Pett. We stayed long, eating sweetmeats and drinking, and looking over some antiquities of Mr. Barrow's, among others an old manuscript almanac, that I believe was made for some monastery, in parchment, which I could spend much time upon to understand. Here was a pretty young lady, a niece of Barrow's, which I took much pleasure to look on. Thence by barge to St. Mary Creek, where Commissioner Pett, doubtful of the growing greatness of Portsmouth by the finding of those creeks there, do design a wet dock at no great charge, and yet no little one, he thinks towards £10,000. And the place indeed is likely to be a very fit place, when the King hath money to do it with. Thence, it raining as hard as it could pour down, home to the Hill house, and anon to supper, and after supper Sir J. Minnes and I had great discourse with Captain Cox and Mr. Hempson about business of the yard, and particularly of Purser's accounts with Hempson, who is a cunning knave in that point. So late to bed, and Mr. Waith being gone, I lay above in the Treasurer's bed, and slept well. About 1 or 2 in the morning, the curtains of my bed being drawn, waked me, and I saw a man stand there by the inside of my bed, calling me French dog 20 times, one after another, and I starting, as if I would get out of the bed, he fell a-laughing as hard as he could drive, still calling me French dog, and laid his hand on my shoulder. At last, whether I said anything or no, I cannot tell, but I perceived the man, after he had looked wistly upon me, and found that I did not answer him to the names that he called me by, which was Salmon, Sir Carteret's clerk, and Robert Maddox, another of the clerks. He put off his hat on a sudden, and forbore laughing, and asked who I was, saying, "Are you Mr. Pepys?" I told him yes, and now being come a little better to myself, I found him to be Tom Wilson, Sir W. Batten's clerk, and fearing he might be in some melancholy fit, I was at a loss what to do or say. At last I asked him what he meant. He desired my pardon for that he was mistaken, for he thought verily, not knowing of my coming to lie there, that it had been Salmon, the Frenchman, with whom he intended to have made some sport. So I made nothing of it, but bade him good night, and I, after a little pause, to sleep again, being well pleased that it ended no worse, and being a little the better pleased with it, because it was the Surveyor's clerk, which will make sport when I come to tell Sir W. Batten of it, it being a report that old Edgeborough, the former surveyor who died here, do now and then walk. 12th, Lord's Day. Up, and meeting Tom Wilson, he asked my pardon again, which I easily did give him, telling him only that it was well I was not a woman with child, for it might have made me miscarry. With Sir J. Minnes to church, where an indifferent good sermon. Here I saw Mrs. Becky Allen, who hath been married, and is this day churched, after her bearing a child. She is grown tall, but looks very white and thin, and I can find no occasion while I am here to come to have her company, which I desire and expected in my coming. But only coming out of the church, I kissed her, and her sister, and mother-in-law. So to dinner, Sir J. Minnes, Commissioner Pett, and I, etc., and after dinner walked in the garden, it being a very fine day, the best we have had this great while, if not this whole summer. To church again, and after that walked through the rope ground to the dock, and there, over and over the dock and grounds about it, and storehouses, etc., with the officers of the yard, and then to Commissioner Pett's, and had a good syllabub, and other good things, and merry. Commissioner Pett showed me alone his bodies as a secret, which I found afterwards by discourse with Sir J. Minnes that he had shown them him, wherein he seems to suppose great mystery in the nature of lines to be hid, but I do not understand it at all. Thence walked to the Hill house, being myself much dissatisfied, and more than I thought I should have been with Commissioner Pett, being, by what I saw since I came hither, convinced that he is not able to exercise the command in the yard over the officers that he ought to do, or somebody else, if ever the service be well looked after there. Sat up, and with Sir J. Minnes talking, and he speaking his mind in slighting of the Commissioner, for which I wish there was not so much reason. For I do see he is but a man of words, though indeed he is the ablest man that we have to do service, if he would or durst. Sir J. Minnes being gone to bed, I took Mr. Whitfield, one of the clerks, and walked to the dock about 11 at night, and there got a boat and a crew, and rowed down to the guardships, it being a most pleasant moonshine evening that ever I saw, almost. The guardships were very ready to hail us, being no doubt commanded thereto by their captain, who remembers how I surprised them the last time I was here. However, I found him ashore, but the ship in pretty good order, and the arms well fixed, charged, and primed. Thence to the Sovereign, where I found no officers aboard, no arms fixed, nor any powder to prime their few guns, which were charged, without bullet though. So to the London, where neither officers nor anybody awake. I boarded her, and might have done what I would, and at last could find but 3 little boys, and so spent the whole night in visiting all the ships, in which I found for the most part neither an officer aboard, nor any men so much as awake, which I was grieved to find, specially so soon after a great larum, as Commissioner Pett brought us word that he had provided against, and put all in a posture of defence but a week ago, all which I am resolved to represent to the Duke. 13th. So, it being high day, I put into shore and to bed for 2 hours just, and so up again, and with the storekeeper and clerk of the rope yard up and down the dock and rope house, and by mustered the yard, and instructed the clerks of the check in my new way of call book. And that and other things done, to the Hill House, and there we eat something, and so by barge to Rochester, and there took coach hired for our passage to London, and Mrs. Allen, the clerk of the rope yard's wife, with us, desiring her passage, and it being a most pleasant and warm day, we got by 4 o'clock home. In our way, she telling us in what condition Becky Allen is married against all expectation, a fellow that proves to be a coxcomb, and worth little, if anything at all, and yet are entered into a way of living above their condition that will ruin them presently, for which, for the lady's sake, I am much troubled. Home I found all well there, and after dressing myself, I walked to the Temple, and there from my cousin Roger hear that the judges have this day brought in their answer to the Lords, that the articles against my Lord Chancellor are not treason, and tomorrow they are to bring in their arguments to the House for the same. This day also the King did send by my Lord Chamberlain to the Lords to tell them from him that the most of the articles against my Lord Chancellor he himself knows to be false. Thence by water to Whitehall, and so walked to St. James's, but missed Mr. Coventry. I met the Queen Mother walking in the Pall Mall, led by my Lord St. Albans, and finding many coaches at the gate, I found upon inquiry that the Duchess is brought to bed of a boy, and hearing that the King and Queen are rode abroad with the ladies of honour to the park, and seeing a great crowd of gallants staying here to see their return, I also stayed, walking up and down, and among others spying a man like Mr. Pembleton, though I have little reason to think it should be he, speaking and discoursing long with my Lord d'Aubigny, yet how my blood did rise in my face, and I fell into a sweat from my old jealousy and hate, which I pray God remove from me. By and by the King and Queen, who looked in this dress, a white lace waistcoat, and a crimson short petticoat, and her hair dressed si la negligence, mighty pretty, and the King rode hand in hand with her. Here was also my Lady Castlemaine rode among the rest of the ladies, but the King took, methought, no notice of her, nor when they light did anybody press, as she seemed to expect and stayed for it, to take her down, but was taken down by her own gentleman. She looked mighty out of humour, and had a yellow plume in her hat, which all took notice of, and yet is very handsome, but very melancholy, nor did anybody speak to her, or she so much as smile or speak to anybody. I followed them up into Whitehall, and into the Queen's presence, where all the ladies walked, talking and fiddling with their hats and feathers, and changing and trying one another's by one another's heads, and laughing. But it was the finest sight to me, considering their great beauties and dress, that ever I did see in all my life. But above all, Mrs. Stewart in this dress, with her hat cocked, and a red plume, with her sweet eye, little Roman nose, and excellent tie, is now the greatest beauty I ever saw, I think, in my life. And if ever woman can, do exceed my Lady Castlemaine, at least in this dress. Nor do I wonder if the King changes, which I verily believe is the reason of his coldness to my Lady Castlemaine. Here late, with much ado, I left to look upon them, and went away, and by water in a boat with other strange company, there being no other to be had, and out of him into a sculler half to the bridge, and so home, and to Sir W. Batten, where I stayed, telling him and Sir J. Minnes and Mrs. Turner, with great mirth, my being frighted at Chatham by young Edgeborough, and so home to supper and to bed, before I sleep, fancying myself to sport with Mrs. Stewart with great pleasure. 14th. Up a little late, last night, recovering my sleepiness for the night before, which was lost, and so to my office to put papers and things to right, and making up my journal from Wednesday last to this day. All the morning at my office, doing of business. At noon Mr. Hunt came to me, and he and I to the Exchange, and a coffee-house, and drank there, and thence to my house to dinner, whither my uncle Thomas came, and he tells me that he is going down to Wispech, there to try what he can recover of my uncle Day's estate, and seems to have good arguments for what he do go about, in which I wish him good speed. I made him almost foxed, the poor man having but a bad head, and not used, I believe, nowadays, to drink much wine. So after dinner, they being gone, I to my office, and so home to bed. This day I hear the judges, according to order yesterday, did bring into the Lord's house their reasons of their judgment in the business between my Lord Bristol and the Chancellor, and the Lords do concur with the judges that the articles are not treason, nor regularly brought into the House, and so voted that a committee should be chosen to examine them, but nothing to be done therein till the next sitting of this Parliament, which is like to be adjourned in a day or two, and in the mean time the two Lords to remain without prejudice done to either of them. 15th. Up and all the morning at the office, among other things with Cooper the purveyor, whose dullness in his proceeding in his work I was vexed at, and find that though he understands it may be as much as other men that profess skill in timber, Yet I perceive that many things they do by rote, and very dully. Thence home to dinner, whither Captain Grove came and dined with me, he going into the country to-day. Among other discourse, he told me of discourse very much to my honour, both as to my care and ability, happening at the Duke of Albemarle's table the other day, both from the Duke and the Duchess themselves, and how I paid so much a year to him whose place it was of right, and that Mr. Coventry did report thus of me, which was greatly to my content, knowing how against their minds I was brought into the navy. Thence by water to Westminster, and there spent a good deal of time walking in the hall, which is going to be repaired, and, God forgive me, had a mind to have got Mrs. Lane abroad, or fallen in with any woman else, in that hot humour. But it so happened she could not go out, nor I meet with anybody else, and so I walked homeward, and in my way did many and great businesses of my own at the Temple among my lawyers and others, to my great content, thanking God that I did not fall into any company to occasion spending time and money. To supper, and then to a little while, and to bed, sporting in my fancy with the Queen. 16th. Up and dispatched things into the country, and to my father's, and 2 kegs of sturgeon, and a dozen bottles of wine to Cambridge for my cousin Roger Pepys, which I give him. By and by, down by water on several deal ships, and stood upon a stage in one place, seeing caulkers, sheathing of a ship. Then at Wapping to my carver's, about my vial head. So home, and thence to my vial maker's in Bishopsgate Street, his name is Wise, who is a pretty fellow at it. Thence to the Exchange, and so home to dinner, and then to my office, where a full board, and busy all the afternoon. And among other things made a great contract with Sir W. Warren for 40,000 deals Switzerland, at £3 17 shillings 0d per 100. In the morning, before I went on the water, I was at Thames Street about some pitch, and there meeting Anthony Joyce, I took him and Mr. Stacy, the tar merchant, to the tavern, where Stacy told me many old stories of my Lady Batten's former poor condition, and how her former husband broke, and how she came to her state. At night, after office done, I went to Sir W. Batten's, where my lady and I had some high words about emptying our house of office, where I did tell her my mind, and at last agreed that it should be done through my office, and so all well. So home to bed. 17th. Up, and after doing some business at my office, Creed came to me, and I took him to my vial maker's, and there I heard the famous Mr. Steffkins play admirably well, and yet I found it, as it is always, I over-expected. I took him to the tavern, and found him a temperate, sober man, at least he seemed so to me. I commit the direction of my vial to him. Thence to the Change, and so home, Creed and I to dinner, and after dinner Sir W. Warren came to me, and he and I in my closet about his last night's contract, and from thence to discourse of measuring of timber, wherein I made him see that I could understand the matter well, and did both learn of and teach him something. Creed being gone, through my staying talking to him so long, I went alone by water down to Redriff, and so to sit and talk with Sir W. Penn, where I did speak very plainly concerning my thoughts of Sir G. Carteret and Sir J. Minnis, so as it may cost me some trouble if he should tell them again, but he said as much or more to me concerning them both, which I may remember, if ever it should come forth, and nothing but what is true and my real opinion of them, that they neither do understand to this day Creed's accounts, nor do deserve to be employed in their places without better care, but that the King had better give them greater salaries to stand still and do nothing. Thence coming home, I was saluted by Bagwell and his wife, the woman I have a kindness for, and they would have me into their little house, which I was willing enough to, and did salute his wife. They had got wine for me, and I perceive lived prettily, and I believe the woman a virtuous, modest woman. Her husband walked through to Redriff with me, telling me things that I asked of in the yard, and so by water home, it being likely to rain again to-night, which God forbid. To supper, and to bed. 18th. Up and to my office, where all the morning, and Sir J. Minnis and I did a little, and but a little business at the office. So I eat a bit of victuals at home, and so abroad to several places, as my booksellers, and then to Thompson the instrument maker's, to bespeak a ruler for my pocket for timber, etc., which I believe he will do to my mind. So to the Temple, Wardrobe, and lastly to Westminster Hall, where I expected some bands made me by Mrs. Lane, and while she went to the starchers for them, I stayed at Mrs. Howlett's, who with her husband were abroad, and only their daughter, which I call my wife, was in the shop. And I took occasion to buy a pair of gloves to talk to her, and I find her a pretty spoken girl, and will prove a mighty handsome wench. I could love her very well. By and by Mrs. Lane comes, and my bands not being done, she and I posted and met at the Crown in the Palace Yard, where we eat a chicken I sent for, and drank, and were mighty merry, and I had my full liberty of tousing her and doing what I would, but the last thing of all. of which I am heartily ashamed, but I do resolve never to do more so. But, Lord, to see what a mind she has to a husband, and how she showed me her hands to tell her fortune, and everything that she asked ended always whom and when she was to marry. And I pleased her so well, saying as I know she would have me, and then she would say that she had been with all the artists in town, and they always told her the same things, as that she should live long and rich, and have a good husband, but few children, and a great fit of sickness, and 20 other things, which she says she has always been told by others. Here I stayed late before my banns were done, and then they came, and so I by water to the Temple, and thence walked home, all in a sweat with my tumbling of her, and walking, and so a little supper and to bed, fearful of having taken cold. 19th, Lord's Day. Lay very long in pleasant dreams till church time, and so up, and it being foul weather, so that I cannot walk as I intended to meet my cousin Roger at Thomas Pepys's house, whither he rode last night, to Hatcham, I went to church, where a sober doctor made a good sermon. So home to dinner alone, and then to read a little, and so to church again, where the Scot made an ordinary sermon, and so home to my office, and there read over my vows, and increased them by a vow against all strong drink till November next, of any sort or quantity, by which I shall try how I can forbear it. God send it may not prejudice my health, and then I care not. Then I fell to read over a silly play writ by a person of honour, which is, I find, as much as to say, a coxcomb, called Love à la mode, and that being ended, home, and played on my lute and sung psalms till bedtime, then to prayers, and to bed. 20th. Up into my office, and then walked to Woolwich, reading Bacon's Faber Fortunae, which the oftener I read, the more I admire. There found Captain Cock, and up and down to many places to look after matters, and so walked back again with him to his house, and there dined very finely. With much ado obtained an excuse from drinking of wine, and did only taste a drop of sack, which he had for his lady, who is, he fears, a little consumptive, and her beauty begins to want its colour. It was Malago's sack, which he says is certainly 30 years old, and I tasted a drop of it, and it was excellent wine, like a spirit rather than wine. Thence by water to the office, and taking some papers by water to Whitehall and St. James's. But there being no meeting with the Duke to-day, I returned by water and down to Greenwich, to look after some blocks that I saw a load carried off by a cart from Woolwich, the King's Yard. But I could not find them, and so returned, and being heartily weary, I made haste to bed, and being in bed, made Will read and construe 3 or 4 Latin verses in the Bible, and chid him for forgetting his grammar. So to sleep, and sleep ill all the night, being so weary, and feverish with it. 21st. And so lay long in the morning, till I heard people knock at my door, and I took it to be about 8 o'clock, but afterwards found myself a little mistaken. And so I rose and ranted at Will and the maid, and saw I could find my heart to kick them down stairs, which the maid mumbled at mightily. It was my brother, who stayed and talked with me, his chief business being about his going about to build his house new at the top, which will be a great charge for him, and above his judgment. By and by comes Mr. Dean of Woolwich with his draught of a ship, and the bend and main lines in the body of a ship very finely, and which do please me mightily, and so am resolved to study hard, and learn of him to understand a body, and I find him a very pretty fellow in it, and rational, but a little conceited, but that's no matter to me. At noon, by my Lady Batten's desire, I went over the water to Mr. Castle's, who brings his wife home to his own house to-day, where I found a great many good old women, and my Lady, Sir W. Batten, and Sir J. Minnes, a good, handsome, plain dinner, and then walked in the garden, which is pleasant enough, more than I expected there. And so Sir J. Minnes, Sir W. Batten, and I by water to the office, and there sat, and then I by water to the Temple about my law business, and back again home and wrote letters to my father and wife, about my desire that they should observe the feast at Brampton, and have my lady and the family. And so home to supper and bed, my head aching all the day from my last night's bad rest, and yesterday's distempering myself with over-walking, and to-day knocking my head against a low door in Mr. Castle's house. This day the Parliament kept a fast for the present unseasonable weather. 22nd. Up, and by comes my uncle Thomas, to whom I paid 10 for his last half-year's annuity, and did get his and his son's hand and seal for the confirming to us Pigot's mortgage, which was forgot to be expressed in our late agreement with him, though intended, and therefore they might have cavilled at it if they would. Thence abroad, calling at several places upon some errands, among others to my brother Tom's barber, and had my hair cut, while his boy played on the violin, a plain boy, but has a very good genius, and understands the book very well. But to see what a shift he made for a string of red silk was very pleasant. Thence to my Lord Crew's, My lord not being come home, I met and stayed below with Captain Ferrers, who was come to wait upon my Lady Jemima to St. James's, she being one of the 4 ladies that hold up the mantle at the christening this afternoon of the Duke's child, a boy. In discourse of the ladies at court, Captain Ferrers tells me that my Lady Castlemaine is now as great again as ever she was, and that her going away was only a fit of her own, upon some slighting words of the King, so that she called for her coach at a quarter of an hour's warning, and went to Richmond. And the King the next morning, under pretence of going a-hunting, went to see her and make friends, and never was a-hunting at all. After which she came back to court, and commands the King as much as ever, and hath and doth what she will. No longer ago than last night there was a private entertainment made for the King and Queen at the Duke of Buckingham's, and she was not invited, but being at my Lady Suffolk's, her aunt's, where my Lady Jemima and Lord Sandwich dined yesterday, she was heard to say, "Well, much good may it do them, and for all that I will be as merry as they." And so she went home and caused a great supper to be prepared. And after the King had been with the Queen at Wallingford House, he came to my Lady Castlemaine's, and was there all night, and my Lord Sandwich with him, which was the reason my Lord lay in town all night, which he has not done a great while before. He tells me he believes that, as soon as the King can get a husband for Mrs. Stewart, however, my Lady Castlemaine's nose will be out of joint, for that she comes to be in great esteem, and is more handsome than she. I found by his words that my Lord Sandwich finds some pleasure in the country where he now is. Whether he means one of the daughters of the house, or no, I know not, but hope the contrary, that he thinks he is very well pleased with staying there, but yet upon breaking up of the Parliament, which the King by a message to-day says shall be on Monday next, he resolves to go. Ned Pickering, the coxcomb, notwithstanding all his hopes of my Lord's assistance, wherein I am sorry to hear my Lord has much concerned himself, is defeated of the place he expected under the Queen. He came hither by and by, and brought some jewels for my Lady Jem to put on, with which and her other clothes she looks passing well. I stayed and dined with my Lord Crew, who, whether he was not so well pleased with me as he used to be, or that his head was full of business, as I believe it was, he hardly spoke one word to me all dinner time, we dining alone, only young Jack Crew, Sir Thomas's son, with us. After dinner I bade him farewell. Sir Thomas, I hear, has gone this morning ill to bed, so I had no mind to see him. Thence homewards, and in the way first called at Wotton's, the shoemaker's, who tells me the reason of Harris's going from Sir William Davenant's house, that he grew very proud and demanded 20 pounds for himself extraordinary, more than Betterton or anybody else, upon every new play, and 10 pounds upon every revive, which with other things Sir W. Davenant would not give him, and so he swore he would never act there more, in expectation of being received in the other house. But the King will not suffer it, upon Sir W. Davenant's desire that he would not, for then he might shut up house, and that is true. He tells me that his going is at present a great loss to the house, and that he fears he hath a stipend from the other house privately. He tells me that the fellow grew very proud of late, the King and everybody else crying him up so high, and that, above Betterton, he being a more airy man, as he is indeed. But yet Betterton, he says, they all say, do act some parts that none but himself can do. Thence to my bookseller's, and found my waggoners done. The very binding cost me 14 shillings, but they are well done, and so with a porter home with them, and so by water to Ratcliffe, and there went to speak with Cumberford the plat maker, and there saw his manner of working, which is very fine and laborious. So down to Deptford, reading Ben Jonson's Devil is an Ass, and so to see Sir W. Pen, who I find walking out of doors a little, but could not stand long. But indoors, and I with him, and stayed a great while talking, I taking a liberty to tell him my thoughts in things of the office, that when he comes abroad again he may know what to think of me, and to value me as he ought. Walked home as I used to do, and being weary, and after some discourse with Mr. Barrow, who came to see and take his leave of me, he being tomorrow to set out toward the Isle of Man, I went to bed. This day I hear that the Moors have made some attacks upon the outworks of Tangier, but my Lord Teviot, with the loss of about 200 men, did beat them off, and killed many of them. Tomorrow the King and Queen for certain go down to Tunbridge, but the King comes back again against Monday to raise the Parliament. End of July, Part 1. July, Part 2 of the Diary of Samuel Pepys, 1663. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee, The Diary of Samuel Pepys, 1663, by Samuel Pepys. July 1663, Part 2. 23rd. Up and to my office, and thence by information from Mr. Ackworth I went down to Woolwich, and mustered the 3 East India ships that lie there, believing that there is great juggling between the pursers and clerks of the check in cheating the king of the wages and victuals of men that do not give attendance, and I found very few on board. So to the yard, and there mustered the yard, and found many faults, and discharged several fellows that were absent from their business. I stayed also at Mr. Ackworth's desire, at dinner with him and his wife, and there was a simple fellow, a gentleman I believe of the court, their kinsman, that threatened me I could have little discourse or begin acquaintance with Ackworth's wife, and so after dinner away, with all haste home. And there found Sir J. Minnes and Sir W. Batten at the office, and by Sir W. Batten's testimony, and Sir G. Carteret's concurrence, was forced to consent to a business of Captain Cock's timber, as bad as anything we have lately disputed about, and all through Mr. Coventry's not being with us. So up and to supper with Sir W. Batten upon a souse mullet, very good meat. And so home and to bed. 24th. Up pretty early, though of late I have been faulty by an hour or two every morning of what I should do, and by water to the Temple, and there took leave of my cousin Roger Pepys, who goes out of town to-day. So to Westminster Hall, and there at Mrs. Mitchell's shop sent for beer and sugar and drink, and made great cheer with it among her and Mrs. Howlet, her neighbour, and their daughters, especially Mrs. Howlet's daughter Betty, which is a pretty girl, and one I have long called wife, being, I formerly thought, like my own wife. After this good neighbourhood, which I do to give them occasion of speaking well and commending me in some company that now and then I know comes to their shop, I went to the 6th Clerk's office, and there had a writ for Tom Trice, and paid 20 shillings for it to Wilkinson, and so up and down to many places, among others to the vial maker's, and there saw the head, which now pleases me mightily, and so home, and being sent for presently to Mr. Bland's, where Mr. Povey and Gowden and I were invited to dinner, which we had very finely and great plenty, but for drink, though many and good, I drank nothing but small beer and water, which I drank so much that I wish it may not do me hurt. They had a kinswoman, they call daughter, in the house, a short, ugly, red-haired slut, that plays upon the virginals and sings, but after such a country manner I was weary of it, but yet could not but commend it. So by and by, after dinner, comes Monsieur Gautier, who is beginning to teach her, but Lord! What a droll fellow it is to make her hold open her mouth, and telling this and that so drolly would make a man burst. That himself, I perceive, sings very well. Anon we sat down again to a collation of cheesecakes, tarts, custards, and such like, very handsome, and so up and away home, where I at the office a while, till disturbed by Mr. Hill of Cambridge, with whom I walked in the garden a while, and thence home, and then in my dining-room walked, talking of several matters of state till 11 at night, giving him a glass of wine. I was not unwilling to hear him talk, though he is full of words, yet a man of large conversation, especially among the presbyters and independents. He tells me that certainly let the bishops alone, and they will ruin themselves, and he is confident that the king's declaration about 2 years since will be the foundation of the settlement of the church some time or other, for the king will find it hard to banish all those that will appear nonconformists upon this act that is coming out against them. He being gone, I to bed. 25th. Up into my office, setting papers in order for these 2 or 3 days, in which I have been hindered a little, and then, having intended this day to go to Banstead Downs to see a famous race, I sent Will to get himself ready to go with me, and I also by and by home and put on my riding suit, and being ready came to the office to Sir J. Minnes and Sir W. Batten, and did a little of course at the office this morning, and so by boat to Whitehall, where I hear that the race is put off, because the Lords do sit in Parliament to-day. However, having appointed Mr. Creed to come to me to Foxhall, I went over thither, and after some debate Creed and I resolved to go to Clapham to Mr. Gordon's, who had sent his coach to their place for me, because I was to have my horse of him to go to the race. So I went thither by coach, and my Will by horse with me. Mr. Creed he went over back again to Westminster to fetch his horse. When I came to Mr. Gordon's, one first thing was to show me his house, which is almost built, wherein he and his family live. I find it very regular and finely contrived, and the gardens and offices about it as convenient and as full of good variety as ever I saw in my life. It is true he hath been censured for laying out so much money, but he tells me that he built it for his brother, who is since dead, the bishop, who, when he should come to be Bishop of Winchester, which he was promised, to which bishopric at present there is no house, he did intend to dwell here. Besides, with the good husbandry in making his bricks and other things, I do not think it costs him so much money as people think and discourse. By and by to dinner, and in comes Mr. Creed. I saluted Mr. Gordon's lady, and the young ladies, he having many pretty children, and his sister, the bishop's widow, who was, it seems, Sir W. Russell's daughter, the Treasurer of the Navy, who by her discourse at dinner I find to be very well bred, and a woman of excellent discourse, even so much as to have my attention all dinner with much more pleasure than I did give to Mr. Creed, whose discourse was mighty merry in inveighing at Mr. Gordon's victuals that they had at sea the last voyage that he prosecuted, till methought the woman began to take it seriously. After dinner, by Mr. Gordon's motion, we got Mrs. Gordon and her sister to sing to a viol, on which Mr. Gordon's eldest son, a pretty man, but a simple one methinks, played but very poorly, and the music bad, but yet I commended it. Only I do find that the ladies have been taught to sing, and do sing well now, but that the viol puts them out. I took the viol and played some things from one of their books, lyre lessons, which they seemed to like well. Thus we passed an hour or two after dinner, and towards the evening we bade them adieu and took horse, being resolved that, instead of the race which fails us, we would go to Epsom. So we set out, and being gone a little way, I sent home Will to look to the house, and Creed and I rode forward, the road being full of citizens going and coming toward Epsom, where, when we came, we could hear of no lodging, the town so full. But which was better, I went towards Ashton, my old place of pleasure, and there by direction of one good man Arthur, whom we met on the way, we went to Farmer Page's, at which direction he and I made good sport, and there we got a lodging in a little hole we could not stand upright in, but rather than go further to look, we stayed there. And while supper was getting ready, I took him to walk up and down behind my cousin Pepys's house that was, which I find comes little short of what I took it to be when I was a little boy, as things used commonly to appear greater than when one comes to be a man and knows more. And so up and down in the closes, which I know so well methinks, and account it good fortune that I lie here, that I may have opportunity to renew my old walks. It seems there is one Mr. Rouse, they call him the Queen's tailor, that lives there now. So to our lodging to supper, and among other meats had a brave dish of cream, the best I ever eat in my life, and with which we pleased ourselves much, and by to bed, where, with much ado, yet good sport, we made shift to lie, but with little ease, and a little spaniel by us, which has followed us all the way, a pretty dog, and we believe that follows my horse, and do belong to Mrs. Gordon, which we therefore are very careful of. 26th, Lord's Day. Up and to the Wells, where great store of citizens, which was the greatest part of the company, though there were some others of better quality. I met many that I knew, and we drank each of us 2 pots, and so walked away, it being very pleasant to see how everybody turns up his tail, here one and there another in a bush, and the women in their quarters the like. Thence I walked with Creed to Mr. Minnes's house, which has now a very good way made to it, and thence to Durden's, and walked round it and within the court-yard, and to the bowling green, where I have seen so much mirth in my time. But now no family in it, my Lord Berkeley, whose it is, being with his family at London, and so up and down by Minnes Wood, with great pleasure viewing my old walks, and where Mrs. Healy and I did use to walk and talk, with whom I had the first sentiments of love and pleasure in woman's company, discourse, and taking her by the hand, she being a pretty woman. So I led him to Ashted Church, by the place where Peter, my cousin's man, went blindfold, and found a certain place we chose for him upon a wager, where we had a dull doctor, one down, worse than I think even Parson King was, of whom we made so much scorn, and after sermon home, and stayed while our dinner a couple of large chickens were dressed, and a good mess of cream, which anon we had with good content, and after dinner, we taking no notice of other lodgers in the house, though there was one that I knew, and knew and spoke to me, one Mr. Ryder, a merchant, he and I to walk, and I led him to the pretty little wood behind my cousin's house, into which we got at last by clambering, and our little dog with us. But when we were among the hazel trees and bushes, Lord, what a course did we run for an hour together, losing ourselves, and indeed I despaired I should ever come to any path, but still from thicket to thicket, a thing I could hardly have believed a man could have been lost so long in so small a room. At last I found out a delicate walk in the middle that goes quite through the wood, and then went out of the wood, and hallooed Mr. Creed, and made him hunt me from place to place, and at last went in and called him into my fine walk, the little dog still hunting with us through the wood. In this walk, being all bewildered and weary and sweating, Creed he lay down upon the ground, which I did a little, but I durst not long, but walked from him in the fine green walk, which is 1/2 mile long, there reading my vows, as I used to on Sundays. And after that was done, and going and lying by Creed an hour, he and I rose and went to our lodging and paid our reckoning, and so mounted, whether to go toward London home, or to find a new lodging, and so rode through Epsom, the whole town over, seeing the various companies that were there walking, which was very pleasant to see how they are there without knowing almost what to do, but only in the morning to drink waters. But, Lord, to see how many I met there of citizens, that I could not have thought to have seen there, or that they had ever had it in their heads or purses to go than thither. We rode out of the town through Yole, beyond Nonsuch House a mile, and there our little dog, as he used to do, fell a-running after a flock of sheep feeding on the common till he was out of sight, and then endeavoured to come back again, and went to the last gate that he parted with us at, and there the poor thing mistakes our scent. Instead of coming forward, he hunts us backward, and runs as hard as he could drive back towards Nonsuch, Creed and I after him, and being by many told of his going that way, and the haste he made, we rode still, and passed him through Yole, and there we lost any further information of him. However, we went as far as Epsom almost, hearing nothing of him. We went back to Yole, and there was told that he did pass through the town. We rode back to Nonsuch, to see whether he might be gone back again, but hearing nothing, we with great trouble and discontent for the loss of our dog came back once more to Yole, and there set up our horses and selves for all night, employing people to look for the dog in the town, but can hear nothing of him. However, we gave order for supper, and while that was dressing, walked out through Nonsuch Park to the house, and there viewed as much as we could of the outside, and looked through the great gates, and found a noble court, and altogether believe it to have been a very noble house, and a delicate park about it, where just now there was a doe killed, for the king to carry up to court. So walked back again, and by, our supper being ready, a good leg of mutton boiled, we supped and to bed, upon 2 beds in the same room, wherein we slept most excellently all night. 27th. Up in the morning about 7 o'clock, and after a little study, resolved of riding to the Wells to look for our dog, which we did, but could hear nothing. But it being much a warmer day than yesterday, there was great store of gallant company, more than then, to my greater pleasure. There was at a distance, under one of the trees on the common, a company got together that sung. I at the distance, and so all the rest being a quarter of a mile off, took them for the waits, so I rode up to them, and found them only voices, some citizens met by chance that sung 4 or 5 parts excellently. I have not been more pleased with a snap of music, considering the circumstances of the time and place, in all my life anything so pleasant. We drank each of us 3 cups, and so, after riding up to the horsemen upon the hill, where they were making of matches to run, we went away, and to Yole, where we found our breakfast, the remains of our supper last night hashed, and by, after the smith had set on 2 new shoes to Creed's horse, we mounted, and with little discourse, I being intent upon getting home in time, we rode hard home, observing Mr. Gordon's house, but not calling there, it being too late for me to stay, and wanting their dog too. The house stands very finely, and has a graceful view to the highway. Set up our horses at Vauxhall, and I by water, observing the king's barge attending his going to the house this day, home, it being about 1 o'clock. So got myself ready, and shifting myself, and so by water to Westminster, and there came most luckily to the Lord's house, as the House of Commons were going into the Lord's house. And there I crowded in along with the Speaker, and got to stand close behind him, where he made his speech to the king, who sat with his crown on and robes, and so all the lords in their robes, a fine sight, wherein he told his Majesty what they have done this Parliament, and now offered for his royal consent. The greatest matters were a bill for the Lord's Day, which it seems the Lords have lost, and so cannot be passed, at which the Commons are displeased. The bills against conventicles and papists, but it seems the Lords have not passed them, and giving his Majesty 4 entire subsidies, which last, with about 20 smaller acts, were passed with this form. The Clerk of the House reads the title of the bill, and then looks at the end, and there finds, writ by the King, I suppose, Le Roi le veut, and that he reads, and to others he reads, Soit fait comme vous désirez. And to the subsidies, as well that for the Commons, I mean the laity, as for the clergy, the King writes, Le Roi remerciant les seigneurs, etc., prélats, etc., accept le bénévolence. The Speaker's speech was far from any oratory, but was as plain, though good matter, as anything could be, and void of elocution. After the bills passed, the King, sitting on his throne, with his speech writ in a paper which he held in his lap, and scarce looked off of it, I thought, all the time he made his speech to them, giving them thanks for their subsidies, of which, had he not need, he would not have asked or received them, and that need, not from any extravagancies of his, he was sure, in anything, but the disorders of the times compelling him to be at greater charge than he hoped for the future, by their care in their country, he should be, and that for his family expenses and others, he would labour, however, to retrench in many things convenient, and would have all others to do so too. He desired that nothing of old faults should be remembered, or severity for the same used to any in the country, it being his desire to have all forgot as well as forgiven. But, however, to use all care in suppressing any tumults, etc., assuring them that the restless spirits of his and their adversaries have great expectations of something to be done this summer, and promised that though the acts about conventicles and Pepys were not ripe for passing this session, yet he would take care himself that neither of them should in this interval be encouraged to the endangering of the peace, and that at their next meeting he would himself prepare 2 bills for them concerning them. So he concluded that for the better proceeding of justice he did think fit to make this a session, and to prorogue them to the 16th of March next. His speech was very plain, nothing at all of spirit in it, nor spoke with any, but rather, on the contrary, imperfectly, repeating many times his words, though he read all, which I was sorry to see, it having not been hard for him to have got all the speech without book. So they all went away, the king out of the house at the upper end, he being by and by to go to Tunbridge to the Queen, and I in the painted chamber spoke with my Lord Sandwich while he was putting off his robes, who tells me he will now hasten down into the country as soon as he can get some money settled on the wardrobe. Here meeting Creed, he and I down to the hall, and I, having at Mitchell's shop, wrote a little letter to Mr. Gordon to go with his horse, and excusing my not taking leave, or so much as asking after the old lady, the widow, when we came away the other day from them, he and I over the water to Foxhall, and there sent away the horse with my letter, and then to the new spring garden, walking up and down, but things being dear and little attendance to be had, we went away, leaving much brave company there, and so to a less house hard by, where we like very well their codlin tarts, having not time, as we intended, to stay the getting ready of a dish of peas. And there came to us an idle boy to show us some tumbling tricks, which he did very well, and the greatest bending of his body that ever I observed in my life. Thence by water to Whitehall, and walked over the park to St. James's, but missed Mr. Coventry, he not being within, and so out again, and there the Duke was coming along the Pall Mall. It being a little darkish, I stayed not to take notice of him, but we went directly back again. And in our walk over the park, one of the Duke's footmen came running behind us, and came looking just in our faces to see who we were, and went back again. What his meaning is, I know not, but was fearful that I might not go far enough with my hat off, though methinks that should not be it. Besides, there were others covered nearer than myself was, but only it was my fear. So to Whitehall, and by water to the bridge, and so home to bed, weary and well pleased with my journey in all respects, only it cost me about 20 shillings, but it was for my health, and I hope will prove so, only I do find by my riding a little swelling to rise just by my anus. I had the same the last time I rode, and then it fell again, and now it is up again about the bigness of the bag of a silkworm, makes me fearful of a rupture. But I will speak to Mr. Hollyard about it, and I am glad to find it now, that I may prevent it before it goes too far. 28th. Up after sleeping very well, and so to my office, setting down the journal of this last 3 days, and so settled to business again, I hope with greater cheerfulness and success by this refreshment. At the office all the morning, and at noon to Wise's about my vial that is a-doing, and so home to dinner, and then to the office, where we sat all the afternoon till night, and I late at it till after the office was risen. Late came my Jane and her brother Will, to entreat for my taking of the boy again, but I will not hear her, though I would yet be glad to do anything for her sake to the boy, but receive him again I will not, nor give him anything. She would have me send him to sea, which if I could I would do, but there is no ship going out. The poor girl cried all the time she was with me, and would not go from me, staying about 2 hours with me till 10 or 11 o'clock, expecting that she might obtain something of me, but receive him I will not. So the poor girl was fain to go away crying and saying little. So from thence home, where my house of office was emptying, and I find they will do it with much more cleanness than I expected. I went up and down among them a good while, but knowing that Mr. Coventry was to call me in the morning, I went to bed and left them to look after the people. So to bed. 29th. Up about 6 o'clock, and found the people to have just done, and Hannah not gone to bed yet, but was making clean of the yard and kitchen. Will newly gone to bed. So I to my office, and having given some order to Tom Hayter, to whom I gave leave for his recreation to go down to Portsmouth this pay, I went down to Wapping to Sir W. Warren, and there stayed an hour or two discoursing of some of his goods, and then things in general relating to this office, etc., and so home. And there going to Sir William Batten, having no stomach to dine at home, it being yet hardly clean of last night's mess. And there I dined with my lady and her daughter and son Castle, and mighty kind she is, and I kind to her. But, Lord, how freely and plainly she rails against Commissioner Pett, calling him rogue, and wondering that the King keeps such a fellow in the navy. Thence by and by walked to see Sir W. Penn at Deptford, reading by the way a most ridiculous play, a new one called The Politician Cheated. After a little sitting with him, I walked to the yard a little, and so home again, my Will with me, whom I bade to stay in the yard for me, and so to bed. This morning my brother Tom was with me, and we had some discourse again concerning his country mistress, but I believe the most that is fit for us to condescend to will not content her friends. 30th. Up and to the office to get business ready for our sitting, this being the first day of altering it from afternoon, during the Parliament sitting, to the forenoon again. By and by Mr. Coventry only came, Sir John Minnis and Sir W. Batten being gone this morning to Portsmouth, to pay some ships and the yard there, and after doing a little business, he and I down to Woolwich, and there up and down the yard, and by came Sir G. Carteret, and we all looked into matters, and then by water back to Deptford, where we dined with him at his house, a very good dinner, and mightily tempted with wines of all sorts, and brave French cider, but I drunk none. But that which is a great wonder, I find his little daughter Betty, that was in hanging sleeves but a month or two ago, and is a very little young child, married! And to whom but to young Scott, son to Madam Catherine Scott, that was so long in law, and at whose trial I was with her husband, he pleading that it was unlawfully got, and would not own it, she, it seems, being brought to bed of it, if not got by somebody else at Oxford. But it seems a little before his death he did own the child, and hath left him his estate not long since. So Sir G. Carteret hath struck up of a sudden a match with him for his little daughter. He hath about 2,000 per annum, and it seems Sir G. Carteret hath by this means overreached Sir H. Bennet, who did endeavour to get this gentleman for a sister of his, but Sir G. Carteret, I say, has overreached him. By this means Sir G. Carteret hath married 2 daughters this year, both very well. After dinner into Deptford yard, but our bellies being full, we could do no great business, and so parted. And Mr. Coventry and I to Whitehall by water, where we also parted, and I to several places about business. And so calling for my 5 books of the variorum print, bound according to my common binding, instead of the other, which is more gaudy, I went home. The town talk this day is of nothing but the great foot race run this day on Banstead Downs, between Lee, the Duke of Richmond's footman, and a Tyler, a famous runner, and Lee hath beat him, though the King and Duke of York and all men, almost, did bet 3 or 4 to 1 upon the Tyler's head. 31st. Up early to my accounts this month, and I find myself worth clear £730, the most I ever had yet, which contents me, though I increase but very little. Thence to my office doing business, and at noon to my vial maker's, who has begun it, and has a good appearance, and so to the Exchange, where I met Dr. Pierce, who tells me of his good luck, to get to be groom of the Privy Chamber to the Queen, and without my Lord Sandwich's help, but only by his good fortune, meeting a man that hath let him have his right for a small matter, about £60, for which he can every day have £400. But he tells me my Lord hath lost much honour in standing so long and so much for that coxcomb Pickering, and at last not carrying it for him, but hath his name struck out by the King and Queen themselves, after he had been in ever since the Queen's coming. But he tells me he believes that either Sir H. Bennet, my Lady Castlemaine, or Sir Charles Berkeley had received some money for the place, and so the King could not disappoint them, but was forced to put out this fool, rather than a better man. And I am sorry to hear what he tells me, that Sir Charles Berkeley hath still such power over the King, as to be able to fetch him from the council table to my Lady Castlemaine when he pleases. He tells me also, as a friend, the great injury that he thinks I do myself by being so severe in the yards, and contracting the ill will of the whole navy for those officers, singly upon myself. Now I discharge a good conscience therein, and I tell him that no man can, nor do he say any say it, charge me with doing wrong, but rather do as many good officers as any man. They think, he says, that I have a mind to get a good name with the King and Duke, who he tells me do not consider any such thing, but I shall have as good thanks to let all alone, and do as the rest. But I believe the contrary, and yet I told him I never go to the Duke alone, as others do, to talk of my own services. However, I will make use of his counsel, and take some course, to prevent having the single ill will of the office. Before I went to the office, I went to the coffee-house, where Sir J. Cutler and Mr. Grant were, and there Mr. Grant showed me letters of Sir William Pepys, wherein he says that his vessel which he hath built upon 2 keels, a model whereof, built for the King, he showed me, hath this month won a wager of £50 in sailing between Dublin and Holyhead with the packet boat, the best ship or vessel the King hath there, and he offers to lay with any vessel in the world. It is about 30 ton in burden, and carries 30 men, with good accommodation, as much more as any ship of her burden. And so any vessel of this figure shall carry more men, with better accommodation by half, than any other ship. This carries also 10 guns of about 5 tons weight. In their coming back from Holyhead they started together, and this vessel came to Dublin by 5 at night, and the packet boat not before 8 the next morning. And when they came, they did believe that this vessel had been drowned, or at least behind, not thinking she could have lived in that sea. Strange things are told of this vessel, and he concludes his letter with this position: "I only affirm that the perfection of sailing lies in my principle, find it out who can." Thence home, in my way meeting Mr. Rawlinson, who tells me that my uncle White is off of his Hampshire purchase, and likes less of the Whites, and would have me to be kind and study to please him, which I am resolved to do. Being at home, he sent for me to dinner to meet Mr. Moore, so I went thither and dined well, but it was strange for me to refuse, and yet I did without any reluctancy to drink wine in a tavern, where nothing else almost was drunk, and that excellent good. Thence with Mr. Moore to the Wardrobe, and there sat while my lord was private with Mr. Townsend about his accounts an hour or two, we reading of a merry book against the presbyters called Cabala, extraordinary witty. Thence walked home and to my office, setting papers of all sorts and writing letters and putting myself into a condition to go to Chatham with Mr. Coventry to-morrow. So at almost 12 o'clock, and my eyes tired with seeing to write, I went home and to bed. Ending the month with pretty good content of mind, my wife in the country and myself in good esteem, and likely by pains to become considerable, I think, with God's blessing upon my diligence. End of July, Part 2.